Muito bom dia. Bem-vindos ao primeiro dia do Ciência 2021, o Encontro Nacional com a Ciência e a Tecnologia de 2021. A ciência que faz o amanhã e transforma a economia é o tema da edição deste encontro, que é organizado mais uma vez pela Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia Ciência Viva, em colaboração com a Agência Nacional de Inovação, a Agência Espacial Portuguesa e a Agência de Investigação Clínica e Inovação Biomédica, com apoio e em articulação com a Comissão de Educação, Ciência, Juventude e Desporto da Assembleia da República.
Olha, vou tirar mais.
Muito bom dia. Bem-vindos ao primeiro dia do Ciência 2021, o Encontro Nacional com a Ciência e Tecnologia de 2021. A ciência que faz o amanhã e transforma a economia é o tema da edição deste encontro, que é organizado mais uma vez pela Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia e a Ciência Viva, em colaboração com a Agência Nacional de Inovação, a Agência Espacial Portuguesa e a Agência de Investigação Clínica e Inovação Biomédica, com o apoio e em articulação com a Comissão de Educação, Ciência, Juventude e Desporto da Assembleia da República. O país convidado é a França. Para dar início à sessão plenária que marca a abertura do Encontro Ciência 2021, dou a palavra aos 3 comissários do encontro. Paula Alves, diretora do Instituto de Biologia Experimental e Tecnológica, David Braga Malta, da Associação Portuguesa de Empresas de Bioindústria, e Marta Oliveira, que falará do Porto Espacial Europeu em Kourou.
Bom dia a todos. Sejam bem-vindos ao Encontro Ciência 2021. Um encontro anual que tem já a tradição de ser um palco de debate sobre o contributo da ciência e tecnologia para o futuro da sociedade e que também é uma janela aberta para a investigação que se faz aqui em Portugal. Foi para mim uma honra ter recebido o convite do Sr. Ministro, professor Manuel Leitor, para desempenhar este papel de comissária e trabalhar na organização deste encontro, junto com os comissários, a Marta e o David, e as equipas do Ciência Viva e da Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia. O meu muito obrigado a todos por esta oportunidade. Como continuamos a viver uma situação de pandemia, o formato do Ciência 2021 teve que ser adaptado para garantir que todos os acessos a este centro de congressos e que o recinto cumpriam todas as recomendações de segurança da Direção-Geral de Saúde. Teremos, por isso, um formato misto, que privilegia a participação presencial nas sessões plenárias e nas sessões temáticas paralelas, mas as apresentações de pósteres e demonstrações serão feitas online. A educação em ciência e tecnologia são peças-chave para o futuro e, desde cedo, devemos estimular a curiosidade das crianças e jovens, investindo na sua educação e cultura científica. Por isso, e como tem sido tradição nos últimos encontros de ciência, iremos ter a participação em várias sessões paralelas de alguns jovens que no último ano participaram em iniciativas do Ciência Viva e que num breve pitch nos irão apresentar as suas atividades. Convido-vos a todos a assistir. Esta aproximação da comunidade à ciência é essencial para construirmos uma sociedade mais bem informada. No site do encontro e na app poderão encontrar toda a informação sobre o programa, os locais no recinto onde decorrem as sessões. Encontrarão também os links que vos irão permitir assistir a muitas das sessões que serão transmitidas em streaming. Peço aos participantes que aqui estão presencialmente que utilizem sempre as máscaras, que durante as refeições respeitem os locais marcados para este fim e que mantenham a distância de segurança e desinfetem regularmente as mãos utilizando os dispensadores que estão espalhados pelo recinto. Este encontro que hoje iniciamos vai decorrer durante 3 dias e marca o fim da presidência portuguesa no Conselho da União Europeia. Uma presidência com uma agenda ambiciosa que decorreu muito influenciada pela situação pandémica que ainda vivemos. Situação que nos conseguiu unir a todos em volta de um objetivo comum, o combate a este vírus. Um desafio global que veio revelar a importância da ciência e das parcerias. Parcerias entre investigadores da academia e de centros de ID, e deles com investigadores das empresas, de base científica e tecnológica, da indústria e com as entidades reguladoras e os profissionais de saúde. Um exemplo sem precedentes do poder da colaboração multidisciplinar que nos permitiu, em menos de um ano, ter 2 vacinas autorizadas na Europa e nos Estados Unidos e ter hoje 2,6 mil milhões de pessoas vacinadas no planeta. Na última sessão plenária, na quarta-feira, temos o privilégio de poder ouvir Catherine Johnson, uma cientista da Pfizer, vice-presidente, que irá partilhar connosco como ultrapassaram alguns destes desafios em tempo recorde. Mas esta pandemia também veio revelar as fragilidades e desigualdades no acesso aos medicamentos e alertar-nos para as emergências de saúde pública dentro e fora da União Europeia, desafiando-nos a olhar para o futuro numa perspectiva mais global. Obriga-nos a pensar estrategicamente nos investimentos que irão assegurar uma maior disponibilidade de medicamentos e de vacinas, garantindo a autonomia da Europa na cadeia de fabrico e de distribuição e a nossa sustentabilidade. O investimento em investigação e desenvolvimento irá também ser crítico para o nosso posicionamento futuro na descoberta de medicamentos inovadores, que permitirão o avanço das práticas de medicina de precisão e uma cada vez maior interligação entre a ciência e a clínica, que terá que ser feita em estreita articulação com as empresas de base biotecnológica e com a indústria. Estes temas irão também ser debatidos no último dia deste encontro. Iremos também debater a transformação digital do setor da agricultura e abordar a estreita ligação entre a produção de alimentos, a adaptação às alterações climáticas e a conservação da biodiversidade. Daremos especial atenção a práticas de produção sustentáveis e aos desafios na alimentação, nutrição e saúde, segurança alimentar e alimentos artificiais. Os investimentos feitos nas últimas décadas têm permitido reduzir a desigualdade no acesso à educação e dar alguns passos na criação de riqueza alicerçada em ciência e tecnologia, possibilitando a criação de mais empregos qualificados e, apesar de ainda incipiente, a opção por poder prosseguir uma carreira científica em Portugal fora da academia. A continuidade desta aposta irá garantir a retenção de talentos, crítica para o futuro do nosso país, minimizando a fuga de cérebros para fora da Europa e até para fora de Portugal e até para fora da Europa. Mas ainda há muito para fazer para que possamos continuar a crescer e a ser cada vez mais competitivos. Convido todos os que estão aqui presentes ou ligados online a assistir e debater estes e outros desafios nos próximos 3 dias, aqui no Ciência 2021. Obrigada.
Bom dia a todos. Antes de mais, foi com enorme orgulho e sentido de responsabilidade que aceitei o convite do professor Manel Heitor para celebrar a ciência nos próximos 3 dias. Obrigado, professor. E devo continuar a agradecer à Paula, à Marta, à equipa da Ciência Viva e da Fundação para a Ciência e para a Tecnologia o empenho e a dedicação para que consigamos, face à situação em que estamos, ter um evento presencial que muito marca a necessidade que temos de ultrapassar a fase pandémica. Mas foquemos na ciência, que é por isso que estamos aqui hoje. E não há dúvida que a ciência é a única ferramenta que nós temos para mudar a capacidade económica do nosso país, para construirmos o país que queremos, um país mais igual, mais rico, com oportunidades para as gerações vindouras. Se alguém ainda tem dúvidas, pensemos na resposta à pandemia. Foi dos países mais ricos que vieram as soluções terapêuticas e vacinais, mas não foi para esses países serem ricos que encontraram as soluções. Foi para esses países investirem em ciência continuadamente há muitos e muitos anos, há muitas e muitas décadas, que eles são capazes de ser países com economias fortes e pujantes. E porquê? Porque uma economia que é baseada na ciência tem empresas com produtos inovadores. Esses produtos são disruptivos no mercado, não competem por preço, competem por qualidade. Ao competirem por qualidade, capturam valor económico para as suas economias e, com isto, permitem o país crescer, a riqueza aumentar, pagar melhores salários e catapultar o estado de desenvolvimento dos países. Se nos compararmos com outros países de pequena dimensão da Europa, a Bélgica ou a Dinamarca, é isso que vemos. Vemos países que têm empresas globais, países que foram capazes de integrar a ciência na economia através da adoção de produtos inovadores, diferenciados, que competem globalmente. E, ao competirem globalmente, atraem para dentro das suas fronteiras o valor económico associado a esses produtos. O sentido de responsabilidade que eu falei ao início vem, em particular, neste ano. 2021 é o ano em que nós temos o final do PT 2020, o início do PT 2030 e do PRR. Portanto, neste ano temos em simultâneo o maior envelope financeiro alguma vez disponível para Portugal tentar mudar o seu paradigma económico. Portanto, todos nós que estamos aqui, e em particular os nossos governantes, aqui na pessoa do nosso Ministro Manel Heitor, temos a responsabilidade de aproveitar esta oportunidade de uma maneira séria, de a aproveitar de uma maneira que seja diferente, não insistir nos erros do passado e esperar que desta vez vamos ter resultados melhores fazendo as mesmas coisas. Portanto, todos nós somos responsáveis por garantir que este dinheiro vai ser utilizado para esta visão. A visão de conseguirmos integrar ciência e inovação na economia para fazer crescer o nosso PIB de maneira assimétrica, para com isso conseguirmos ter melhor emprego e servir melhor a nossa população. Este é o reto que eu vos deixo enquanto celebramos a ciência nos próximos 3 dias. Pensem como é que nós conseguimos aproveitar a oportunidade única de 2021 para transformar a realidade económica do nosso país e para deixarmos às gerações vindouras um país mais rico e mais igual. Obrigado a todos.
Bom dia a todos da Guiana Francesa. É um enorme prazer fazer parte deste Encontro de Ciência e Tecnologia em Portugal. Antes de mais, gostaria de começar por agradecer o convite do Sr. Ministro Professor Manuel Leitor. A dedicação excepcional e o entusiasmo dos meus colegas comissários, Paula e David, assim como toda a equipa que participou na organização deste evento. Tem sido uma experiência única trabalhar em conjunto para podermos hoje dar início a este encontro e discutir grandes desafios do nosso tempo e o papel da ciência e da inovação na criação de um futuro sustentável para todos, com a valorização do conhecimento em primeira linha. Há um problema técnico de eco.
Há um problema
Assim é sem eco.
Ok. Estamos a tentar fazer de novo a ligação. Aí está.
Obrigada. Voltando à mensagem, então, da Paula e do David, em diferentes áreas de especialização. As ciências espaciais, em particular, permitiram acompanhar o impacto do confinamento no meio ambiente com dados de observação da Terra. O satélite precursor, Sentinel-5P, da Agência Espacial Europeia, parte integrante do programa Copérnicos, mostrou-nos os efeitos da queda dos níveis de poluição do ar durante a pandemia. Entre tantos outros exemplos que podemos mencionar, imagens de satélite foram também utilizadas para seguir a construção de novas instalações médicas pelo mundo. O Ciência 21, através de sessões plenárias, temáticas e todas as atividades, vai pôr em destaque a importância desta multidisciplinaridade. Será a ocasião de partilharmos experiências, de promover o papel do conhecimento na nossa sociedade e refletirmos sobre a recuperação e resiliência social e económica que temos pela nossa frente. Contamos com investigadores e peritos de áreas científicas diversas e diferentes setores económicos, para discutir, trocar ideias, tendo sempre como plano de fundo o facto do investimento em inovação ser para Portugal e para a globalidade europeia, nesta década e no futuro, um fator tão crítico e de tanta importância. No setor espacial, a Europa vive um período promissor. Foi criada uma nova agência europeia para o programa espacial. Aqui em Kourou, no Porto Espacial, vamos acompanhando diariamente a ambição europeia, não só de continuar a garantir o nosso acesso independente ao espaço, mas também de o reforçar com os próximos lançamentos inaugurais dos lançadores Vega C e Ariane 6, já em 2022. Portugal tem também fortalecido a sua estratégia nesta área, com iniciativas nacionais de enorme relevância, como a criação da Agência Espacial Portuguesa e também através da sua contínua participação em programas de exploração europeus. Este encontro sublinha essa visão nacional e projeta também a forte colaboração e cooperação científica que existe entre o nosso país e o país convidado deste ano, a França, país com o qual Portugal partilha a copresidência do Conselho Ministerial da Agência Espacial Europeia desde 2019. É neste contexto tão ativo que vamos discutir no Ciência 21 os últimos desenvolvimentos em áreas como a observação da Terra, o acesso ao espaço ou ainda os efeitos a longo prazo do ambiente espacial que nos rodeia. Vamos falar do ordenamento do território com recurso a novas tecnologias, de transição climática e até da exploração espacial em missões tripuladas. Aliás, é com muito gosto que poderemos partilhar o ponto de vista privilegiado de quem já viu a Terra, o nosso pale blue dot, em toda a sua fragilidade e beleza a partir do espaço. Sem mais demora, agradeço a todos a vossa presença, física ou remota, convido-vos a participar de forma ativa e espero que apreciem e se entusiasmem, tanto quanto nós, com estes 3 dias de partilha em Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação. Obrigada a todos.
Chamo ao palco o Ministro da Ciência, Tecnologia e Ensino Superior, Manuel Leitor.
Muito bom dia a todas e a todos aqui presentes e, sobretudo, às centenas de pessoas que estão a assistir online. Um cumprimento muito especial à Embaixadora de França em Portugal, que aqui representa o país convidado. Das palavras dos comissários, da Paula Alves, do David Braga ou da Marta Oliveira, ficou bem claro o desafio que enfrentamos. Vivemos tempos sem precedentes, em Portugal, na Europa e no mundo, certamente promovidos e estimulados por uma atenção crescente para fazer face à crise pandémica e, por isso, também à crise social e económica onde vivemos, mas também tempos sem precedentes para a relevância da sociedade no desenvolvimento da nossa qualidade de vida. No último ano, sem precedentes na nossa história, conseguimos comprimir o tempo em que se faz uma vacina. E ficou bem claro que isso foi feito devido a uma articulação inédita na história da humanidade entre a ciência fundamental, a ciência mais fundamental, os conhecimentos básicos necessários em articulação com elementos disruptivos na nossa sociedade, com empresas inovadoras e disruptivas, certamente em articulação com grandes empresas para a difusão e a industrialização da vacina. Isto são lições particularmente importantes que é tempo de refletir e, sobretudo agora que estamos a concluir a presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia, mas que foi lançado o debate durante um ano para o futuro da Europa, nunca é tarde demais para refletir sobre as lições desta pandemia, quer em termos desta articulação virtuosa entre a ciência fundamental e as disrupções necessárias nos mercados, mas também outras lições, sobretudo a da necessidade de melhor conjugar a transição digital com os desafios da transição ecológica, que requerem conhecimentos desde a química do hidrogénio, para podermos atuar na área da economia do hidrogénio, à manipulação precisa de nanomateriais e das nanociências, por exemplo, incluindo a deposição atómica de nanopartículas de lítio como uma das mais promissoras tecnologias para facilitar a construção de baterias. Mas se essas inovações precisam de elementos disruptivos no mercado, precisam também de nova ciência e de novos conhecimentos. Naturalmente, que isto leva-nos também a ter ilações quanto às lições sobre o quadro regulatório e o quadro de simplificação. Precisamos cada vez mais de batalhar contra a burocracia, simplificando e tentando não impor barreiras ao desenvolvimento científico e à inovação de base tecnológica, social ou organizacional. Certamente que estas lições foram também importantes no âmbito da presidência portuguesa da União Europeia, que agora termina, e no âmbito do qual interessa também hoje fazer aqui alguma súmula. Lançámos o programa Horizonte Europa, o maior quadro de financiamento plurianual para a Europa. Lançámos o European Innovation Council na sequência daquilo que foram as lições do European Research Council. Abrimos e reformámos o Instituto Europeu de Tecnologia, lançando 2 novas comunidades integradas em conhecimento das indústrias criativas e dos oceanos. Durante a presidência portuguesa foram assumidas 3 conclusões particularmente importantes. No Conselho de Competitividade, a conclusão que guiará o Horizonte Europa nos próximos 7 anos, quanto à necessidade intrínseca de reforçar as carreiras científicas e de dar maior acesso aos jovens investigadores na Europa. É bem conhecido que a Europa precisa de mais cientistas e só terá mais cientistas se tiver melhores carreiras de investigação e se forem dadas mais oportunidades aos jovens investigadores. Em Portugal sabemos bem o resultado do Programa de Estímulo ao Emprego Científico e essas lições, entre muitas outras, também são dimensões europeias a considerar. Foi feita no Conselho de Educação uma resolução e uma conclusão sobre as redes europeias de universidades, possibilitando desenvolver um quadro no âmbito Erasmus+, inédito na Europa para a formação de redes, mas redes essas que têm de ser boas práticas também no que diz respeito ao recrutamento de investigadores e de docentes. Por fim, no Conselho de Competitividade na área do espaço, foi consensual nos Estados-membros com a Comissão de lançar o novo Programa Europeu para o Espaço, juntamente com a nova Agência Europeia para coordenar esse programa, orientando aquilo que intitulámos na Europa ser o novo espaço para as pessoas, sobretudo em articulação entre os setores não espaciais, da agricultura, à mobilidade urbana ou à biodiversidade dos nossos territórios. No âmbito destas conclusões, como sabem, foi organizado um leque diversificado de eventos, no âmbito dos quais é particularmente importante os 9 manifestos que foram lançados durante a presidência portuguesa como estímulo para a Conferência sobre o Futuro da Europa. Por um lado, sobre a investigação nas humanidades, estimulando e promovendo a investigação aberta para que também nas humanidades o acesso ao conhecimento seja aberto. A Declaração do Porto sobre a investigação em cancro, promovendo no âmbito do Programa Horizonte Europa a missão do cancro com 3 tipos de infraestruturas: as infraestruturas para investigação de translação, as infraestruturas para ensaios clínicos e as infraestruturas para o impacto da investigação, sobretudo em ligação a epidemiologistas. Terceira, a Declaração dos Açores para o Atlântico, ligando o espaço aos oceanos em relação às alterações climáticas, e o Manifesto de Lisboa para a Cooperação Europa-África em Observação da Terra, que vem pela primeira vez articular a colaboração entre a Agência Espacial Europeia, a nova Agência Europeia para o Programa Espacial e a nova Agência Africana para o Espaço. Ficaram ainda, nas últimas semanas, 3 manifestos claros. Por um lado, o Manifesto de Lisboa para as Indústrias Criativas, em articulação com o Parlamento Europeu, o Manifesto de Chaves para a Investigação e Inovação em Águas Termais, que trouxe a Chaves as principais agentes europeus nas águas termais por toda a Europa, no âmbito do qual será desenvolvido no Programa Horizonte uma linha nova para desenvolver na Europa essa capacidade, assim como o Manifesto do Porto para a relação entre a universidade e a cultura, que irá estimular aquilo que se chama o Corredor Europeu da Cultura, facilitando que todos os estudantes universitários tenham acesso direto aos museus em redor das suas universidades. Este conjunto de manifestos será o contributo da presidência portuguesa na área da ciência para a Conferência no Futuro da Europa. Mas é neste futuro da Europa que temos que pensar Portugal e que enquadrar o nosso posicionamento. Hoje temos, pela primeira vez, mais de metade dos jovens portugueses com 20 anos a participarem no ensino superior. Eram 30% em 2010 e 40% em 2015. E queremos chegar a 2030 com 6 em cada 10 jovens de 20 anos a participar no ensino superior. Mas se hoje temos 112 mil jovens com 18 anos, sabemos que vamos chegar a 2030 com cerca de 86 mil jovens com 18 anos. E por isso, aprender, e o desafio de uma sociedade de aprendizagem é também alargar o sistema de ensino e de aprendizagem aos adultos, aos mais adultos, e para isso temos desafios concretos. Se é verdade que já atingimos a meta europeia definida no ano 2000 de termos 40% dos adultos residentes em Portugal entre 30 e 34 anos com um grau de ensino superior, queremos chegar a 50% nesse nível e queremos expandir a formação para os adultos, qualificando, requalificando, adaptando competências e, sobretudo, atualizando competências ao longo da vida. E por isso, no âmbito do Plano de Recuperação e Resiliência, lançámos 2 desafios, certamente para continuar a aprofundar a inserção de jovens, sobretudo nas áreas das ciências, tecnologias, engenharias, artes e matemática, mas também e sobretudo para a formação ao longo da vida, multiplicando nos próximos anos em 5 vezes aquela que é a participação de adultos em sistemas de ensino e de aprendizagem. E sabemos que só se pode aprender mais com mais conhecimento. E por isso, se este ano atingimos um investimento global em investigação de cerca de 1,6% da riqueza gerada em termos do PIB, era 1,2% em 2015, não nos podemos dar por satisfeitos e queremos chegar, consoante definido na comunicação recente da Comissão Europeia, a 3% do PIB até 2030. E este é um desafio que exige, na próxima década, duplicar a despesa pública, multiplicar por 3 vezes a despesa privada. E aí temos que perceber os desafios. Hoje temos registados oficialmente 50 mil investigadores em Portugal, quando medidos em tempo integral, mas já 40% desses estão nas empresas. E hoje a realidade empresarial é diferente daquela que era há 5, há 10 ou há 20 anos e, por isso, esta articulação virtuosa entre a atividade de maior valor acrescentado, sobretudo baseada em projetos de investigação de âmbito empresarial, e a ciência fundamental que se pode fazer nas instituições científicas e académicas, é o cerne daquilo que são as agendas de inovação para o plano de recuperação e resiliência, que têm que ser compreendidos em articulação com os fundos nacionais, os fundos comunitários de gestão descentralizada e o programa Horizonte Europa. No âmbito do programa Horizonte Europa, duplicámos nos últimos anos a nossa participação nas redes europeias, mas, mais uma vez, não nos podemos dar por satisfeitos. E, por isso, temos uma meta de voltar a duplicar a participação portuguesa durante o próximo quadro Horizonte Europa. E é importante notar que, durante os últimos anos, o tipo de parcerias das instituições portuguesas evoluiu radicalmente. Se em 2015 Portugal tinha como principal prioridade e os principais parceiros as instituições britânicas, hoje tem como principais parceiros as instituições alemãs e as instituições francesas. E por isso também é nesse contexto, assim como na preparação da saison croisée, que há um ano atrás articulámos com França uma posição conjunta, não apenas no âmbito da nossa coordenação da Agência Espacial Europeia, mas também para reforçar as parcerias com França nos próximos anos. Temos 24 líderes científicos ao longo destes 3 dias, líderes científicos franceses, a participar connosco e desde já agradeço à Embaixada de França, a todas as instituições francesas que de uma forma crescente participam ativamente com Portugal e também ao governo francês, em particular à ministra Frédérique Vidal, que iremos ouvir em breve. A todos os votos de um bom 3 dias de trabalho, àqueles que participam presencialmente e que tiveram o esforço de se testar para aqui estar, àqueles que participam virtualmente à distância, agradeço e apelo à vossa participação massiva e ativa. Muito obrigado.
Passamos agora a palavra à Ministra da Ciência e do Ensino Superior de França, Frédérique Vidal. J'appelle la ministre française de la Science et Enseignement Supérieur, Frédérique Vidal.
Monsieur le ministre, cher Manuel, Madame l'ambassadrice, Mesdames et Messieurs les commissaires, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des communautés de la recherche et de l'innovation, chers collègues, bonjour à tous. Avant tout, je voulais vraiment remercier le ministre Ettore pour ses propos chaleureux et son aimable invitation et vous dire que je suis particulièrement honorée que le Portugal ait invité et associé la France à ce grand événement. Celui-ci intervient à l'issue d'une présidence portugaise du Conseil particulièrement fructueuse, ponctuée d'événements clés pour la recherche, pour l'innovation, notamment sur les universités européennes, la recherche marine ou encore le Green Deal. Les contacts gouvernementaux ont été nombreux ces derniers mois, culminant avec l'intervention du président de la République en mai lors du sommet social de Porto. Je tiens à remercier aussi les nombreux représentants des universités et des organismes français pour leur présence, qui reflète le dynamisme de nos liens bilatéraux. Nous sortons d'une période difficile qui a mis à l'épreuve nos sociétés et notre communauté a été particulièrement touchée. Même si nous devons être encore très prudents, les premiers succès des campagnes vaccinales nous offrent la perspective d'un retour progressif à la normale. Durant le premier semestre 2021, la présidence portugaise a fait un travail remarquable concernant le renouvellement de l'espace européen de la recherche et en particulier sur la question des carrières des chercheurs. En lien avec la Slovénie qui nous précédera, la France souhaite prolonger cet effort à partir de janvier 2022 autour de 3 mots-clés: relance, puissance et appartenance. Le détail du volet enseignement supérieur, recherche, innovation est encore en cours de définition, mais je souhaite orienter notre action sur 3 axes. D'abord, mieux tirer parti des synergies entre enseignement supérieur et recherche, en coordonnant davantage nos efforts en faveur de l'innovation intensive en recherche, de l'innovation de rupture, en renforçant l'engagement citoyen dans les initiatives européennes de recherche et d'innovation face aux grands défis. Ensuite, renouveler l'enseignement supérieur européen au service des générations futures. Et il s'agira en particulier de poser le cadre d'une coopération nécessaire pour le déploiement des alliances, de leurs diplômes, de leur statut, de leur financement. Enfin, mettre l'enseignement supérieur, la recherche et l'innovation au service du rayonnement européen dans le monde. Nous travaillerons dans la continuité des réalisations de la présidence slovène à la mise en œuvre d'une nouvelle stratégie européenne de coopération internationale pour l'enseignement supérieur, la recherche et l'innovation. Le Portugal et la France sont des partenaires de premier ordre dans ce domaine, notamment dans le cadre du dialogue birégional en recherche et innovation entre l'Union européenne et l'Union africaine. Je salue d'ailleurs l'organisation d'un atelier dédié à la coopération avec l'Afrique dans le cadre de ces rencontres, auquel prendra notamment part l'Institut de recherche pour le développement, car les synergies franco-africaines en matière d'enseignement, de recherche, d'innovation seront aussi célébrées à l'occasion du sommet Afrique-France qui aura lieu à Montpellier en octobre. Par ailleurs, j'invite d'ores et déjà les représentants de la communauté portugaise à la grande conférence prévue sur ce thème de la coopération internationale à Marseille les 8 et 9 mars 2022 dans le cadre de la présidence française. Permettez-moi de revenir brièvement sur la coopération en recherche et innovation entre la France et le Portugal. Elle est riche, diversifiée, que ce soit au niveau bilatéral ou au niveau communautaire. Et elle repose en premier lieu sur des communautés scientifiques et de nombreux dispositifs spécifiques qui ont été mis en place pour soutenir cette dynamique. Le partenariat Uber-Curien, PSOA, opéré côté français en lien avec le ministère de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, propose des financements d'amorçage destinés à la mobilité pour faciliter le déploiement de projets bilatéraux. Et ce sont plus de 294 projets qui ont ainsi été financés depuis 16 ans. Dans le panorama des programmes Uber-Curien, PSOA se distingue à travers une participation élevée des jeunes chercheurs et des femmes en particulier, ce qui constitue un excellent signal. PSOA constitue aussi une passerelle vers les programmes cadres européens. Depuis 2005, 85% des programmes cadres PHC se sont prolongés par une autre forme de coopération, que ce soit via les programmes cadres européens, les opportunités proposées par le partenariat entre l'Agence nationale de la recherche française et la Fondation portugaise pour la science et la technologie, ou encore entre les établissements eux-mêmes, notamment le CNES. La montée en puissance de la coopération commune dans le cadre d'Horizon Europe est un objectif clé qui fera l'objet d'une session dédiée tout à l'heure. Elle est déjà particulièrement intense, 1146 projets communs et particulièrement dans le domaine des technologies de l'information et de la communication, de la sécurité alimentaire, de l'agriculture, de l'eau, des actions Marie Sklodowska-Curie, de l'énergie et du climat. Je souhaite que cette excellente coopération se prolonge, bien sûr, dans le cadre du programme Horizon Europe nouvellement lancé. Soutenir nos chercheurs dans leurs activités de coopération européenne et internationale est l'une des activités phares de mon ministère. Et c'est l'objet du plan d'action national pour l'amélioration de la participation française au dispositif européen de financement de la recherche et de l'innovation, qui prévoit notamment la restructuration du réseau des points de contact nationaux, la mise en place de relais au plus près des candidats potentiels au programme, dans les laboratoires, les entreprises, les pôles de compétitivité, une communication ciblée bâtie autour d'un nouveau site Internet et enfin une meilleure synergie avec les collectivités locales. Nos deux pays ont beaucoup à apprendre l'un de l'autre. À cet égard, je me réjouis que les interactions entre le plan d'accompagnement français et celui déployé par le Portugal soient explorées dans le cadre du programme de cette journée. Cette coopération est soutenue par l'existence de nombreux acteurs entre établissements, notamment celui qui lie depuis juin 2019 le CNES et l'agence Portugal Space, qui facilite les échanges de personnel, d'informations, de bonnes pratiques entre les deux structures. Et l'atelier prévu sur les micro-lanceurs illustrera, j'en suis sûre, la vitalité de cette coopération. Je souhaiterais à présent élargir le spectre au-delà de la recherche et de l'innovation pour placer le focus sur le carré de la connaissance, qui comprend également le lien vers l'enseignement supérieur et la participation de la société civile. La France s'est fixé des objectifs très ambitieux en matière de mobilité étudiante. Dans la pandémie, que les conséquences du Brexit ont bien entendu affecté cette dynamique, même si la France faisait partie des pays qui n'ont pas fermé leurs frontières aux étudiants et aux chercheurs, minimisant ainsi l'impact négatif de ces événements. Au-delà du contexte immédiat de la pandémie, c'est tout l'enjeu du plan Bienvenue en France, lancé en novembre 2018, qui fera l'objet d'une nouvelle impulsion, avec une communication plus transparente par l'introduction d'un label de qualité, une facilitation des conditions d'accès au pays, la réduction des obstacles administratifs et une meilleure prise en charge des étudiants. La France souhaite poursuivre l'internationalisation de son système d'enseignement supérieur. Le développement d'offres de formation partiellement ou intégralement en anglais, plus de 1700 actuellement, participent aussi de cet objectif. Et j'espère que ces mesures seront aussi de nature à renforcer encore la mobilité entre nos deux pays. Les universités européennes représentent une preuve tangible de la valeur ajoutée des espaces européens de l'enseignement supérieur et de la recherche et doivent en constituer la pièce maîtresse. Je me réjouis vraiment que les établissements français et portugais se soient pleinement appropriés ce nouvel instrument. 6 alliances comportant des partenaires des deux pays, c'est une véritable réussite. Après les 2 appels à propositions pilotes, ce chantier passionnant n'en est encore qu'à ses débuts. Et il s'agira donc, durant les mois à venir, de réaliser un premier bilan de ces projets pilotes pour leur offrir, le cas échéant, une reconnaissance, un label en tant qu'université européenne et un cadre structuré de coopération. Et enfin, c'est pour moi très important, leur permettre de délivrer des diplômes européens. Sécuriser aussi leur pérennité au travers de financements durables, en coordonnant les financements nationaux et les financements européens. Soutenir le déploiement des alliances existantes, en respectant pleinement leur stratégie, qu'il s'agisse de s'élargir à de nouveaux partenaires ou de faire le choix d'une intégration plus poussée sur un périmètre constant. De faire bénéficier l'Europe des avancées permises par les universités européennes, en assurant la dissémination des bonnes pratiques et en favorisant la constitution d'écosystèmes d'établissements autour des alliances. Avant de conclure, je souhaiterais rappeler la perspective de la saison France-Portugal prévue entre février et octobre 2022, qui sera l'occasion de célébrer une nouvelle fois la proximité et l'amitié qui lient nos deux pays. La science aura toute sa place au sein de cette série d'événements, avec un focus particulier sur la thématique des océans. En coopération avec l'Académie des sciences, mon ministère prévoit de lancer à cette occasion un prix scientifique pour récompenser certains projets exemplaires, et j'espère que cette perspective constituera une occasion supplémentaire d'échange et de coopération entre nos communautés scientifiques. Je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous un bel événement, de fructueux échanges au cours des 3 prochains jours. Merci pour votre attention.
Vamos dar início às intervenções e debate inaugural que será moderado pelo comissário do encontro, David Braga Malta, que já se encontra no palco. O painel é composto por Sangeeta Bhatia, do Massachusetts Institute of Technology, que participa por videoconferência, Véronique Perderot, da Universidade de Sorbonne, em Paris, John Gordon, diretor sénior do Laboratório de Inovação da Pfizer, que se junta a nós também por videoconferência, e Henrique Veiga Fernandes, investigador principal do Centro Champalimaud e co-diretor da Champalimaud Research. Passo a palavra a David Braga Malta.
Olá de novo. Eu, se me permitem, vou mudar para inglês para facilitar a comunicação entre os vários agentes. Good morning to everyone. I think we'll switch now to English to facilitate the participation of everyone. The first panel really wants to try and embed some of the words of our Minister for Science. How can we align basic science and breakthrough discoveries with the impact that they would have later in the society and in the economy? For that, we are going to have 4 different views on the challenge, and then hopefully in the end some questions, although we are a little bit running late already on the panel. So 2 academicians that work in basic science, but also contributed outside of their academic careers on the translation of those breakthrough discoveries into novel companies or novel products in the area of health. 1 large company, which is typically in the receiving end, and then someone representing a university as a whole that has completely different roles in terms of what we can do with a large institution in order to promote not only basic science, but also the creation of novel companies and the end, the impact that they have in the economy and in the large companies, so that we can create global players in Europe, companies that are truly universal like we see in the US. So we'll start with Sangeeta, and that is going to give a review from a video, a pre-recorded video, on the particular hub of Boston, on how they do this translation between basic science, innovation, and novel companies in the area where we have one of the most advanced hubs in healthcare development. We can go for Sangeeta's video now.
Greetings, and I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation to participate today. I am delighted to share my perspective on innovation and the connection between science and innovation and an economic impact on society. I am based in Cambridge, Massachusetts at MIT. And I'd like to tell you my perspective today in the context of my personal experience in my laboratory at MIT and also running a center, the Center for Nanomedicine at MIT, which is a collection of about 200 scientists working at this interface of science and innovation. So maybe I'll just start out with the punchline, which is something that I hope comes across in my talk. And that is to share what I think the key ingredients are for an innovation ecosystem based on my experience. I think there are at least 4. The first is ideas, new game-changing ideas that can emerge really from a critical mass of people working together in a sort of thematic research cluster. And I'll show you what I mean by that. The second is talent. Of course, we need people. We need people to invent and then people to participate in taking these ideas and shaping them and bringing them out to the world through, for example, startups. The third is access to capital, all forms of capital, whether it's grant funding or philanthropy or private investment in the form of venture capital or industry support. And the fourth is an appetite for innovation in the culture of the ecosystem. That is a risk-taking appetite and also a certain critical mass, a density of all the relevant stakeholders to sort of really make the magic happen. So those are, I think, what the key ingredients are. And let me show you some examples. So I'll start with examples that have come out of my laboratory. And they have emerged from what might seem to be really an esoteric niche area. And that is the merger of micro and nanofabrication technologies that you see here at the top of my slide. So these are computer chip fabrication methodologies that allow us to manipulate molecules at the 10 nanometer length scale up to cells at the sort of 100 micron length scale. And really using these to study the architecture of the liver, which you see on the bottom of my slide. As I said, the merger of these two fields might seem like a very niche area, but in my experience, it's led to 3 different startup companies that have very different business models. One was a tool company called Heprogen. I'll walk you through that technology. The other is a diagnostic company called Glimpse Bio, based on nanomaterials. And the third is a cell therapy company called Satellite Bio. And so let me sort of show you some examples of how ideas, people, capital, and culture can come together in these forms. So the first example is what was the idea and the people. So the idea was that we were going to make microfabricated human livers. You see the key piece of data here was that if we took human liver cells and we put them in culture, we knew that they would die, as everyone had shown. And if we used a microfabricated system where we added another cell type and a microfabricated pattern, that we could stabilize these human cells. And we thought that they could be predictive models for the drug industry, for drug toxicity and metabolism in humans. These were the 2 people that were involved with co-founding Heprogen with me, my student and then postdoc Salman Kitani, and the founding CEO, Bonnie Fendrock. And together what we did was finance the company, first with accelerator funds at the institution, then with venture capital, and then with government grants. That Series A funding was in 2008. The company grew up to serve 40 plus biopharmaceutical companies in metabolism and toxicity, generated many, many papers on the sort of very fundamentals of these processes, and was acquired a couple of years ago, is now part of BioIVT. I had a most interesting thing about this journey for me was what I learned through the process that fed back into my science. So here on the right, you see that the company was industrializing these micro-patterned co-cultures by miniaturizing them and making them in multi-well formats that were the industry standard and using them to study drug development. But what we went then on to do at MIT was to study pathogens, so infections of the human liver that had been previously very difficult to study, as well as now more recently nucleic acid therapies, things like gene therapy and CRISPR and siRNA that target the liver in humans. And so it's been a very kind of virtuous circle where creating this company and industrializing this technology has then allowed me at MIT to further advance the science, as well as creating a company that creates jobs and so on. The second example I'd like to give you is in the nanomaterial space. I told you we work from the micro scale to the nanoscale. And in this example, what we did was create a formulation of injectable nanomaterials that were so small that they could find their way into the human liver and measure enzyme activity in the liver that is disease associated. In particular, for the scientists in the crowd, we measure the activity of proteases. And so here, this was the idea that we could have injectable nanomaterials that could measure the activity of an enzyme. And the person was my co-founder, Gabe Kwong, who was a postdoc in my laboratory. He's now a tenured professor at Georgia Tech. And together, the idea was that we were trying to replace the biopsy with a non-invasive tool. These nanomaterials will produce a signal in the urine after an hour, And we can then analyze that urine using an analytical tool like a mass spectrometer. So this urine test essentially reports out on the enzyme activity of the liver. We funded this company with MIT accelerator funds, with angel investment. So these are private investors, venture capital, with grants, and also with a deal with a pharmaceutical company. After we founded it in 2015, I took a sabbatical myself to run the company and raise the Series A, after which we hired a CEO who's gone on to raise a Series B. This company is now a clinical stage company, so they've finished their first phase 1 clinical trial through the US FDA, and their lead program is in NASH, which is a liver disease, non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. And again, as before, what's been really exciting about this is that advancing this technology has allowed me in the MIT lab to now turn around and look at its possibilities in a whole variety of other diseases, including many cancers, and most recently, community-acquired pneumonia. So this company is called Glimpse Bio. The first one was a tool company, and this one was a diagnostic company. And again, they kind of emerged from this 20-something people in my laboratory thinking about the interface between miniaturization and liver disease. And the third and last example is shown here. This is a cell therapy company that's just emerged from my laboratory over the pandemic. We closed the seed financing actually in November of 2020. So we did all of it virtually, which is really interesting adventure. And the core idea here is that hepatocytes themselves, liver cells, have been attempted to be used as therapeutics because they are little factories and they can replace single gene defects. And if they are administered into the blood by infusion, very few of them find their way to a happy microenvironment where they can survive and thrive and do their function. And so what we've invented is a way to do an implant in the belly that's 3D printed, that supports those liver cells, the hepatocytes, and can support the patient with an efficient cell population that can survive and thrive. We call these satellite organs because they're in the vicinity of the main organ and they provide little booster functions. And my co-founders were Chris Chen, who's a longtime colleague, another MD PhD that I know from graduate school days. He's on the faculty of BU in the VIS, and our joint student, Arnav Chabra. So now these are, again, the ideas and the people, and then we needed capital, which we've raised through MIT Angels Venture and grants, the same story that you're hearing from me. And again, in that same culture, in the microenvironment of Cambridge, where I had the relationships then to be able to go back to the same incubator that I had before, which is right off MIT campus, and set up shop and hire. We're now a team of 20 people, as I said, virtually in a pandemic. So those are 3 little vignettes from my laboratory. And hopefully you can see that having kind of a thematic research focus with that's surrounded by these other opportunistic elements can lead to innovative translational work. And just to sort of take a step back and think about that at a larger scale, what you see here is the Marble Center for Cancer Nanomedicine. Is a center within the Koch Institute where my laboratory is that I run. And this is a collection of faculty that think a little bit more broadly about the interface of nanotechnology and medicine. And they're a wonderful group. You see them here, the 6 individual PIs and our center director, again, thematically focused on a research set of questions. And amongst our laboratories, we have 200 trainees. So it's quite a lovely group of researchers. And what we found in our center is that we can create structures that really allow synergies to emerge. And we do that by first building the community. We started 4 years ago with regular seminars and project awards for high-risk work, working with the community to feed the pipeline of talent in our area. We amplify that workforce those 200 trainees with a variety of programs that include connecting them to local industry and allowing them to experience the culture and the work at the local hospitals as well. And we try and encourage them to advance their technologies to the clinic, either through hospital partnerships or through startups. And so in the last 4 years, this group of folks has started 8 companies and filed 19 patents. You see these 8 companies here on the right-hand side. I already introduced you to Glimpse, but there's some other very interesting and exciting ones. Squeeze actually recently went public. And I think one thing that's really important about the culture that led to these companies is that they really leverage a larger ecosystem, which is the Kendall Square ecosystem. It's essentially a few blocks in Cambridge that are highly innovative and very dense of people and ideas that are beneficial. So this is just an aerial view that's color-coded of our part of Cambridge, and this star represents where our institute is, the Koch Institute. And you can see that they're at the corner of Main Street and Vassar Street, for those of you who've been here. And actually a lot has been written about this particular intersection in Cambridge. So you can see there's many, many interactions that really contribute to this productivity. And then this cluster actually sits within a larger ecosystem, which is the state of Massachusetts. So you can see this is the Boston-Cambridge cluster, but there's a number of other clusters around the state and much larger players as well that contribute to the sort of the density of talent and ideas and capital. So the last thing I just want to note is that in spite of all this progress and excitement, translating science into impact, we actually think we could be doing better. We recently did a study at MIT and noted actually that there were 40 missing companies. And the missing companies came from the observation that the women at MIT in general were under-founding relative to the men. You can see this is the newspaper article about the data that was released. And so about under 10% of the startups in the 7 biotech producing departments at MIT were founded by women. There's similar data at Stanford. And not only are they underfounding per capita, they also are relatively disconnected to the ecosystem. That is, in terms of being invited to be on boards of directors or on scientific advisory boards. And so the good news is that we can do even better. And we and others are thinking about how to accelerate their involvement in the ecosystem. At MIT, we've started something called the Future Founder Initiative, which I believe can actually increase the participation of women in all innovation ecosystems around the world. So with that, I thank you for your time. Hopefully, you've heard the themes of my talk coming through on what I believe the key ingredients are for an innovation ecosystem, recognizing that the lessons that I've told are very specific to MIT. I hope that they can be generalized in Portugal and in France potentially, or resonate with you in some way. They are obviously that one needs ideas, and that I believe that thematic research clusters are a key piece of that. People, diverse minds across not just science, but also business, finance, and legal, access to capital from many different sources, and finally, really a regional density of this type of activity to get the magic in the air, and an attitude of risk-taking amongst the members of the community. Thank you very much for the invitation and your attention, and I look forward to a day where we could meet in person. Thanks so much.
Thank you, thank you. I would now invite Veronique to give us her view. We can put our slides up. We can speak here, or if you want to go to the pulpit, up to you.
Is it working? Okay. So there will be the slides, or do I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Podem pôr os slides, por favor.
Yeah. Okay. And when I want to, yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much for this invitation. I'm very much honored to be here today to this prestigious session. and very happy to bring you a bit of France here. So I'm from Sorbonne University. I'm a professor in robotics and vice president for Europe. Sorbonne is probably a name that you already know for long, but in fact, Sorbonne University is a brand new university. So the next one, please. Yeah. Because in 2018, we created a brand new university by merging two former universities, and you probably know one of them, that is University Pierre and Marie Curie. Many Portuguese researchers have had collaborations with this university. We were able, in fact, to assemble three main faculties, one in arts and humanities, another one in science and engineering, and the third one in medicine. So altogether, we are having more than 50,000 students and many options for bachelor or master degrees. And of course, we are having also many research units and a lot of researchers very active in all those areas. So we consider that this university is ready to tackle with the new challenges. We are very proud of being laureate of the French Excellence Initiative, and we have some priorities. I will tell you more about them later. I don't think I have too much time, so I'll try to make it short. I'd like to insist on this slide because we believe that additionally to the two initial missions that the universities have for long, that is conducting research, creating knowledge, and then transferring this knowledge to our students through education. But now, we are also in charge of delivering innovation to the society, that is to answer the needs of the citizens to tackle with these societal challenges. We are really talking a lot now. So our president, director of our university, strongly believes that we have to support not two missions only, but the four of them. And these missions are fully integrated in the activities of our university through the research units and the research institutes that we recently created. I will talk about them later. Through the promotion of open access to the research results so that the society, the community, the whole community can benefit from what everyone is delivering in his discipline. And also, and that's the theme of this session, we are supporting innovation and entrepreneurship. In fact, I think we are now having in our university those key ingredients that the previous speaker presented, because we are, in fact, building a building inside the campus, a new one, and this building will host all the actors that are engaged in the delivery of innovation to the society. That is, we'll have all the services that are needed to support our researchers to mature their ideas, to support them deliver their research results as products or services, and also to support them to create some startups. But of course, we have also students. This is one of our key missions. So we have students, and we want to educate them since the very beginning of their studies. So we are providing them some credits on entrepreneurship, and we would like to see them after the end of their studies, creating some startups, so we are ready to support them, even if there are no more in our walls. We have a very big alumni association, and there are some venture capital to provide funds to these startups newly created. And we have also some services included to help them, in fact, all along their journey to innovation and entrepreneurship. So this will be effective in 2023, but actors are already there, and we already have some successes. Of course, our university is also open to the world, and as I'm here to show the collaboration between France and Portugal, I would like to say a few words on cooperation between our countries, and in particular between our university and some other institutions in your country. So we are strongly supporting international partnerships. This is one of our 4 priorities that I shortly introduced earlier. We are supporting our students. Anyone willing to go abroad will receive a grant. We are preserving a significant budget for that. And I saw that, of course, before the pandemic, not this year, but before, we were hosting 130 students from Portugal in our university in a year. So we are very happy because and proud of their choice, because Portugal is coming in the 5th place among the countries sending students in our university. And we are, I'm not able to understand Portuguese, but Mr. Minister, I heard that you were talking about Horizon Europe. And as Vice President for Europe, I'm supporting and I'm willing to engage our community in the European programs. So we are having a lot of staff to help researchers and also teachers, because there are the Erasmus Plus call for projects. We are supporting strongly our community so that they submit as much as possible their projects to the European framework programs. We are quite successful. We are, in fact, the first university in France in terms of European projects. And I saw that in Horizon 2020, that is since 2014, we were having a bit more than 50 European projects with Portuguese partners. And there were many kinds of projects, RTN, Mercury actions. Well, they are all listed in different areas, mainly, in fact, ICT, health, and ocean. And with different actors, there are some of them here to show you that there are not only academics, but also companies. So we really have a large, a broad collaboration with Portugal. And if I have a couple of minutes more, I would like to introduce you our new institutes that we recently created. They are multidisciplinary institutes. They are not new research labs. In fact, they are gathering research labs in all areas that are needed for tackling a specific societal challenges. And there are some of them here. I think now we are having 8 institutes. As an example, we have this one on artificial intelligence, or another one in engineering for health. And in fact, It's like having big communities of researchers and teachers that are having the same goal. And this is how we consider we could improve our research results and deliver better to the society. So, talking about collaboration with Portugal, I'd like to introduce this. I think this one is the latest created in our university, Institut de l'Océan, Ocean Institute. I suppose you could easily understand. So it corresponds to 1,500 people gathered from different units, and they are all working on the ocean. And our university is also coordinating a network of infrastructures. In fact, although we are from Paris, so you know, inside the country, we are having 3 marine stations so that we can work on the Channel, the Atlantic Ocean, and the Mediterranean. In this network that we are coordinating, there is Portugal also having, I think, 4 marine stations. And it's a very active network. People are meeting very often. They are doing a lot together. So as our minister, the French Minister of Education and Research, said just a few minutes ago, there is a joint initiative under construction between our institute and the institute that is from Lisbon, I think, as far as I know. And in autumn, they will have discussions, so workshops. And I think this is the very beginning of a very long story between our university and Portugal. Thank you.
Thank you, Véronique, for sharing with us a little bit of the revolution that is going on in France in universities. Sorbonne is one of the parts of many changing things in higher education in France that are very positive. We'll open for debate after, but now let's listen from a completely different angle. John from Pfizer is going to lead us how is integrating basic science and innovation through disruptive products from a large company. We can go to John, please.
Hello, my name is John Gordon, and I lead our Digital Innovation Lab at Pfizer for our international developed and emerging markets regions. Today, I want to share how we're approaching digital innovation by partnering and running experiments with novel technology companies to improve outcomes for patients. Our Digital Innovation Lab has been in operation for around 18 months. However, using innovation to power breakthroughs that change patients' lives is not a new idea at Pfizer. In fact, innovation in science has been at our core since we were founded in a red brick building in Brooklyn, New York in 1849. But it was in 1941 where our scientists were successful in applying our experience of deep tank fermentation to mass produce penicillin to treat Allied soldiers fighting in World War II. But today, I'm not going to talk about discovering new medicines or vaccines. I'm going to focus on how we take a science-based approach to digital innovation. Over the past 5 years, digital innovations have increased disruption and accelerated the pace of change within healthcare. We've seen many advances, including the time it takes for DNA sequencing. We have wearables tracking patients' mobility, sleep, and vital signs, and even continuously monitoring for signs of disease. In some countries, patients can now carry their medical records stored on their own mobile phone, allowing them to share this data easily with any healthcare professional that they might come into contact with. And there have been many advances in machine learning, natural language processing, and image recognition, which is allowing us to augment healthcare professionals to make more efficient, more accurate diagnoses. And in the clinical trial space, we've been able to bring the clinical trial to the patient through virtual and remote monitoring, instead of expecting them to travel long distances to participate in our clinical trials. However, over the next 5 years, we expect the pace of change to further increase, enabling us to more accurately predict or detect disease at an earlier stage, allowing interventions which could really decrease morbidity and mortality. In some cases, we're seeing digital actually become the actual treatment, with the rise of digital therapeutics that can deliver clinical outcomes both with or without pharmacological therapy. And all of this is hopefully moving us closer to an era of personalised medicine, where sophisticated data analysis will predict outcomes and support the right decision for the right patient at the right time. In our Digital Innovation Lab, we like to always refer back to this equation. Innovation equals invention plus adoption. It's science and technology that help identify the effective inventions, but we don't achieve innovation until we have meaningful adoption of those inventions to drive change. Clearly at Pfizer we have large R&D groups discovering and developing new medicines and vaccines, but we don't have so much experience in the development of some of the digital inventions that I've just been talking about. Yet we know that they're going to have a profound impact on the way healthcare is delivered in the future. So this is why we've set up our Digital Innovation Lab. We believe there are plenty of inventions out there that we consider breakthroughs that could change patients' lives. And the idea is that we can use our scale, our network, and our healthcare expertise to help accelerate adoption of those inventions into the hands of healthcare professionals and patients worldwide. Our Digital Innovation Lab sits at the interface between the internal world of Pfizer and the external ecosystem. We aim to bring the inside out by sharing more openly some of the challenges we're trying to solve. This enables us to connect with stakeholders across the ecosystem to partner or co-develop solutions for these challenges. Equally, we bring the outside in, and that's scanning the external ecosystem for the latest technology and inventions to help ensure we're always keeping pace with the changes happening in the healthcare system around us. We believe an open innovation approach can help us find digital solutions that can address the following areas. Firstly, in expanding drug discovery, we think we can find technology to provide new insights into new targets for medicines. We want to be able to predict patient response, and we also want to automate many of our operational processes. Secondly, we want to accelerate drug development by helping to redefine how to recruit and screen patients for clinical trials. As I said earlier, we want to bring the trial to the patient rather than expecting patients to travel long distances to participate in clinical trials. And we want to streamline some of the tasks to allow us to accelerate regulatory submissions as well. The third area is all about enhancing health outcomes and the patient experience. And this involves looking right across the patient journey for pain points or gaps which could be addressed that could help us lead to better outcomes for patients. So going into more detail on this area specifically, at the beginning of the journey, we're looking at how we can develop and implement algorithms that might identify or predict a patient at risk of disease so we can intervene early to reduce morbidity and mortality. In some rare diseases, we know it can take years for a patient to get to an accurate diagnosis. And during that time, they may be constantly searching for an answer online or having to undertake many different hospital visits or interventions. Using technology, we can analyze huge amounts of data to detect images on scans or entries in medical records that may indicate the presence of certain diseases to help augment the medical professionals to do the necessary tests to get to a diagnosis faster. At the diagnosis stage of the journey, there are wearables and mobile apps and other diagnostic devices that make it possible to pick up underlying conditions before they present as more severe symptoms. In atrial fibrillation, as an example, we've supported the broader use of a number of novel devices that have helped detect asymptomatic paroxysmal AF, to allow early intervention to try and prevent them going on to develop a stroke. We've implemented broad disease awareness campaigns that incorporate mobile apps that have software that helps screen for cardiac rhythm abnormalities. And once a patient has a suspected issue, we've also partnered with device companies to drive adoption of things like novel patch technology that can help and continuously monitor the patient and lead to a faster diagnosis. At the treatment stage of the journey, this is all about access to care. Some of the examples of experiments we're running here include working with telemedicine partners to provide remote access to disease specialists to patients situated in rural parts of the world where the patients are underserved by their health system. Equally, even after seeing a specialist, when the therapy or the treatment has been prescribed, affordability can be a challenge. And we've worked with a number of different solutions to help drive equity of access by helping patients navigate their various insurance schemes to ensure they're able to access any benefits available to them to help with the cost of care. Finally, at the last stage of the journey, once a patient is prescribed a medicine, it's clear that in order to achieve the best outcome from that medicine, we need to always address the whole patient. We need to help them to better understand the importance of their treatment, as well as tackle any concerns that they might have through improved education. We've also introduced new digital tools to help patients to help them remember to take their medicines regularly. And in some disease areas, it may also be important for the patient to make adjustments to their lifestyle, their diet, or maybe increase exercise. We have some partnerships in place with companies delivering exactly these kind of interventions in rheumatoid arthritis and ulcerative colitis. And we've seen some encouraging improvements in the quality of life of these patients as a result of these interventions. So every time we introduce one of these innovations, we treat them as mini experiments, asking ourselves these three questions. Who is it for? What experience are we trying to create? And what outcomes are we trying to achieve? Having clarity at the start of a project on the desired outcome allows us to set each experiment up to test a series of hypotheses. And then if these hypotheses are proven positive, then we can look to scale up the project to more regions or more countries. Our local healthcare hub programme is based in a number of countries and aims to identify and nurture promising startup companies that could help us solve some of the global challenges I've talked about. They also help us to identify suitable test beds for proof of concept experiments. The benefit for us of this approach is that we can get really early access to the latest technologies, providing up-to-date insights on the latest trends to impact healthcare, maintaining our leadership in healthcare transformation. But there's also benefits for the ecosystem from this approach, as it allows us to identify real use cases to test these new innovations. We can use our global scale, our expertise in our clinical development, market access and commercialization skills to help novel companies really accelerate faster. So just to close, I want to leave you with this quote from William Gibson. He said, "The future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed." Hopefully, we at Pfizer can play our part in distributing digital innovation more evenly across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And now for our last intervention, Enrique, please. Can you put Enrique's slide up? Yeah, you can use the pulpit.
In the 1700s, something happened in a small city in the north of Italy that actually gave the world a beautiful sound. That city was Cremona, And between the 1600 and 1700, around 100 years, there was a technology revolution on the making. The likes of Antonio Stradivari actually brought to the world a skill that was unique at that time, with a profound knowledge of materials and a tremendous innovation. In the gap of a generation, Antonio Stradivari built the most desirable instruments that would change the music forever. This was really innovation and perfection in manufacturing. And this was a tremendous opportunity, but also a challenge to composers. And the likes of Vivaldi or Bach took advantage of this innovation to completely change the landscape of music forever. But that was also a challenge. They had to take this new sound in an innovative way and very different from their peers, and they did it with class and a big impact in what we know today as the Baroque period in music. My name is Henrique Veiga Fernandes. I'm a scientist, an immunology by training, a basic scientist. I'm also a group leader at Champalimaud Research and director of this institute. And actually, I would like to bring you today this idea that world-class science and innovation are really the pillars for a disruptive productive system and economy. And this is tremendously important, certainly for every single country, but I think that in Portugal, we're really in a period of transition where it's really mandatory to develop policies that can tackle this issue with a tremendous success. And I do believe that old recipes will not put towards a future track in biomedical research. The examples I'm going to try to give you are actually related to what we normally call curiosity-driven research. In other words, how do we go from basic research, basic curiosity of the researchers that spend their life in the laboratories to create innovation and transform the economy of a country? As I referred, I'm an immunologist. We've been working for the past probably couple of decades on this cell type that is depicted here in the slide. This is a cell type that probably the vast majority of you, or a significant part of you, did not know before 2020, but now you are all aware of. This is a lymphocyte, a cell type that can save your lives by producing antibodies that will neutralize an infection such as COVID-19. And the big challenge for us that are, behind the bench is how to transform the power of basic research in innovation. This is certainly a big impact, and understanding how do we bridge high-impact science and its potential applications into products is actually a tremendous challenge and a difficult one for basic science such as myself. Probably this is only achieved via innovation, and we've heard the previous talks that really address these in very different ecosystems and very different scenarios, from big companies to academia, but in a large startup ecosystem, down to public universities, as it was the case for Sorbonne University. Now, I wanted to give you a flavor or a couple of examples of how can we achieve this. So this very small cell type, this lymphocyte, is very abundant in all our tissues and organs. It's actually the cell type that when you get infected, for instance, by COVID-19, or you have probably received your first jab of the anti-COVID vaccines, will produce large amounts of antibodies. But this is just a very small piece of the puzzle. If you take the landscape or the family tree of the immune system, that cell type that produces the antibodies is that small one over there circled with a white dot. So it's only a tip of the iceberg, and actually the immune response is much more complex. It's so complex that not only in the lab we need to understand how different cells of the immune system deal with different and important diseases, such as cancer, inflammation, or infection, but we also need to understand how these cell types will fight a cancer, for instance, in the intestine, how that changes if they have to take this battle in the mammary gland or in the liver. These are all different terrains, and the battle landscape is very different. So understanding this complex biology is likely one of the most important and most promising areas in biology in the decades to come, in my view. So we've been taking a little bit that approach in the lab by really trying to understand the complexity, the myriad of immune cells that will be terrifically important to fight disease and promote health. And understanding how these cells contribute to health, but to different diseases, as I mentioned, ranging from inflammation, infection, down to cancer, is really a critical endeavor for the generations to come. We took on these in a, I would say, original manner by trying and starting to investigate how the immune system in multiple organs can exert its function in the context of health. And a few years back, by a certain number of seminal papers, we actually discovered that the immune system and the nervous system are in actually very close proximity to each other in multiple organs. We normally think of the nervous systems as what allow us to be here today and discuss with each other, interact with our peers, but actually the nervous system does much more, and you will find dense networks of neurons in the peripheral tissues. This is an example of the intestine, where you have this beautiful network of neurons in the intestine in red. But you can appreciate they're in very close proximity to these green dots. These are immune cells. Now, not only they are in close proximity, but they do much more than that. They are in permanent dialogue between themselves, what we call the kiss, or the neuroimmune kiss. The nervous system and the immune system exchange information. They dance, they establish a choreography that is critical to maintain tissue health. This was all published. It had a major impact in science in general, but we actually, when we've made this very important discovery, we thought that we could harness these interactions, these neuroimmune crosstalk or language, into the context of disease. And that's really the first step that one can take in the laboratory, going from a very fundamental discovery towards a potential application and discovering new potentially therapeutic classes of drugs that we can use to cure diseases. This is what's depicted here. So we actually try to harness the potential of these neuroimmune interactions. We've done it, if you realize and you look at the dates, from the date we've discovered the first neuroimmune interactions down to their application in the lab. We are dealing here with about 5 years, very different from the 100 years that were required in Italy to actually make the Stradivarius. So I would like to argue that in a relatively short period of time, even in the academic setting, we can actually make a significant process from the fundamental discoveries into a potentially preclinical setting. The examples I'm bringing to here are related on the left-hand side to infection in the lung, what you normally get when you get a bacterial, viral, or parasite infection in the lung. And here we basically treated our preclinical models with a new drug, that I call here the treatment, or a neuroimmune treatment, compared to the placebo. You can see that if you treat them with a placebo, there's a lot of inflammation in the lung, as you can see by the red color of this organ, but by treating them with a neuroimmune agonist or a new class of drugs, now we can cure these animals, and the outcome is very favorable. The same thing is true on the right-hand side in the context of inflammation and cancer, where by treating these preclinical models with a neuroimmune therapy, we can basically ameliorate inflammation and prevent cancer development. So these are certainly stories of success, of scientific success, of a curiosity-driven basic research, but this is only possible at a level of the research where we create knowledge with a tremendous investment. And this investment is not only public, but also private. It's not only national, but also international. And these are examples of both national, European, and North American investment that came into these curiosity-driven research that we've been doing in the lab. Now, it comes without a saying that if we want to further push this forward and create innovation, we need an ecosystem that can bring in curiosity and commercial development of ideas. This is what Sangeeta shows us so well as culture in an ecosystem that promotes startups and new companies. And this is exactly what we've done. So based on a certain number of patents that were originated from this work, in 2018, we created this company, Limb Therapeutics. We were really trying to decode the language of the neuroimmune crosstalk in a certain number of medical unmet needs. Now, we cannot create companies without a very significant investment, and we were, I would say, lucky enough to attract a very important French venture capital called Ventures. That was at the inception of this company. That one was joined by 200M and Portugal Ventures. Now, Limb Therapeutic is certainly, by national standards, likely a success in the biomedical sector. We actually have attracted, since 2018, so in a very short period of time, even with the pandemics, around 15 million euros. So it's a company that is relatively well-funded when we're doing essentially preclinical work. We certainly attracted a significant amount of international capital. We created over a dozen of highly qualified scientific jobs. But actually, when you compare this scenario with our peers, then perhaps the picture is not so blue sky scenarios. And this is just an example of a company created around the same period. Its name is Calliope, based in New York, that has non-competitive but parallel interests to Limb. And you can see that already at the inception, they managed to fetch around 10 times more capital than Limb, based in Europe. And in the second round, again, a very significant increased amount of money when compared to Limb. So this is really a challenge. Is not only dependent on decision makers, it's certainly dependent on how venture capital and the culture of risk-taking in Europe is organized, but it's something that I think is very useful for all of us to think about in the next 3 days. So before I conclude, I would like to finish with this slide and this map of the world, actually made by a Portuguese in the 1500s, where actually Portugal, by, at the time, perhaps a bold, if not crazy, investment in sailing to the unknown, actually completely changed the way the economies and national economies were organized. So we can start talking about impact. What is the impact of curiosity-driven research and small startups in Portugal in the world scenario? And I would like to argue here that science has no borders, and it can have a tremendous impact throughout the world. And this pioneering science that we inaugurated and started in the laboratory by being really this crazy frontier science now found echo and resonated in multiple companies throughout the world. And these are an example of a significant number of companies spread throughout the world, harnessing the power and the potential of neuroimmune interaction. And some of them are really big pharmas, including JSK, Takeda, or Genentech. So I hope I have convinced you, and this would be the whole take-home message, that a bold investment in high-risk and high-gain research and innovation are really the revolution in the making. We have a unique opportunity with the talent, scientific talent we have in Portugal, to make that happen in the next couple of decades. But we need policies that take advantage of the high-quality science into delivering products in a fast track to our economy and change our society for good. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Enrique. Unfortunately, due to the events of time, we'll not have the chance to open for debate, but since I have two very important ministers sitting in front of me, I'll remind you of something you know. We need to compete in Europe, and Enrique showed examples, Sangeeta showed examples, Veronique showed examples. Let's think about two things. MIT, which is a very small school, 11,000 students, smaller than Técnico, the equivalent in Portugal, has an annual budget of $3.7 billion, which is almost as much as Ministro Heitor has to spend every year for the entire ecosystem. So please, Minister Mariana, next budget, think about this when you support Minister Manuel Heitor to increase the investment in science and innovation, because without it, we'll never be a rich country. Thank you so much. Thank you, Veronique and Enrique, for your presence, and Sangeeta and John as well. Thank you.
Agradeço aos comissários do Ciência 2021 e a todos os participantes deste painel. Vamos dar apenas alguns minutos para que a equipa técnica altere o palco, porque vamos passar para a etapa seguinte desta cerimónia, que será a entrega das medalhas de mérito científico. Como dizia, vamos dar então início à cerimónia de entrega das medalhas de mérito científico atribuídas pelo Ministro da Ciência, Tecnologia e Ensino Superior a personalidades nacionais ou estrangeiras que contribuíram para o desenvolvimento da ciência e da cultura científica em Portugal. Chamo ao palco o Ministro Manuel Heitor e a Ministra de Estado e da Presidência, Mariana Vieira da Silva, para entregarem as medalhas.
Mas precisamos ir aqui para o meio, não? Mas agora passam ali as fotografias dela.
E os medalhados são Benedita Rocha, licenciada em Medicina pela Universidade de Lisboa e doutorada em Imunologia pela Universidade de Glasgow, destacou-se no estudo da biologia dos linfócitos T e da memória imunológica. Em França, dirigiu o Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique e uma unidade de investigação do Institut National de la Santé e de la Recherche Médicale no Institut Necker Enfants Malades. Recebe, por Benedita Rocha, Henrique Veiga Fernandes.
Começas tu. O Henrique foi estudante dela.
Cândido Pinto Ricardo, doutorado em Bioquímica Vegetal pela Universidade de Cambridge, destacou-se pelo desenvolvimento de metodologias de recolha de informação sobre o genoma do sobreiro, investigador no Laboratório de Bioquímica Vegetal do ITQB e professor catedrático jubilado do Instituto Superior de Agronomia da Universidade de Lisboa. Carlos Salema, doutorado em Ciências da Engenharia pelo Queen Mary College da Universidade de Londres, destacou-se pela investigação no âmbito das radiações eletromagnéticas, nomeadamente as microondas e dos feixes hertzianos, nas suas diversas aplicações à comunicação. Fundou e presidiu o Instituto de Telecomunicações até 2020. Fernando Catarino, licenciado e doutorado em Biologia pela Faculdade de Ciências da Universidade de Lisboa, destacou-se pela defesa dos jardins botânicos enquanto espaços de divulgação e promoção de ciência e esteve na fundação da Associação Ibero-Macaronésica de Jardins Botânicos. Tem o seu nome associado a uma espécie de musgo descoberta em 2006, a Zygodon catarinoi. Firoz Razul, presidente da Universidade HK entre 2009 e 2021, coordena os polos, programas e hospitais da Universidade em 6 países: Paquistão, Quénia, Uganda, Tanzânia, Afeganistão e Reino Unido. Promoveu, em colaboração com a FCT, a iniciativa HK, Portugal para o Desenvolvimento, e liderou o desenvolvimento de vários projetos de alto nível para a rede de desenvolvimento HK, incluindo o Centro Global de Pluralismo e o Museu HK. François Galgani, doutorado em Oceanografia pela Université Aix-Marseille, investigador do INFREMER, distinguiu-se em ecotoxicologia, designadamente na avaliação dos efeitos da poluição em organismos marinhos. Isabel Ambar, doutorada em Oceanografia pela Universidade de Liverpool, destacou-se na área da hidrologia e da dinâmica das águas da vertente continental portuguesa, investigadora no mar, Centro de Ciências do Mar e do Ambiente, no grupo Coastal Systems and Ocean. João Lobo, formado em Engenharia Civil e pós-graduado em Urbanismo pela Faculdade de Engenharia da Universidade Católica Portuguesa, é presidente da Câmara Municipal de Proença Nova, tendo sido particularmente relevante na promoção da cultura científica no contexto local e regional. Tem-se distinguido no apoio à educação e cultura científica e na promoção dos encontros ambientais de Proença Nova. João Vasconcelo Costa, especialista em Biologia Molecular e Virologia, foi diretor do Instituto de Higiene e Medicina Tropical e do Laboratório de Virologia Molecular do Instituto Gulbenkian de Ciência. Jorge Crespo, professor catedrático jubilado da Faculdade de Ciências Sociais e Humanas da Universidade Nova de Lisboa, da qual foi diretor de 1996 a 2005, fundou e coordenou o Centro de Estudos de Etnologia Portuguesa e foi diretor da Arquivos da Memória. Jorge Paiva, doutorado em Biologia pelo Departamento de Recursos Naturais e Meio Ambiente da Universidade de Vigo, distinguiu-se como divulgador de ciência e defensor intransigente do meio ambiente. Em sua homenagem, a Câmara Municipal de Tomar deu o seu nome ao carvalho português centenário que está no jardim junto à Biblioteca Municipal António Cartacho da Fonseca. Luís Portela, licenciado em Medicina pela Universidade do Porto, onde foi professor durante 6 anos, exerceu medicina no Hospital de São João no Porto. Aos 27 anos assumiu a presidência da Bial, que se tornou um dos maiores grupos farmacêuticos ibéricos. Distinguiu-se como empresário, inovador e intelectual na área da psicofisiologia e das relações entre a ciência e a espiritualidade. Maria Arménia Carrondo, doutorada em Cristalografia Química pelo Imperial College de Londres, distinguiu-se na área da genómica estrutural, investigadora e docente no ITQB, onde coordenou a unidade de Cristalografia Macromolecular e o Laboratório de Genómica Estrutural no ITQB. Zita Costa, bióloga marinha e investigadora do mar, Centro de Ciências do Mar e do Ambiente. Distinguiu-se na área das ciências do mar como cientista e divulgadora de ciência, foi vice-presidente do Instituto Nacional de Investigação das Pescas e foi presidente da Sociedade Portuguesa de Ciências Naturais. Mário Barbosa, doutorado em Engenharia pela Universidade de Leeds, no Reino Unido, distinguiu-se na área da Engenharia Biomédica, nomeadamente em biomateriais e materiais utilizáveis em medicina regenerativa, assim como em processos de reabilitação celular e de interações tecelulares e nanotecnologias. Fundou e coordenou o Grupo de Investigação em Novas Terapias do Instituto Nacional de Engenharia Biomédica. Paulo Langrova, doutorado em Economia pela Universidade da Beira Interior, presidente da Câmara Municipal de Figueira de Castelo Rodrigo, distinguiu-se no apoio à ciência e tecnologia e à promoção da cultura científica no contexto local e regional. Impulsionou a plataforma de ciência aberta, o primeiro centro da rede internacional Open Science Hub, numa parceria entre o município de Figueira de Castelo Rodrigo e a Universidade de Leiden, na Holanda. Rosa Maria Pérez, doutorada em Antropologia pelo ISCTE, professora visitante de Antropologia no Indian Institute of Technology em Gandhinagar e no Departamento de Estudos Portugueses de Antropologia no Watson Institute of International Relations da Brown University. Distinguiu-se no estudo da sociedade indiana e na análise de processos de segregação social no colonialismo e pós-colonialismo na Índia. E Serafim Guimarães, doutorada em Medicina pela Universidade do Porto, distinguiu-se na área da farmacologia e terapêutica experimental. Agradeço. Vamos agora iniciar o encerramento desta primeira sessão do Ciência 2021 com uma mensagem gravada do Primeiro-Ministro, António Costa.
Bom dia a todos. É com muita satisfação que me junto à edição 2021 dos Encontros de Ciência. Começo naturalmente por felicitar os organizadores, a Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, a Ciência Viva e a Comissão Parlamentar de Educação, Ciência, Juventude e Desporto da Assembleia da República e os 3 comissários pela organização deste Encontro de Ciência, da Tecnologia e da Inovação em Portugal. O tema desta edição não podia ser mais atual: a ciência que faz o amanhã e transforma a economia. Portugal conhece bem o valor da ciência enquanto força transformadora. Tem sido essa a motivação que pautou a estratégia dos últimos anos, com investimentos significativos e muito importantes, com investimentos continuados na investigação e inovação feita em Portugal. O compromisso de longo prazo é vital para fruirmos, enquanto comunidade, dos muitos benefícios do investimento em ciência e também para os agentes científicos poderem ter confiança e previsibilidade na sua atividade. No Orçamento de Estado para 2021, num contexto de crise pandémica muito difícil, não perdemos essa capacidade de fixar o futuro. Continuamos a alargar a base social do ensino superior, com aumento de 28% nos apoios sociais a estudantes, e reforçamos a dotação inicial da Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia e das instituições do ensino superior públicas. Atentos às recomendações dos nossos cientistas e investigadores, alargamos o âmbito da medida de restituição do IVA na área da ciência, cobrindo um universo potencial de 193 instituições sem fins lucrativos e 104 instituições de ensino superior público e privado. Garantimos assim que o Sistema Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia mantém a sua capacidade competitiva no âmbito de consórcios internacionais. A aposta contínua na valorização do conhecimento permitiu-nos, por exemplo, aumentar a despesa total em investigação e desenvolvimento em mais 34% entre 2015 e 2019, assegurar um salto qualitativo muito expressivo nas qualificações dos nossos jovens, com um incremento da proporção da população dos 30 aos 34 anos com o ensino superior concluído, um crescimento de quase 20 pontos percentuais em apenas 10 anos. Estes progressos não são, obviamente, um fim em si mesmo. Traduzem-se, sim, em resultados muito tangíveis na vida dos nossos cidadãos. Produzimos mais e melhor e com maior valor acrescentado. Registramos ganhos na competitividade, assentos no conhecimento, que se materializam em mais emprego, de maior qualidade e com melhores salários, e que se materializam também em maior coesão social e territorial. Mas como esta audiência bem sabe, o valor da ciência e da inovação não se esgota nestas dimensões económicas. É por isso, com muito orgulho, que verificamos o progresso assinalável do nosso país em programas europeus de investigação e inovação de base competitiva, como o Horizonte 2020. Registámos um resultado histórico, com cerca de 180 milhões de euros atraídos anualmente nos últimos 3 anos, símbolo da excelência e da ciência e da investigação feita em Portugal. Estamos em busca de descobertas e avanços que nos permitam responder aos grandes desafios da nossa sociedade, da saúde ao envelhecimento ativo, da transição climática à digitalização, do espaço à segurança. Trabalhamos em conjunto para que o conhecimento produzido chegue mais depressa ao mercado e assim se materialize em benefícios para todos. Nas fábricas, nas cidades, nos hospitais, nas nossas casas. Em suma, nas múltiplas dimensões da nossa vida. No rescaldo da crise pandémica, os benefícios desta investigação de base e da sua tradução em valor para a sociedade ficou bem à vista de todos. Foi o que nos permitiu, em tempo recorde, desenvolver vacinas e melhorar tratamentos. E, em conjunto com políticas públicas robustas e atempadas, salvar vidas e salvar empregos. Foi neste contexto que, no âmbito da presidência portuguesa do Conselho da União Europeia, colocámos 3 temas no centro do debate sobre a investigação e inovação à escala europeia. Em primeiro lugar, a ciência enquanto motor da criação de emprego qualificado, potenciando do crescimento robusto e sustentado. Em segundo lugar, o papel crítico da ciência, fundamental, aberta e colaborativa, alargando a fronteira do conhecimento. E, finalmente, a necessidade imperiosa de valorizar as carreiras de investigação e aumentar a sua profissionalização. Agora é tempo de olharmos o futuro. Permitam-me recuperar o mote deste Encontro Ciência 2021, porque ele reflete bem o espírito do nosso programa de recuperação e resiliência. A ciência que faz o amanhã e transforma a economia. Precisamente no programa de recuperação e resiliência, investimos perto de 40% das verbas disponíveis, mais de 6 mil milhões de euros, em ciência, conhecimento e inovação. Destaco aqui as agendas mobilizadoras para a inovação empresarial, que lançámos no passado dia 23, pelo seu caráter disruptivo e pela sua natureza verdadeiramente transformadora. Um programa que nos permitirá criar valor com base na excelência da inovação produzida em Portugal. Um programa ousado, porque só com ousadia construiremos um futuro mais resiliente, mais verde, mais digital, um futuro mais justo e inclusivo. Como refere a Comissão Europeia, na avaliação que fez do nosso programa de recuperação e resiliência, sinaliza que os investimentos significativos para estimular a investigação e a inovação. E inclui, e estou a citar, um pacote ambicioso de reformas e investimento que visam as causas profundas dos desafios identificados e que deverão promover a competitividade e a produtividade do país. Desafios identificados pela Comissão Europeia ao longo dos anos, no âmbito das recomendações específicas para cada país e, no caso concreto, para Portugal. Mas também desafios identificados pelos nossos investigadores, cientistas, empreendedores, cujas preocupações encontram agora uma resposta decisiva. É assim, com a simplificação administrativa e a redução dos custos de contexto, incluindo pela introdução de muitas das recomendações do relatório do Grupo de Trabalho para a Simplificação dos Projetos de Investigação e Desenvolvimento. É assim, com a criação de mecanismos de financiamento que potenciam o investimento em inovação por via do Banco de Fomento, com uma visão de longo prazo para o país. E é assim com o estabelecimento de taxas de apoio até 100% para a investigação fundamental e com níveis de incentivo para as empresas num limite máximo que a legislação europeia permite. Continuaremos atentos às recomendações do setor. O processo ímpar da auscultação e participação que nos permitiu construir um programa de recuperação e resiliência verdadeiramente transformador não se esgotou com a aprovação do documento em Bruxelas. A Comissão Nacional de Acompanhamento, já em pleno funcionamento, assegurará uma articulação constante com os especialistas e com os autores no terreno, incluindo o Conselho de Reitores, o Conselho Coordenador dos Institutos Superiores Politécnicos, com o Conselho Nacional de Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação. A estrutura de missão Recuperar Portugal fará a ponte entre o plano e os seus exigentes prazos de execução. E convido-os a consultar o sítio da Recuperar Portugal na internet, onde atempadamente encontrarão a informação relevante sobre os avisos e os concursos em curso. E o portal Mais Transparência disponibilizará informação atualizada que nos permitirá, a par com os mecanismos de controle e auditoria, prestar contas sobre a boa utilização destes fundos. Importa recordar que este Plano de Recuperação e Resiliência é um dos instrumentos financeiros à disposição do país que acresce aos já existentes. Complementa, potencia, adiciona. É uma oportunidade sem precedentes para fazermos o que ainda não fizemos. Estamos, por tudo isto, confiantes de que vamos atingir as ambiciosas metas a que nos propusemos para o ano de 2030. Elevar a despesa total em investigação e desenvolvimento até 3% do produto interno bruto, garantir 50% de graduados na faixa etária entre os 30 e os 34 anos e atingir um volume de exportações equivalente a 53% do nosso produto interno bruto, com enfoque no aumento da balança tecnológica. O sucesso desta estratégia depende de todos nós e, em particular, depende de todos vós, cientistas, investigadores, estudantes, empresários. Essa é indiscutivelmente a grande força da nossa estratégia do futuro e a grande força do nosso presente. De forma descentralizada, flexível, colaborativa, mas guiados por ambiciosas metas comuns, construiremos hoje o país que queremos ter amanhã. E não temos tempo a perder. Por isso, muito obrigado e votos de um excelente encontro Ciência 2021.
Tem a palavra a Ministra Mariana Vieira da Silva.
Muito obrigada, muito bom dia a todos, Sr. Ministro da Ciência, Tecnologia e Ensino Superior, caros comissários do evento, que as luzes me impedem de identificar, David Malta, Marta Oliveira e Paula Alves, Sra. Presidente da FCT, excelentíssimas senhoras e excelentíssimos senhores. No último ano e meio, a ciência assumiu uma visibilidade inédita no nosso cotidiano em comunidade, à escala global. Em quase todos os países do mundo, decisores políticos, cidadãos viraram-se para a ciência e para os cientistas à procura de resposta de forma mais visível do que é habitual. E julgo que nunca na nossa história tivemos tantos cientistas em horas de diretos televisivos todos à procura de explicações para o momento que vivemos. E foi a ciência que nos ajudou a estabelecer os riscos desta doença, a identificar os doentes, os grupos mais vulneráveis, a estudar terapêuticas e formas de resposta mais eficazes, que modelou a forma como nos podíamos proteger do contágio, que estudou também os impactos sociais desta crise e as condições sociais em que as pessoas viviam e que as tornavam mais vulneráveis para esta doença. Há um ano, quando nos encontramos aqui, ainda não víamos com evidência que a vacina ia chegar a tempo desta sala hoje poder estar mais preenchida e que os testes iam desenvolver-se e tornar-se cada vez mais rápidos também a tempo de podermos ter esta convivência. Mas a ciência, na resposta a esta crise, é importante também na perspectiva que nos dá de futuro. Na vacina, como já disse, mas também na forma como nós precisamos agora de estudar e de nos concentrar na forma como podemos recuperar desta crise em múltiplas dimensões, das ciências naturais às ciências sociais. E se esta centralidade valorizou a ciência, valorizou a sua visibilidade junto da sociedade, temos certamente hoje mais raparigas e mais rapazes que veem este caminho visível, mais visível e mais presente na sua vida. ela também foi confrontada com inúmeros desafios de comunicação, que aliás eram já visíveis quando há um ano me dirigi a esta audiência, a este encontro. Em larga medida, a visibilidade que demos ao processo científico e às suas diferentes fases, e bem, facilitou a vida àqueles que querem debruçar-se sobre os momentos normais, as incertezas, as dúvidas, os avanços, os recuos, as hipóteses, tudo elementos normais do processo científico e que agora, por estarem visíveis, por serem em direto, são muitas vezes usados contra a ciência, alimentando perigosos discursos e desinformação. E também temos, julgo eu, nestes encontros de nos prepararmos cada vez mais e cada vez melhor para esse desafio da comunicação e para explicarmos, mostrarmos como é que a ciência se faz e porque é que existem esses momentos de avanço e de recuo. Julgo que esse é um desafio muito significativo do momento que vivemos, já era, já foi, e muitos daqueles que aqui estão presentes fazem também da comunicação em ciência um tempo fundamental do seu trabalho, mas a verdade é que esta crise pandémica traz novos desafios para esta questão da comunicação. Todos os que aqui estão presentes valorizam esse gosto pela procura, pela descoberta, essa curiosidade científica. E a procura do valor económico não deve limitar, nem deve orientar esse caminho, e não nos faltaram ao longo desta manhã exemplos nos últimos anos, nos últimos meses, nas últimas décadas, de como a ciência fundamental está na base de muitos dos avanços que temos feito mesmo na resposta a esta pandemia. Mas não podemos também desvalorizar o potencial económico do conhecimento produzido e também por isso temos procurado ter políticas económicas que valorizam o conhecimento na base da nossa economia. Essa capacidade de transpor o conhecimento produzido para a economia, que aqui foi tão bem explorada com exemplos internacionais, determina a nossa produtividade, a nossa competitividade, o sucesso das nossas empresas, os salários dos nossos trabalhadores, determina a robustez dos nossos sistemas sociais, as condições de vida dos nossos cidadãos. Portanto, o impacto económico é muito mais do que às vezes ouvimos quando ouvimos a expressão impacto económico, e é por isso que é tão importante. E o tema deste encontro, a ciência que faz o amanhã e transforma a economia, não podia ser mais oportuno. A aposta que há várias décadas o país faz na ciência tem também de se traduzir numa economia mais competitiva e num país mais coeso. E é por isso que procuramos continuar a estabelecer novos desafios para esta aposta na ciência, procurando prosseguir uma trajetória que nos permita chegar aos 3% do PIB em 2030. Naturalmente, o investimento em ciência tem como necessidade prévia não só as ideias, mas também as pessoas, e é por isso que este investimento nas qualificações é tão importante para o nosso país. Por um lado, porque precisamos de reduzir os muitos anos de atraso que temos e, por outro, porque nos precisamos de preparar para estes desafios. Para atingir os nossos objetivos, contribuímos com um importante contributo do PRR. Foram lançados na semana passada, os 2 primeiros avisos do PRR que foram lançados foram precisamente no âmbito das qualificações. O Impulso Jovem STEAM, que irá apoiar 10 mil estudantes nos próximos 4 anos, alavancando um aumento da oferta nas áreas da ciência, tecnologia, engenharia, humanidades e matemática. E o Impulso Adultos, que irá apoiar 23 mil formações a nível superior, dirigidas à população ativa, com a intenção de promover a renovação de competências e de qualificações. E queria chamar a atenção para a importância de uma meta estabelecida no Plano de Ação do Pilar Europeu dos Direitos Sociais, que nos diz que a cada ano 60% dos adultos têm que ter pelo menos um momento de formação. E isso é um desafio para todo o nosso sistema formativo, que vai desde os centros de formação profissional às universidades e aos politécnicos, e que é um desafio muito significativo também de organização da nossa vida coletiva, da nossa vida social, da nossa vida pessoal e da nossa vida familiar, porque são números muito além da realidade que nós temos hoje. E estes números, estes objetivos ambiciosos, que muitas vezes parecem impossíveis de alcançar, nós devemos olhar para eles com a certeza de que, mesmo quando já pareceram impossíveis, nós fomos capazes de os alcançar, fomos capazes de reduzir para menos de 10% o abandono escolar precoce, fomos capazes de subir para 40% da população entre os 30 e os 34 anos com formação de nível superior e seremos capazes de enfrentar todos os desafios, desde que as políticas estejam certas e possamos mobilizar os recursos necessários para as atingir. Foi com esse mesmo espírito de construção de respostas políticas adequadas, mobilização de todos os atores, que procuramos desenhar o PRR e que contamos implementar o PRR. Além deste apoio às qualificações, existem também 930 milhões de euros para promover a inovação, muito no espírito da discussão que aqui foi tida hoje, de como ligar as partes, de como criar estes ecossistemas propícios à inovação, garantindo a articulação entre a investigação e a economia, promovendo emprego qualificado e promovendo, então, essa economia mais desenvolvida e que promove a maior coesão. Estes investimentos têm como objetivo alcançarmos as ambiciosas metas que o Primeiro-Ministro referiu há pouco no vídeo, subir para 3% do PIB a despesa total em ID, ter 50% dos diplomados na população ativa entre os 30 e os 34 anos e subir para 53% do PIB o volume das nossas exportações. Vivemos um momento muito difícil, mas também um momento transformador da nossa economia e com o objetivo de que a nossa economia e a nossa sociedade superem esta crise em melhores condições que aquelas que teríamos, é o nosso objetivo principal. Queria destacar um ponto final e que tem a ver com a diversidade dos ambientes que vivemos. Todos os ambientes profissionais perdem quando se afunilam em torno de estereótipos, perdem capacidade, perdem criatividade, perdem capacidade de se relacionarem com o mundo no qual estão inseridos, perdem espírito crítico. E é sabido que nós temos um grande peso de mulheres no número de diplomados no nosso país, contudo a sua distribuição é muito desigual. A boa notícia é que, olhando para os locais com mais inovação no mundo, eles não diferem de nós. A má notícia é que, então, todos temos que fazer essa transformação. A representação das mulheres na área das engenharias não chega a 1/3 e é ainda inferior nas áreas das tecnologias, da informação e da comunicação. E, naturalmente, que esta subrepresentação na formação vai reproduzir-se nos domínios científicos destas áreas. E se sabemos que são estas áreas que em crescimento, em volume e em relevância económica vão crescer mais nos próximos anos, então esta subrepresentação é também indicadora de desigualdades futuras, desigualdades que levamos muitos anos a combater, por exemplo, no número de diplomados e que nos cabe agora procurar evitar, procurar prevenir. É também esse um dos objetivos dos investimentos que temos previstos no PRR e que aqui gostaria de destacar. Estamos empenhados nesta desconstrução de estereótipos e na criação de condições para que todos os jovens, rapazes ou raparigas, tenham nascido em que meio tenham nascido, tenham condições para poder alcançar o mundo, os setores mais inovadores da nossa vida. E é por isso que contamos com a contribuição da Ciência Viva, e há pouco não saudei a Rosalia Vargas, mas a luz encadeia-me, peço desculpa. E é por isso que temos desenvolvido diferentes projetos das Engenheiras por um Dia, muitas atividades em que cientistas, empresárias se dirigem às escolas para contribuir, para promover sessões que combatam esta segregação profissional que ainda temos. Qualquer ambiente é melhor tem um melhor desempenho se for diverso e inclusivo, e isso é verdade nas engenharias, na política, na proteção social, na gestão de empresas, é sempre verdade. E é por isso que procuramos concretizar este investimento com estas preocupações de coesão social e de igualdade. Para o Governo é claro que estes objetivos só fazem sentido se não forem desligados de um objetivo de promoção de coesão social, uma sociedade onde cada uma possa seguir o seu caminho, possa concretizar os seus sonhos. É também para isso que contribui este evento e desejo a todos um muito bom evento. Muito obrigada.
Damos assim por encerrada esta sessão e chamamos a mera atenção para o início de todas as sessões paralelas dentro de momentos. Agradecemos a vossa presença e participação no Ciência 2021.
Olá. Bom dia a todos, àqueles que se estão a juntar a nós online. Nós vamos iniciar esta sessão SCAO High Level Dialogue e a abertura da sessão vai ser feita pela Isabela Vilés, que vem da Escola Secundária de Cascais e que nos vai, num pitch, muito rapidamente, apresentar o seu projeto EU-SDC. Dou-lhe a palavra, está bem, Isabel? Pode estar aí, se quiser. Sim.
Já posso?
Som para a Isabel, se faz favor. Não tem som?
Tem.
Ok.
Já posso começar? Ok. Muito bom dia a todos, presencialmente e online. Em abril eu tive a oportunidade de fazer parte da competição europeia de design espacial, que foi criada pela Space Science and Engineering Foundation, que foi criada por sua vez pelo Dr. Randall Perry. Portugal teve a honra de ser um dos 7 países que estrearam esta competição, e isto com o apoio da Portugal Space e da Ciência Viva. A competição consistia na divisão dos seus participantes em companhias que iriam lutar pela contratação de uma empresa fictícia, e tudo isto passou-se em 2121. Este ano consistiu na criação de uma base de investigação científica cujo objetivo era a pesquisa de vida nos mares da Lua, Europa, de Júpiter, assim como de uma estação espacial. Eu fiz parte da equipa de engenharia estrutural, cujo objetivo era criar em si as estruturas, e era a parte assim mais criativa, mais de desenho, e depois eu especificamente fiquei encarregue de criar o modelo 3D da estação espacial. Esta experiência mostrou-me que nada se faz sozinho e ajudou-me a sedimentar a minha convicção de que quero seguir a astrofísica como carreira, assim como também me ajudou no lado interpessoal, da responsabilidade e do trabalho de equipa. Aqui vejo Portugal com muito orgulho a participar nestas iniciativas, nomeadamente o USDC, que é a competição, mas também no SCALE como um país membro. E mostra que a cooperação internacional e a cooperação de várias partes com um objetivo comum é muito importante. Novamente, dá-me legitimamente um orgulho enorme ver Portugal com estas iniciativas para divulgar a ciência, nomeadamente a ciência espacial, entre a comunidade, em específico os mais jovens, porque são o futuro do país e do mundo, claro. E mostra que juntos somos mais fortes. Obrigada.
Muito obrigada, Isabel. Eu passo agora a palavra ao Cláudio Melo, que se junta a nós online e a quem passo a pasta, digamos, de coordenar e moderar esta sessão SCAO. Está-nos a ouvir bem, Cláudio?
Bom dia. Sim. Eu agradeço a Isabel pelas palavras e pela essa história, né, de inspiração, né, e como ela fechou a intervenção dela, é muito certo, né? Juntos podemos mais, né? E esse é o grande exemplo, né, desse tipo de exercício, né, de cooperação internacional para fazer coisas difíceis, né? Coisas difíceis requerem recursos extraordinários, né, mentes brilhantes, né, e muita vontade de cooperar. I'm going to switch to English because most of the panel we have a mix from people from all over, right? That are SKA is an international cooperation, an international effort. So let me start here with a few introductory words. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome everyone to this thematic session, a high-level dialogue on the Square Kilometer Array Observatory dedicated to generate a high-level dialogue where we take a closer look at the SKA Observatory. The SKA Observatory is a newly born intergovernmental organization of which Portugal is a founding member, with the ambition to bring together a wealth of the finest scientists, engineers, and policymakers to build the world's largest radio telescope. So to elaborate on the contribution of the SKA Observatory to our understanding of the universe and the interplay between science, industry, and diplomacy, and the catalytic role of the SKA Observatory in bringing all those dimensions together, we brought here, that you see on your screen, an outstanding panel with representatives of the SKA Observatory, scientific community, government officials of the member countries, and key players in the innovation business. Okay. So the motto of the Science 2021, the Ciência 2021, is science that builds tomorrow and transforms the economy. This is a great match with the topics that we will address here in the session today. So before we start, I would like to thank you all members of the panel, their generosity to make room in their busy agendas and share with us the views, experience that will help each one of us to connect the different bits and pieces of the societal impact of the SKA Observatory. Final comment on the format of the session. Sorry. The session starts with a talk by Professor Phil Diamond, the SKA Observatory Director General, who will give us an overview of the observatory in all areas that SKA is expected to have a measurable impact. And after that, I will ask specific questions to all panel members to address different aspects of this impact. To make the session a real dialogue, I invite all members of the panel to jump in and make comments and ask additional questions. Okay. So the audience, I believe, in the YouTube chat and on the live stream of the event, that we will try to answer towards the end of the session. I think, I believe this is all I have to say. So again, for being here. Phil, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudio. Can you hear me okay? So, hello to everyone, and I thank you to Minister Heitor and to Ricardo Conde for the invitation to talk today. Sorry for my unusual background. I'm actually on the first day of my holiday, so excuse the background, any background noise. I shall talk for a few minutes now to just the areas beyond where we expect to have significant impact on society. So, SKA itself is as Claudio has just said, it's a new observatory, a new intergovernmental organization, and our job is to build and operate the next generation radio astronomy observatory. That will be 2 telescopes, a low frequency radio telescope situated in Western Australia. You can see an artist's impression of that in the bottom left picture there, and a mid-frequency array of radio telescopes, 197 15-meter class dishes in South Africa. And you can see an artist's impression in the bottom right, actually in with real photographs of this array, which will be incorporated within the SKA. The whole observatory, which is governed by a convention, was born on the 4th of February of this year, and it's headquartered in the UK. In addition to the telescopes and the observatory itself, the network will be supported by, the observatory will be supported by a global network of regional centers which provide access to the SKO data. I have in a start short and is due to be complete in 2028, 2029 with a first decade of construction and operations costs of about €2 billion. We have a plan for 2,500 dishes across Africa and up to 1 million antennas across Australia. Just to show the global reach of the observatory, you see that 16 countries are currently participating. We have 7 full members. Actually, China formally became a full member today. Sorry, actually it was on Saturday. Excuse me. So 2 days ago. So we have 7 full members, and as Claudio has said, Portugal was one of the founding members of the observatory, for which I am extremely pleased. Motto that we're one observatory, 2 telescopes across 3 continents. But as you can see, our partnership spreads across We are, of course, building the observatory to do science. And I don't have time to go into the scientific goals. Suffice to say that it's a huge range of science that will be enabled by
I think lost field, right? So can anyone from the technical support just let me know who's connected so I can move on with the questions? Oh, Phil's back.
Hi, Claudio.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Phil.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. My laptop died. I do apologize for that. Could I ask that the slides be controlled from Portugal? Could Vasco control the slides for me? Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me try and do this on my mobile phone. So we are building the SKA to observe the universe. But as in any large research infrastructure these days, science is only part of what we plan to do. Research excellence, it's part of a much bigger picture. And we must now, as we work to spend all of this taxpayers' money on such things, we must understand what the impact of a large facility such as SKA will be. So past research infrastructures do give strong evidence of the impact, and for radio astronomy in particular, we have specific examples such as Wi-Fi, the translation of imaging techniques into medical imaging, spacecraft tracking, GPS, etc. Next slide, please. So we look in terms of our impact towards the the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we have the advantage, being a young organization, that we're able to start these things from really from the ground level. And so we've looked at this very carefully, and we will be contributing in our own way, which is fairly modest, but we will be doing so, to 11 of the Sustainable Development Goals. And our strategy is to ensure that we maximize our impact across these goals. Next slide, please. So just in terms of economic impact, a critical factor for countries that participate in the SKA is that a minimum of 70% of their contribution to the capital cost of construction will be spent in that country's industry. And the industry covers a wide range of high-tech activities listed on the screen there. Modern data communications, fiber optics, digital signal processing, etc., etc. A lot of it in very complex software as well. The SKA is largely a software telescope. That's where much of the innovation is happening. Next click, please. But there is also, beyond construction, there will be some long-term return. And Minister Haitor in particular was asking me about this in a conversation we had a few weeks ago. And one aspect, it's not the only one, but one aspect is that the SKA will require a global network of what we call SKA regional centers, each with powerful computing and data storage resources. And these are the interface, the portal for scientists to access SKA data. And just as an example, Portugal has a modest number, but very high quality scientists and engineers from the Engage SKA consortium who are participating in the design efforts for the regional centers. And in fact, Peter Quinn, who is one of the speakers, is coordinating that effort, which is ongoing. Next slide, please. There are other contributions to society as well. And I just touch on a couple very briefly here. We're working very closely with the indigenous community in Western Australia, the Wadjuri Yamaji. It's very pleasing to see what our South African colleagues have managed to do in terms of human capital development across Southern Africa. It's fantastic in bringing new talent into science, technology, and engineering. And there have been benefits that have flowed from the SKA-related efforts into assisting within the pandemic. And the most outstanding example is our colleagues from the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory designing and construction of 20,000 non-invasive ventilators. I think this has been an amazing story. Next slide, please. We also, I think, are a high-profile element in science diplomacy. And I'm sure Dan du Toit will talk to things like this. Any major research infrastructure helps foster international connections and encouraging the government-level interactions. And you can see here somebody well-known in Portugal, Carlos Modas, standing in front of our art exhibition, which was commissioned for the SKA. In the bottom there, the ex-British Science Minister, David Willits. There's a group from the BRICS countries visiting South Africa, and most recognizable in the top right, President Xi of China and President Ramaphosa of South Africa standing in front of a meerkat, the first meerkat image of the Galactic Center. All of this is part of the sort of soft impact of a research infrastructure. Next slide, please. Sustainability is also at the heart of what we want to do. Power consumption for our telescopes is a significant factor. It's our largest single operational cost, actually. Our designers insisted on low power digital signal processing equipment. And in both Australia and South Africa, we're looking at solar power systems to provide the power to the telescopes. And in the image, that is a real photograph of the solar voltaic power system in Western Australia. For the ASCAP telescopes, we will build something 3 times larger. And of course, we're looking towards the human element of this in terms of the evolution of meetings driven by the pandemic. Next, and I believe final slide. So, the SKAO is now established. It will soon start construction of the SKA telescopes. Our primary mission is science, the exploration of the universe, but we do recognize that role to play to society itself, and will be delivering impact wherever and whenever we can, because the innovation that we require covers many, many areas. So working together, I think, means working better. Thank you very much, and I do apologize for my technology failure. I don't know what happened to my laptop. It's still dead. Okay, over to you, Claudio.
Thank you very much, Phil. Thank you very much. And I think, yeah, I mean, we had this technical glitch, but thank you for recovering that very quickly. So thanks for this comprehensive overview, Phil. Short, but yet with a lot of content, right, on this wonderful enterprise that make an observatory like at scale of the SKA to move from an idea into a real thing and deliver the spectacular results that we all expect from it. So in this sense, I'd like to start asking a question with you, which may be already a tough question, right? As building a facility like SKA on time, on specs, on budget, which is the dream of any project manager, right, is already a titanic task per se, right? But in addition to that, as you said in your presentation, SKA is born in a time where we need to consider aspects beyond science and engineering, right? So the ecological footprint, how we operate matters, the values of the organization, they do matter, the dialogue and the cultural respect from stakeholders at large also matter, and so on and so forth. So how does the observatory plan to incorporate those sustainability aspects, sustainability here in terms of ESG, right? From the beginning, you said that you incorporate, but it means that it is already part of the strategy of the observatory?
Yes, very, very much so. That they're actually built in. So some aspects are built into the convention itself, where, as you will know, a convention is ratified by governments, and it's not the sort of thing that is changed easily. So as the convention was being written, the governments, our partner nations, recognized the need to build in these things into the DNA of the observatory. And as I said, being a new organization, we have incorporated these into our values, our mission statement, and we intend to follow all of these aspects and put time and resources into ensuring that we deliver on this, on all aspects of these as we move forward. Fundamentally, we recognize we're global citizens. We are responsible to spend taxpayers' money in a judicious fashion, and to look after the planet on which we live as well. So we're building these in right from the start, and I do say to my team that we will absolutely walk the walk.
So thank you very much, Phil. I think these you have very powerful word, right? That we are a global citizens, right? So it's and you need to inspire people and be role models. So and this is a great message. Look, I think we're gonna touch many more aspects of your presentation later on, but before we dive deeper into the broader societal impact, I'd like to to talk a little bit about science, right? We have a few astronomers here in the panel. And I would like to start asking Dr. Sonia Anton, who is the researcher at the Center for Research and Development in Mathematics and Applications, and a member of the Engage SKA, which has been, as you said, Phil, has been the consortium articulating the Portuguese participation in the pre-construction phase of SKA. Right? Sonia, could you share with the audience watching this panel, what's your field of research and what we expect that SKA will bring to this field of research?
Sure.
Welcome, Sonia.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I take this opportunity to greet my colleagues on the panel. So let me just begin by a more general view of SKA and tell you that I think that SKA is the very first telescope that combines three very important parameters. Its ability to detect extremely weak signals, plus with great detail, and plus for a vast number of systems. And this is quite unique in the radio telescope. So this will allow us to produce the most detailed 3D map of the distribution of matter over the cosmic time. And so from the very large scale of the universe to the very small regions like those, for instance, concerning the formation of planets. And not only know how the matter is distributed, but also to characterize it and to know more about physical processes that are occurring there. So this quantity and quality of data will enable us to advance in very different areas of knowledge, from cosmology, fundamental physics, up to astrobiology. And so we will be in position to discuss open questions like dark matter, dark energy, gravity in very extreme conditions, the evolution and formation of first galaxies and stars, which is my area of research. And also in the astrobiology, we will be in position to progress in the knowledge of formation of complex molecules in space, and this is very important for areas of related with formation of life. I think that's very interesting to analyze this also, the SKA, in terms of the momentum of astronomy. In the last decades, we have been really in the revolution in terms of our ability to detect the cosmos. So besides light, in the last, say, 10, 20 years, we are now detecting gravitational waves, which is the most the novelty of the last 5 years, neutrinos, and cosmic rays. And this puts a new paradigm for astronomy of the 21st century. For the very first time, we will be able to investigate the phenomena as a whole, and this has an immense potential for discovery. Sometimes I give this example of when you do a checkup. You have to do different tests, blood exams, X-ray plates, magnetic resonance, for instance, and only when you have all these different tools, it's the only way to understand the whole of your body, to understand what's going on with your body, because you are probing completely different components of your body. In astronomy, it's exactly the same. We are in a moment that we can get different kinds of information. So in this context, SKA offers a massive amount of data, really massive, and this can be combined with different telescopes. For instance, Pierre Roger give you information on cosmic rays, Ice Cube in neutrinos, LIGO, Virgo, and the future LISA in gravitational waves. And also all sky surveys like these emissions, like Gaia that's already in operation, but also Eclipse, the future Athena, and which can also be follow-up with the baseground telescopes like ALMA, VLT, and future VLT. So there is a science enhancing when all these different messengers are brought together. And I can give you an example of my area of research, which is the formation and the evolution of galaxies. I do galaxies that contain supermassive black holes, and we know that at some point these systems merge. Nevertheless, there are very few known systems that have been found in the act of merging, and these introduce some stress in the most accepted galaxy formation model. So we need to find more, and we need to understand this phase of the galaxy formation. Now, SKA is going to be really very important for this kind of studies because it probes a vast number of systems. We need statistics, and so we can try to pinpoint some of these systems. And then we have to do the follow-up in other wavelengths. To give you an example, we are coordinating a key science project with the VLBI SKA working group, where we propose to combine SKA with VLBI interferometer, and then to combine this with Gaia data in a way that is a better way to pinpoint these kinds of systems, which are actually putative emitters of gravitational waves, neutrinos, and cosmic rays. So by bringing all these different data together via a multi-messenger investigation, we will be in position to understand the genesis of the phenomena, and I think for the very first time. Now, let me just finish by saying something. When a new window is open, and since Galileo, this is always the case, unforeseen discoveries happen. And I think this is one of the most exciting parts of SKA. We want SKA for doing our science. We have an idea of what is going to happen. But I think that's really the most exciting is the things that we have no clue that are there, and I am sure that SKA is going to do us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sonia. Indeed, right? I mean, I think two key messages from you, the multi-message era of astronomy that we are living in today, and that's for sure, right? To have information about the physics from all over, not only from light or from radiation, right? But also from particles and other things. And what you said at the end, right? I mean, we plan those facilities based on science case, because this is what we need to do. But when we actually push the button and start operations, a whole universe emerged from that, right? And it has always been like that. So we're going to always stay tuned to all the amazement that you're gonna be witnessing in the coming years with SK. Now, I'd like to move to our second astronomer in the panel here, Dalmiro, who is from Porto University and also a member of the Engage SKA. Dalmiro, Sonia mentioned large-scale structures, cosmology, formation, evolution of galaxies. I mean, you are in a much closer, right, object, right? Your scientific interest lies on our sun, and also on space weather, right? How SKA we're gonna bring any new knowledge on solar physics, and what is the link with the space weather?
Well, it's the link with SKA and solar physics. It's a bit complicated because the sun for most radio astronomers is a nuisance. It's basically a huge source of noise. As Sonia told, the major characteristic of SKA is resolution. So you're going to see a lot of detail in our objects, and sensitivity. And I'll just give you a small example. Astronomers like to use this unit called Jansky, and SKA will basically get sensitivities around the micro-Jansky, a few micro-Janskys, or at like tens of micro-Janskys. So we're talking about something very, very sensitive. For the sun, the typical, we don't use different unit, which is the solar flux unit. And the solar flux unit is 10,000 Janskys. So they want something which is 1,000,000 times smaller than a Jansky. And we typically deal with something that are 1,000,000 times larger than a Jansky, because the sun typically emits at around 100 solar flux units. So it's a huge, the sun is a huge emitter. So it's something that is basically for them, or for the most radio astronomers that will be in the SK project, is a huge source of noise. Of course, for some, if you remember the antennas that Phil showed at the beginning, we have these nice dishes, the big dishes that are big, and you point to the sources, and you have those non-moving pieces of wire that you saw that basically they're very sophisticated, but in practice they don't move. Those will always see the sun, and will probably, I expect, they will be giving us images of the sun, and this will give us spectra, which are an important ingredient for space weather studies. So basically from those we'll be able to basically not image, not exactly the sun we want, but really, or the sun we are used to, like the solar disk, but basically the plasma that is above the sun at a certain, like 2 solar radii, something like that. So 1,000,000 kilometers from the sun. So this is basically the information we'll get. This will tell us if there were explosions of the sun, if there were particles emitted on the sun. So that's an important aspect. So these are the things that disturb the Earth, the things that can damage satellites, that can cause aurora. So basically for the Australian telescopes, what we call the SK low, we expect basically to get regular images. For the dishes, for us it's good, but for them we're also a source of noise. Every time they want to observe a galaxy far away, they want to observe an interesting object in our galaxy, they are going to get flickering in their data. They are going to get what we call scintillations, and they're going to get noise, and this is due to solar activity. Not directly, you don't image the sun, you are very far away from the sun, but the Earth's ionosphere, which is caused by space weather, the wind that comes from the sun, that is caused also again by space weather, so it's things that the sun is always emitting, this will cause basically noise in the images. And so for these moving dishes that we saw there, these nice big antennas that track the objects, I do not expect them to image directly the sun, because it's, as I said, the intensities are so big and you don't really gain anything from it. But there will be solar signal in their image. There will be solar weather effects there. There will be basically what for them is noise, for the heliophysicists is data. And so basically every time there will be an observation from the SKA, people in the ionospheric and heliospheric community will basically getting also data. So it's something that will be, for us, it will be fun to try to extract this kind of information from the data, because it's going to be not as, we'd prefer to have a solar dedicated instrument, of course, but this is what we'll have. But it's going to be very important. It's going to be very important because of the size of the instrument. Okay, the SKA will basically give you a vision of many different objects that were seen by many different telescopes. This gives you a lot of lines of sight. So when you're trying to make a map, let's say, of the Earth's ionosphere, it will give you a resolution that we currently don't have. If you're trying to get a map of, let's say, solar wind, this very huge clouds of plasma that the sun emits at millions of kilometers per hour, that are followed also by energetic particles that can damage satellites or kill astronauts in space, and that will probably damage any mission that want to send to Mars. We'll be able to basically make a 3D model of the heliosphere or of these things moving out with impressive detail. Of course, this means only about the hours of operation for us or SK, but it's still it's going to give us unprecedented coverage. Now, for the other aspect that Sonia talked about, which is multi-messenger, well, in solar physics, basically we have the three things. We have people who are not radio astronomers that use radio data, as I said, because radio data is one of the best ways for us to know if there was a shock wave on the sun, if there was a major explosion, or if any plasma cloud is coming towards the Earth. So people that are not radio experts will use this data. And so, but this means that we'll have to have a catalog of events, processed events, and that's where the SRCs enter, because one of the good things about SKA is that in the past, using radio data was very complicated for people that are not radio astronomers. Basically, you needed to calibrate the data, you needed to process the data, and then you need some knowledge on the physical processes there. SKA, the SRCs, will already provide you calibrated processed data. So you still need, of course, to be knowledgeable about the processes, but there's an entire chain of that has to do with getting the images or getting the spectra or getting the information you need. That will be that the science pipelines will take care for you, and this will be very important for the non people that are not radio astronomers by formation like me. So that's important. That's one of the things that SKA is probably going to allow people that are not radio astronomers to use or radio data much more efficiently than they did in the past.
Yeah. So, Damir, thank you very much, because this is a perfect bridging. I mean, this was not foreseen, but I thank you for this, to exactly our next guest. So thank you very much for this connection between solar physics and space weather, which is a very practical issue that we have, especially also for the agency, right, for Portugal Space. But this is a very nice bridging point to our next guest, Peter Quinn. Okay, exactly to talk about this, what it means in terms of data challenges and everything. But I would like to first introduce Peter. Okay, so we have Professor Peter Quinn with us. Peter is the director of the International Centre for Radio Astronomy Research in Australia, ICRA. And I'd like to ask you to tell us a little bit about how ICRA came to be. So what was the motivation, right, from Western Australia, where you are located, Peter, to invest in ICRA before Australia was even selected as one of the host countries for SKA? And how this decision generated benefits, not only on science, but also helped Western Australia to diversify its economy. And later, right, a second question, to give us a glimpse to the audience of the data challenge that SKA represents. So welcome, Peter, and thank you very much for being here.
Sure, thank you. Nice to be here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yes, ICRA, the International Centre for Radio Astronomy Research, is a purpose-built organisation. It was built here in Perth in Australia for a number of reasons, but largely to make sure that the returns and the science and the good things that this project is developing in many ways is in Australia, delivered to Australia, to the community in Australia, and is also part of the international effort. So it's meant to anchor, in some sense, the project into Australia to basically make sure it's well connected. So we began 12 years ago with basically a couple of people. Now we're 200 staff and students, and mostly internationals and a mix of our nationals and Australians. So it's a great organisation to be a part of. It's not a classical organisation. It's not just a pure research institute. We have, of course, astronomy researchers to do astronomy and be part of the SKA exploration of the universe. But also we have engineers and we have data scientists and we have education and outreach people. And that mix is kind of the mix which we wanted to develop to be part of the story of the SKA, from its concepts, its requirements, to its design, to its implementation, and to basically then to actually use the SKA. So to get across that that journey, you need, of course, the astronomers and the scientists, but the engineers, the data sciences, the people to communicate that and to capture it for the rest of the world. So it's a purpose-built organization, and it's got those mix of skills, and it's not the sort of classical, research organization you'd find inside a university, for example. And in fact, we're a combination. We're two universities here, the University of Western Australia and Curtin University, working together. So a joint venture of universities as well. So we have been fortunate to be part of the sort of process of designing the SKA in particular, as part of with colleagues all around the world, with teams that are international teams. One of the particular things that I want to talk about, just highlight, is an area where we can see really now the ability of the SKA to what we call translate, to actually take the skill set that we've developed for the SKA, building and designing the SKA and running the SKA, how it moves and has connections to other kinds of things. So one of the jobs we're responsible for here in not in Munich, but in Australia, is to design the fiber optic system that basically connects the central computer system to all the dishes of the SKA mid-telescope in South Africa. So there's a large run of fiber optic cable that goes from the central computer system all the way, many tens, even hundreds of kilometers out to all the dishes. As signals go along fiber optic cables, of course, they're distorted. Fiber optics change temperature and they move slightly. So very fine optical signals that go along these cables, when they get from A to B, they have to be corrected in various ways. And that correction technology is something we've actually perfected here inside of ICRA, so that the signals can move from the central computing system out to the dishes and back again with some fidelity. So that's something we're building for SKA mid-telescope to be deployed in a few years' time. The team, the astrophotonics team here at ICRA that designed this, also realized that this method of correcting basically optical signals could be applied elsewhere. It could be applied maybe for the movement of light signals, laser beams carrying signals through the atmosphere of the Earth. So the Earth, of course, is a turbulent medium. If you send light through it, as all astronomers know, stars twinkle, and so laser beams, as they're sent through the Earth's atmosphere, also twinkle in various ways. So this same correction technology which we're using for the SKA signals to the dishes, in fact, is capable of correcting the laser beams which are sent through the Earth's atmosphere. And this has now been tested over distances of tens of kilometers. In fact, the Astrophotonics group now holds the world's record for the most accurate laser transmission through the atmosphere, and based upon this SKA technology. So why is that important? Well, we want to be able to communicate with satellites and the Moon and Mars with much greater bandwidth than we currently do. At the moment, all the signals we get from our satellites come through radio waves. And so we get megabits worth of information. And that's the limiting factor for many satellites, is how much data they can send back to the Earth. If we go from megabits to gigabits, which you can do with optical technology, all of a sudden you've got a much more efficient way of sending data down to the Earth and sending data from other places. So this is what we're developing, basically, is an optical ground station network that sends laser beams from telescopes to low Earth orbit satellites with great fidelity and a much higher bandwidth. That's the system we are currently exploring with industry. In fact, just a few weeks ago, we won a contract with NASA to support the Artemis mission. So this means when the first woman lands on the Moon in a few years' time, we'll be able to see HD television of her, thanks to high-fidelity laser beams, which are brought to you by SKA technology. So it's a great story of how the sorts of things we're doing for the SKA in many spaces, and that's just one example. There are many others, which are we're now mature enough, ICRA and the team, the skills that have been developed there, and this is happening elsewhere in the world as well. The skills we've developed over the last 10 to 15 years as being part of the SKA project, having these institutes with all these skill sets together, those skills now are very translatable to many, many areas. Data, the other question you asked, is exactly another area where this is true. So the data challenge of the SKA is significant. As I said, the kinds of data volumes that the telescopes, that the observatories will have to deal with are comparable to the entire internet traffic of today. So you can imagine how much data is buzzing around the internet today. That's the kind of comparable to the data traffic that will be in the SKA telescope networks when it's switched on in 8 to 10 years from now. So we need to be able to take that data, to process that data pretty much in real time, send scientific results to some key locations in South Africa and Australia, and then pump it out from there through this regional center network to the rest of the world. So that's a data challenge which is comparable to the Googles and the Amazon-like challenges. And so that attracts industry immediately. All the companies that are interested in upping their game in terms of their sensor networks, in terms of their exploration, whether it's exploring the sky or the ground or wherever it is, and want a kind of volume of data traffic, are looking to the SKA project for insights in how to do this, and how to do it efficiently. Okay, so how do you do it and still, as Phil said before, use green computing, use green technology, not to use millions and millions of dollars in power bills, but achieve a computing solution that does that without having to go into having a huge fraction of the project's money go into power bills, etc. That's one challenge. The other challenge is just the algorithmic challenge. How do you take the algorithms which we currently use in science, in astronomy in particular, but other kinds of science, in geophysics, etc., and meteorology, how do you take those algorithms and make them work at 100 times bigger problem? Okay, because usually when you scale things up by a factor of a few, it tends to break or become very inefficient. So how do you scale up the problem set? And so the SK is teaching us new ways of scaling up fairly conventional and simple methods of things like Fourier transform, which are one of the basic technologies that we use in radio astronomy. How do you make those things work at 100 times bigger scale than we currently do? And that's applicable to anything that's doing imaging from three-dimensional data, whether it's medical data from inside of people, outside of people, stuff in the earth, stuff in the ocean, stuff in the sky. This kind of scaling up of our algorithmics is something the SK is building us with us as well. So it's a great, we're very attractive in some sense to industry who are interested in these big data problems, but we're also trying to make sure we can deliver to the people's desktops the kinds of scientific opportunities that the SK is capable of.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Peter, I think it's. Sorry, I have a strong feedback from. Yeah, okay, no, okay, thank you. So thank you very much, Peter. It was a very nice summary on all those challenges and also the benefits, right? Both the communication, the space communication, and all the impact that could have, right, in terms of the upstream and downstream activities on the space, and also the scaling up the algorithms, right? I'm an astronomer, right? We all know how bad we code. Now it worked in our small problem, but when we try to scale up ZAP, right, as you said, so it's a very nice intervention. Thanks a lot, Peter, for that. So about this challenge, right, that Peter mentioned, the volume of data, right, that is comparable to the present day internet. I invited to this panel Dr. João Ferreira, right? As we heard, SKUs generate an amazing volume of data, right, João? So if we talk about the process data that has to be used by the end user, we are still talking about data sets that cannot be easily stored or manipulated in one's personal desktop. So even more if you consider that a team of researchers, right, will get together, bring data sets from different facilities to be analyzed simultaneously to get a full picture of the physics behind the data, not only SKA data, as Sonia mentioned at the beginning. It's a multi-messenger astronomy today. So you are the director of the Scientific Compute Unity of the FCT. So the FCCN has an amazing portfolio of services to provide connectivity, processing power, and allow for collaboration, right? Could you share with us some examples that teams or collaboration that use the FCCN services that looks like the scenario that we're going to meet soon when SKA is in operations? João. Welcome, João.
Oh, thank you for this invitation, and thank you. And I would like to just to quick word regarding this question. First of all, SKA is quite a big new challenge. It's bigger than we usually see in Portugal. So it was already presented by previous speakers the huge challenge that this is. In our history at FCCN, the most similar challenge that we had was more than 10 years ago, when the Large Hadron Collider was being prepared to start operating. So we had a partnership with the Portuguese high energy physics community to build a data center and to provide in Portugal a tier 2 processing center for the Large Hadron Collider from CERN. This is the most similar example that I can recall. Even so, it's much smaller than what I hear from SKA. I understand that SKA will have some kind of distributed processing centers that will also cover Europe. So in case of Portugal, the big question is that we will have one of such centers or not. But a lot of definition must still be done by the SKA teams regarding how these data centers or these data processing places will operate. Will they be commercial? Will they be in-house? Will they be partnerships between academia or research networks and SKA? But so this is not known right now, but so I will just go quickly through the building blocks that we have in Portugal. And the building blocks are the network, the computing power, and the data. Starting from the network, I think it's in quite good shape right now. We are finishing a big upgrade at our national backbone, and the JAN network in Europe is also implementing a big upgrade on their network. So this is I think the building block that is better. We also have the new cable to Latin America being starting operating between Portugal and Brazil, and maybe this cable could be in the future be used to reach also South Africa through other cables. I don't know, but the capacity is there. So the network, I think, is more or less up to speed. And also in the forthcoming Connecting Europe facility, there are a chunk of money for federating computing resources and data resources in Europe. I don't know if it will cover SKA, but I suppose yes, because it will be one of the largest data resources that Europe will have in this area in this geography. Then we have to look at the computing pillar. Computing pillar in Portugal now is also gaining speed. We will host one of the new European HPC resources, the Deucalion computer in the north of Portugal. We will also participate in the future Barcelona Supercomputing Center new machine, Mare Nostrum 5. So this is all. We are getting more and more resources in Portugal to do data processing in the next 2 years. These are for the HPC model only. If you are talking about distributed computing, there we have very little resources right now, and the resources that we have are mostly used, but maybe we can get an upgrade in the next round of funding from Portugal and from Europe. So I think that in the computing part, we are getting up to speed, but not yet as good as in the networking part. And then I left to the last one, in the data infrastructure. So data centers for holding all this data, that's where we have to put most of our effort, because I think that we are still quite underdeveloped in that area in Portugal. There are commercial operators, not that many, but most of them are geared towards the SMEs, small and medium enterprises, and these are very low power data centers, and they are quite expensive for such a massive endeavor. So I think that we really must to focus our attention in the case of Portugal on which model we will try to build for having a center, SKA center in Portugal. We have the example, as I said, with the Large Hadron Collider. In that case, we built in-house a very nice data center that is still operating today, and there's a lot of other usage for science. Maybe this could be an idea or an example, a template for SKA. We are open to collaborate in this partnership for that.
So Thank you very much. I think it was nice to hear about the building blocks that they are there, and that we need to start discussing, right? How to strengthen those building blocks and get ready for the challenge. I'll come back to you later with a related question, okay, on education, okay, and please stay there. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to move now to the only colleague in the panel that are at the venue now, Dr. Ricardo Armas. Ricardo, you are the Business Development Director of Critical Software. Can you hear me well, Ricardo?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me well as well?
Yes, great. So, okay. So I'd like to ask you to describe your experience with SKA so far, right? From the point of view of business development, what makes interesting to participate in a project like SKA? I think that's my question, right? From your position of representing the business industry. And this is an open-ended question, so feel free to take any angle that you wish here. Okay, so I'm personally curious about the market size. Okay, I guess any observatory like SKA, ISO, and others, they do not provide per se a market which may be big enough, right? So how you actually from a business point of view, how you actually expand what you do with an observatory like SKA and transform this into a business opportunity.
Thank you very much.
And please feel free to add anything that you might relevant.
Yes. Thank you very much. So we have heard until now different perspectives from social to science to economic, political. Now moving into a slightly different perspective from a private company like the one I work for, Critical Software, based in Portugal but with offices across the world. And we have been involved, just to give you some background, we have been involved in 3 different work packages of the Square Kilometre Array, mainly through our offices in the UK. And the relationship we have with the universities of Manchester and Oxford and so on. Those 3 work packages, so science data processor, processing data, telescope manager, nowadays called OMC, so the component that, as you all know here in the panel, that manages and controls the whole infrastructure, and the SADT. We have worked on the pipelines, so in the data processing itself, optimizing the algorithms and the way the data is processing, and on the infrastructure side, analyzing how the whole infrastructure is designed and being built in order to ensure that it will, or to reduce as much as possible any potential failure. And how is this work relevant for a company like ours? There are different areas in which it is extremely relevant. The first one, the marketing perspective. Marketing, not just the marketing to promote ourselves in front of potential customers, that's also important, but marketing to promote ourselves in front of potential employees. Nowadays, the human resources market, let's call it like that, it's not an easy one, and we have to convince potential employees with challenges, and challenges like the one with the Square Kilometre Array is not something that we can find on a regular basis. So that's really important for us, to challenge the people and to convince them to work with us. From that perspective, so marketing. On a second area, so the technical challenge itself. We have seen and we have heard the amount of data that will be processed or collected, stored, processed. And when we talk about those buzzwords, the big data, there is no big data as the Square Kilometre Array. The amount of data that will be collected is just of unprecedented sizes. And for that, in order to process that, you have to use, of course, artificial intelligence. There is no other way to do it. So those 2 topics, well, and in fact, the third one, the high processing computing. So using these 3, this is the place to use it. So it's something that we are really interested not just to increase, by being part of such a challenge, of course we are able to collect that knowledge and then to reuse it in other markets. But I will come back to that potential reuse just briefly, because before that there is still a third area in which is not so known, but it's also a good challenge for the SKA and for companies like ours, the management challenge. SKA will be, at least to my knowledge, is the first entity in what regards these science programs to have a safe approach, so a safe organization, meaning that agile approach will be used from top to bottom. It's not that common to see this type of approaches. And well, in my company, we work in different markets, from finance to space to the aerospace, defense, and so on. And we see these type of approaches quite often in financial institutions or programs being executed by finance institutions, insurance, and so on, but in safety critical markets, so space, aerospace, railway, automotive, it's not that common. But we see a shift coming, and we are trying to adjust ourselves. And, well, the SKA is also an opportunity there. It will be the first, at least to my knowledge, the first program, scientific program, using such an approach. So with all the knowledge, technical and management knowledge that we, any of us, can acquire by being part of such program, we can, of course, reuse a lot of this knowledge in other markets. When we talk about data processing, increasing or improving the data processing chains, let's talk about these different markets I was talking about. So looking at the financial markets, for example, fraud detection. So there are millions of transactions and you need to process it very, very fast. So it's a good way to use the processing chains that are being developed in the scope of the square kilometer array. In the automotive, processing the data being collected by the different sensors and supporting the autonomous driving, for example. The railway market, monitoring railway train stations, trying to identify specific patterns of the people in the train stations. So there are so many and potential ways of reusing this knowledge and this technology and the processes themselves, which is, of course, something that many companies around the globe are interested in being part of. And the fifth area, which is also extremely relevant, the business per se. Okay, there is a commitment from Portugal, if I'm not mistaken, around 30 million euros, with a potential participation in 3 or 4 different work packages, including the science data processor and the OMC, so the component that controls the whole infrastructure. Those are extremely important, and those cover these different topics I was talking about. I don't know if you have any specific question in what regards the reuse. Please feel free to ask.
No, I think I thank you very much. It was a very comprehensive view, and I think your points, right? From the science, from being an attractive employer, right? Attracting talents, as you said, I mean, very well. It's difficult today. Also, as SKA as a training platform, I think, I mean, it was. I really enjoy your intervention. So thanks a lot, Ricardo. I'll just remind to the audience that you can post your questions on the chat and YouTube. So we keep looking into that. So later on, we might come back to those questions later. Okay. So thank you very much. I'd like to move on after this very interesting perspective from Ricardo. I'd like to move on to Dr. Lourdes Verdes Montenegro. Lourdes, you are a senior researcher at the Institute of Astrophysics of Andalusia. Sorry, I have a strong feedback. So could you mute for a while? Yes. That belongs to the Spanish National Research Council, right? And you are also the coordinator of the Spanish participation in SKA. So Lourdes, I'd like to ask you to elaborate on 2 topics. First, a quick summary of the Spanish participation on SKA so far. So maybe from the scientific community perspective and also from the industry. And a second question, because I know that you are a champion of open science, right? I'd like to ask you to elaborate on this concept of open science and how it connects with SKA. So thank you very much, Knut. Thank you for being here.
Well, Spain has been participating since the early days in the square kilometer array, and I can probably speak better for the last decade because it's when I started coordinating the participation of Spain in this project. And since then, we have been in very close contact with the industry, with the scientific community, with the ministry, and with Portugal, by the way. I think we started, when I started, we immediately started to create synergies between our countries and sharing ways to get our countries engaged with the project. And I think this is something that is going on and will go on in different aspects in which I think we share a lot of things. For example, well, going to the Spanish participation, the Spanish community is deeply involved in the different science working groups of the square kilometer array, because I think that this project touches areas in which, in all the areas that are covered, there are initiatives or expertise in our community. And but also we have been involved in the design phase of the observatory, in the science platform design, or in something that is very different, like the timing of the signals. I think that when Sonia was explaining the different science cases, for some of them it is very important that the signals that arrive to the different telescopes and then to the central correlator are very well synchronized. And so here Spain could transfer expertise, Spanish expertise applied to the CERN, and transfer it to the square kilometer array, so that, for example, when pulsars are observed, because their signals are of the order of milliseconds in many occasions, you have to be more accurate than that in order to gather the signals and have information that, in this case, is very relevant, for example, to test general relativity. And so I think that the opportunity to be part of this project internally has generated a lot of synergies between institutions, among institutions, but also with the industry. We always try to make engineers understand why we are so crazy to want to build these huge facilities in order to see tiny things, very distant things. And I think that engineers really appreciate to know why they are doing this effort to do what I think that, well, silently, engineers think we are a bit out of our minds. But at the end, this synergy between people who are really enthusiastic to do something and very practical people are engineers who know how to do it. That's something that I think is very important to maintain in a community. And from a personal point of view, or human, let's say human, because I don't want to focus it on me, I think that for Spain, not only joining the Square Kilometer Array organization, which is the previous, let's say, the previous organizational environment in 2018, but being part of the first council of the SKA Observatory, all these things, you know that you are living a historical event, because as it has been said in many different ways in this panel, SKA is a project that really touches on many different things and has a lot of impact in different aspects. And I could maybe emphasize two for Spain, and probably because of also of synergies with Portugal, which I think is nice because I see here good friends that we have been working together, like Sonia, Darmiro, and others. I think that the role of SKA in the ecological transition is something very important. I think that Iberia has a lot to say about green energies. And also, we are very interested in this big data science to become open science. So I think that these things made us in Spain to start some years ago to create the initiative to host an SKA regional center. I am part of this committee that Peter is chairing to organize this international network, and that's another really exciting opportunity to be connected with colleagues over the world in things that we don't even know yet how we are going to do some of them, because this is what happens when you work in the edge of the science and of the technology.
So thank you very much, Lourdes. Could you please mute your micro? Yes, thank you. I'd like to move now to Dan, Dan Dutoit, to talk a little bit more about other aspects related to connecting those all what has been discussed here in a kind of a systemic view, right, of all those elements. So Dan is the Deputy Director General of the International Cooperation and Resources at the Department of Science and Innovation of the South African government. Dan is also the Vice Chair of the SKA Observatory Council. So I'd like to hear your view as a government official on the importance of this to South Africa to be a member of the SKA Observatory, and how this membership becomes a policy tool to help moving from a commodity-based society or economy to a knowledge-based society. Okay. So could you, and maybe a second aspect is on the science diplomacy, right? I mean, SKA is a wonderful example of peaceful collaboration. So you have countries from Asia, Africa, Europe, and Oceania, right, all working together, right? And your experience, how could this collaborative mindset be communicated to society at large, so to inspire regional and international cooperation in other areas? Okay, those two questions. Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you very much, Claudio. Can you hear me well?
Perfect.
Good. First of all, I should say I'm absolutely delighted to join this discussion, because South Africa and Portugal enjoy long-standing and strategic bilateral cooperation in science, technology, and innovation. And we are really much appreciative of the efforts led by Minister Hetor, the FCT, and indeed the broader Portuguese science community to ensure that Portugal is now a full member of the SKA community. Indeed, Portugal's commitment to global science, you mentioned open science, of course, Minister Gago was the world champion for open science, have always inspired us in South Africa. So we really value this engagement, not only bilaterally, but also multilaterally in initiatives such as the Air Center. Now, from a perspective from South Africa, from a country which has the huge privilege and opportunity to, with our friends in Australia, actually host the telescopes, there are three key reasons why our government has decided to invest in and support the project. Now, like countries and economies across the world, we firmly believe that investment in science, technology, and innovation is absolutely critical for economic growth. But we are too small to try and do everything. So we had, several years ago, had to make smart choices, and we had to identify a few areas in which we prioritize our investment in order to have that significant return of investment, not only in terms of capabilities, scientific and human capabilities, but also economic return. And because of the ideal observation conditions in the Southern Hemisphere, specifically in Africa, we've always been determined that astronomy should be one of those priority focus areas. So for us, the Square Kilometre Array is really a flagship for South African science. It shows what a country with, scientifically speaking, maybe smaller, like South Africa, can do if you have a strategic focus with determined investment. because it's our ambition, and that's an ambition shared across Africa, that not only do we want to use science as a driver for economic growth and social development, but we also want to be an active partner in the global enterprise of frontier research. And this is what, in our view, makes the Square Kilometre Array also so unique, because it puts Africa, gives Africa a seat at a table for what will be the world's most exciting frontier science project in the 21st century. But then, of course, it's about building, secondly, those capabilities. And when we speak about a knowledge economy, when we speak about the so-called fourth industrial revolution, what is at the heart of those platforms? It's digital technologies. And as Phil Diamond, Lourdes, and many others have spoken about, the Square Kilometre Array is all about advancement and innovation, whether it's in super or high performance computing, about big data management, high-speed communication networks. So by using the Square Kilometre Array as a vehicle, we have been able to develop those capabilities for South Africa to leverage opportunities in the big data economy. Phil Diamond spoke earlier about how our engineers who are building the Meerkat telescope had been responsible for the ventilator program responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. But also equally important was that we were able to use the capabilities in data science, in modeling and analysis, which we've built largely through our involvement in the SKA, also to provide our government with decision and advisory support services to respond to COVID-19. But then perhaps the third reason, which should never be underestimated, is the Square Kilometre Array is about inspiration. It's about dreaming. And in South Africa, it has really been at the forefront of our public communication efforts, not only to excite the South African population at large about the tremendous potential of science, but specifically to attract a next generation of young scientists and engineers into this very exciting field. And there can certainly not be a more exciting project, discovering the origins of the universe, by which one can motivate the youth to follow careers in science. So those are some of the key drivers, which means that the Square Kilometre Array and our participation in this enterprise is really at the heart of our science policy. But you also asked about science diplomacy, and I think the SKA is really a concrete manifestation, an excellent example of what science diplomacy should be all about. Because what is science diplomacy? When we speak about that, it's of course the interface between international relations and science, is how do we use international cooperation to advance science. And throughout the SKA has been quite innovative in developing new programs, new instruments, new methodologies to enable that international cooperation. Indeed, the very creation of the intergovernmental organization, the SKA Observatory, which brings together for the first time Asia, Australasia, Africa, Europe, and soon the Americas in an intergovernmental partnership for the specific purpose of science, that is quite unique and will offer many, many lessons as we seek to also reorganize international cooperation in science in the post-COVID-19 area. But it's also about science and diplomacy, as we've just spoken, and how do we use science, international partnerships of this kind, to respond, as Phil Diamond said, the social development goals and other shared global challenges. But I think perhaps and you hinted at that, Claudio, the most important science diplomacy impact of the SKA is that it really brings to the fore that unique ability of science to bring people together, to bring countries together, irrespective of geographic, cultural, or linguistic differences we may have, different political orientations, different government systems, but to harness our ability to work together through the realization that we are stronger when we are together, that when we share resources, where we share experience and expertise. And for me, that is a very powerful message which the Square Kilometre Array sends, and which certainly in the current global environment we need more than ever. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you, and indeed best wishes to all our friends and partners in Portugal. I unfortunately won't be able to stay for the discussion. I'm incredibly sorry, but I have a very urgent government meeting for which I would have to leave. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Dan. I was really inspired by your words. So thank you very much for this. And it's not only on paper, right? This is happening, right? So this is it's a great key message that I thank you for being here, and thank you for your time. Okay, so feel free to disconnect, and see you soon, hopefully. Okay. Take care. So indeed, right, we are running late. I like to invite the members of the panel to a final closing statement before we close the session. Okay, so maybe starting with Peter, a final statement, final key message.
Thanks very much. Yeah, thank you. Look, I think we've heard it from several people in different ways, but I think it's obviously the excitement of the potential of the SKA is an amazing thing for international science, an amazing thing for our ability to discover the universe, for sure. And we're doing it together. We have one sky to look at as a world, and we're trying to do it together. And the SKA organization is, as Jan just said, an amazing example of an intergovernmental organization that covers the entire planet. I mean, this is very much an entire planet activity, not just only for science, but also the kinds of benefits that can come for countries of all shapes and sizes that are joining in. We can see it happening already, and it's going to continue to happen. Being part of these big projects is beneficial for many, many reasons.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peter. Lourdes, por favor.
Adjectives, because science is following the scientific method in this time of big data. It's becoming really difficult to make science transparent and accessible to everybody. And so it requires tools, it requires rewards, but it's worthwhile because it's a way to democratize the knowledge. And I'm very proud to say that SKA has open science in its foundational principles, has metrics of open science to measure the success of research. And just to give some examples, because it could look like a fashion that we want to connect everything with achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. But it's very, very clear that by opening science, we fulfill several goals like good health or quality education, because by opening science, we accelerate the transfer of knowledge to society, but also we speed up building skills, and we help citizen science. Also, we contribute to equality, because the access to science will not depend, if it is open, on the economy of the people, of the institutions, of the countries. And this is especially relevant in terms of gender equality, or in very hierarchical systems in which the work of some people are anonymized just because they are hidden in a team. And sometimes that's where women suffer a lot from the anonymization of their work. So I, as you said, I'm advocating for open science for a long time, because before it was a really fashion, let's say, to say that. But just because I think it's something we have to do as scientists, but also because it's useful for many people, and to make science better, then we make our planet better.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ruth. I mean, this connection between the mission of the observatory and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, I think it's from the beginning, right, from the conception, I think it's a very powerful one. So I mean, thank you very much for this closing remarks. Maybe moving to Ricardo. Any closing remarks?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. No. Well, we have. Well, this is by far one of the biggest challenges from the engineering perspective that we have in hand. When I say we, it's all of us, and it's something that we should be looking at, not just from not just, although extremely important from a scientific perspective, from a radio astronomy perspective, but also many other engineering fields should be looking at it because of its size, because of its challenge, because of the interaction and the connection between different countries, different entities, and the movement behind all these, which is something extremely interesting to see and to watch and to see moving forward, and to hopefully in the short term have an operational system that we all can use, not just on the radio astronomy, as I was saying, but also use that knowledge and that technology across many other fields. It's a real challenge, and it's really interesting to see.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I think yes, it's a big challenge, and I think it's going to require all the efforts and all the brain that we have to make the challenge a reality, right? So thank you very much for being part of this. Sonia, any closing remarks from your side?
Yeah, just a brief comment on the engagement of the scientific community in this project. I think that the Portuguese scientific community has been quite enthusiastic from the first moment with this project. Is now in more than half of the science working groups participating quite actively. And I think that we are now reaching a critical phase of team building. Not only this entails support to the existing teams that are very specialized researchers in the area, but also in the preparation for new generations. And I think this is something that we really have to address, because the people that take the most of the SKA is going to be the new generation in the next 10, 20 years, and they have to be trained now. So I really think that in this context, universities need to be caught upon, and should be sooner than later. And in terms of the existing and future teams, I think that it's really needs to have a strategic long plan to support these teams, at least for a period of 10 years. I think there is a good example in Portugal that was the joining of Portugal with CERN, that after the joining there was a kind of regular funding, meaning predictable and stable in place, and that allowed for, in the last 20 years, to build a solid and leading community in the field of particle physics. And I think this should, in my opinion, be the paradigm for SKA in Portugal.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think you're right. Strengthening the scientific community behind this is going to be the end users. SKA is the building block to make all this systemic thing to work. Right? So, yeah, you're right. So thanks a lot for this comment. João, any final thoughts?
Well, very quickly to say that from the National Research and Education perspective, I think that there's a lot to be gained in working together in finding the best solutions. That there was this reference from me, from other speakers, about the experience, the past experience of CERN. Maybe we could find some ideas there. I agree with that, and also develop specific solutions for SKA that the SKA community and user community will define. But I think that there's a big role to be played at several stages of the basic digital services for not only the national research networks, also the regional research networks like GEAN or Ubuntu Net Alliance in the case of South Africa, or Red Clara in Latin America. So these three local, continental, national, continental, and then intercontinental networking structures have a big role to play in helping or making SKA work in the future.
So thanks a lot, João. Almiro, a final word from your side?
Okay, so I mean, most of the speakers already said some pertinent points. One of the things that I learned from this project, and in fact, one of the things that we were so, the focus of Engage SKA is that there's this tendency in Portugal for the scientists to want to join projects like this after they're built, when you start doing science. And for this project, we really wanted to be there from the beginning, from the design phase, the bridging phase. And so we wanted to be there and follow the entire project. This is important because, well, for the science, it probably may not be important. For the other aspects, in particular for getting some involvement and return for the industry, I think it was very important. I mean, basically, being there from the beginning and being part of this since inception, not just, let's say, in 2028 when it will be built, but from the last almost 10 years that we've been following this, it was really, really important, and it was really a focus of Engage SK, because we joined the community. So Engage SK is formed by me, Sonia, and other colleagues that are not here. It was written by scientists, of course, but we basically, most of the funding, in fact, was not for hiring scientists or basically doing science. It was basically to support our activities for the design and bridging phases. Basically, we hired a lot of engineers. We bought infrastructure like basically computer resources. So we have basically computer infrastructure where we're running some of our software packages and that are being used or were being used by the SK software teams. Some of our platforms were being used for this development. So this was basically, as a scientist, it was a scientist team that basically built the project, but we had this big focus that we really wanted this to start to be broader in scope. We wanted to be also an engineering and basically to get industry involved since the beginning. Okay, and in fact, we would have been better for our careers if we had invested all the money that we got to hire scientists writing papers and other stuff. But we felt that it was really important to follow this since the design. Just that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Almiro. We are really running out of time, so I already have the organizers asking me to free up the auditorium. So I thank you, all of you, very, very much for this very interesting discussion that is just at the beginning, right? So we're going to have many more opportunities to keep discussing and strengthening the impact of the SKA across society. So thank you very much for your time, and see you soon, and stay safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Obrigada.
there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Well, good afternoon. We are going to start this session dedicated to study, research and innovate in Europe 2021-27, the collaboration between Portugal and France. We will have the presentation of several projects which illustrate the high-level collaboration between Portugal and France on higher education, research and innovation fields at European level. We want to reinforce this collaboration in the period 2021-27 under the different European funding programs on research, innovation, higher education, digital and space policy areas. So a big welcome to all the panelists in this session, and in particular Erla Bouquet from the French Ministry of Higher Education and Science, who will co-moderate this session with me. So we only have now like 80 minutes ahead of us. I thank all the panelists being here today and to have the time to make a short presentation of their projects, which illustrate the vibrant collaboration that already exists between Portugal and France at EU level. But we want more and expect the multiplication of this collaboration in the period 2021-27. So I will start with Ana Luísa Carvalho, from the Centro de Neurociências e Biologia Celular, Departamento de Ciências da Vida, da Universidade de Coimbra. Ana Luísa Carvalho, she's going to present us a project where the collaboration between Portugal and France is there. She will present the project and will enhance the part of the collaboration between Portugal and France. So, Ana Luísa, you have like 7 minutes to make this presentation, and then one question will be put for you, okay? Thank you. Please, go ahead.
Okay, so good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to present this project. So this is an innovative training network project funded within the Horizon 2020 European Commission program in the Marie Curie actions. And the title of the project is Symptopsy, Synaptic Dysfunction in Neuropsychiatric Disorders. And as you just mentioned, it's a collaborative project, a consortium project with the participation of 2 institutes and 2 universities in France. Okay, so to move forward. So I'm trying to move forward my slides. Okay. Okay, so what are these innovative training networks within the Marie Curie actions? So actually the objective of these networks is to train creative, entrepreneurial and innovative early stage researchers and to provide them with skills that match both the public and the private sector needs. So the objective is for excellence in research, but also in the early stage researcher training. So this is an ongoing project that started in 2019, and we've recruited 14 early stage researchers to develop collaborative projects between participating laboratories in this project with the aim of producing 14 PhD theses in the end of the project. And so actually the project is aimed towards stratified for neuropsychiatric disorders. So as I'm sure you're all aware, neuropsychiatric disorders represent one of the greatest medical challenges of this century, and the advances in the prevention and treatment of these disorders have been hampered by the limited understanding of the causes of disease and of disease pathogenesis. And these disorders have traditionally been diagnosed and treated based on clusters of symptoms, which are highly heterogeneous in the affected individuals. And so there is the need to establish research that can improve our understanding of the abnormal neuronal processes that underlie these diseases, towards defining subgroups of patients based on genetic, imaging, or neurophysiological characteristics, rather than this absolute reliance on clinical symptoms. And so this stratified medicine for neuropsychiatric disorders can improve diagnosis in treatment, but for better understanding, better understanding of the neural causes of disease is required, and it is precisely the contribution of this project seen to PSI. And so recent efforts have actually led to an expansion on discovery of genes, susceptibility genes associated with these diseases, and revealed some of the biological pathways that are implicated. And some of these pathways regulate the development of synapses, which are the sites of communication between neurons, which are here depicted. So many proteins involved in this communication between two neurons have their genes affected in neuropsychiatric disorders. And so the focus of PSI is precisely on combining the identification of defects in synaptic proteins associated with disease with the understanding of the circuit mechanisms that are responsible for disease physiology. And so, as I said, it's a consortium project. There are several participant institutions. It is led by the Center for Neuroscience and Cell Biology at the University of Coimbra. There's the participation of the Bordeaux Neurocampus at the University of Bordeaux, and also of the Institut de Biologie Parisienne at the Sorbonne University, and other universities in Europe. And also, importantly, there's a participation of the pharmaceutical company Lundbeck in Denmark. So besides the participants, there's an organization that goes to the training project and also to the dissemination and communication aspects. So there's a participation of the Zeiss microscopy company, also of the neurodevelopmental unit at the university hospitals in Coimbra, and of the CI company for clinical trials. For the dissemination and communication activities of the project, we counted the participation of PIN, Progressive Until, which is a private medical clinic in Lisbon, which is devoted to the treatment of children with neurodevelopmental disorders and provides us the connection with the patient associations. And there's also the participation of the Marionette Theatre Company. And so there's many researchers involved, including these 3 researchers at the University of Bordeaux and 1 researcher from the Sorbonne University. And we've recruited a group of 14 early-stage researchers who are from a diverse scientific background, so it's a diversified international group of students. So the rationale and work packages of the project include not only the scientific driven work packages, but also the training and PhD preparation and the dissemination and communication aspects of the project. So for the training and PhD program, the students count not only on their local training, but also on schools organized at the network level, such as these 4 different schools that we are organizing, and which take advantage of the different skills and know-how in the consortium participants. There's also yearly held online PhD days in which all the students get the opportunity to present their work and to get feedback from all researchers in the project. So because all the projects that these early stage researchers are developing are collaborative projects between different laboratories, this allows for expanding the students' international and intersectoral training, and also for them to build networks for their future careers. We take special care in the personal career development plan of the students that they devise together with their supervisor, and that concerns not only their doctoral training and research activity, but also their outreach experience and their plans for career development after the project finishes. And the students also get professional advice in what relates to career development. So the dissemination and communication aspects of the project are also quite relevant. So we aim to communicate to the general public and in particular to young publics. And there's different activities, like for example, this video series, Simple Side, that is produced by every student. So each student produces a video on their research project that is available in the website for the project that explains the aims of the project to the lay public. The students have also got together and are writing papers for Frontiers for Young Minds, which is a journal dedicated to producing articles that can be understood by the young public.
So in this case, they're writing articles on the particular topics of their research and on neuropsychiatric disorders.
Sorry, you have 1 minute.
I'm almost finished. Thank you. So also part of the dissemination and communication part of the project is the writing of the script of a play on the activities of Sintupsai. So the students are writing the script and they will perform this play together with the Marionette, which is a theater company based in Coimbra that has dedicated a lot of their efforts to understanding scientific activities and how they are developed. And so this will be one of the final activities of the project. And so in general, the goals of this project are through these consortium activities to produce high quality science with societal impact that can advance knowledge in the field of neuropsychiatric disorders. We also aim for excellence in training, both academic and intersectoral training, for communication with the diverse audiences. Students will obtain a PhD at the end of the project and will have built a professional network that will allow them to be well positioned for their future careers. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation, and congratulations on obtaining a doctoral training network, because they are very popular and very competitive. So I will have a question maybe about how it started, how the idea of setting up such a network initiated, and how you decided to choose your French partners. Did you have pre-existing collaborations in terms of training, or rather in terms of research? Because it's a bit kind of project which is a bit of both. So how did you initiate the collaboration with your French partners?
Previous collaborations with the groups in Bordeaux that were critical for setting up the project. So we were very much working on, synaptic transmission, synaptic function, how neurons communicate. And we have these common interests with the people in Bordeaux, with the groups that we were already collaborating with. And so from those collaborations came the idea of setting up a larger consortia to tackle these broader questions on how the physiological processes that we were studying could go wrong in neuropsychiatric disorders. And so actually I think the collaborations with the French groups were crucial for the inception of the idea of this project. Then we brought along the group in Paris, so Catalina Betancourt, working in Sorbonne Université, because she has a very strong know-how in the genetics part of these disorders. So in fact, I think both universities in France had a major role in the initial conception of this project, and of course in the development of the project. But it came from the scientific collaborations, not so much from the training part. We put together the training part from the scientific component of the project.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ana Luísa Carvalho. And now we move to Dina Lopes, International Projects Director at Consulai, and she's going to present interesting projects on the agri-food area.
So, good afternoon. I don't know if everyone is, can I just... Ok. Eu vou falar em português, porque estamos em Portugal e é um encontro Portugal-França e, portanto, pensei que talvez fosse bom também apresentar em português. Eu vou falar um pouco de projetos de investigação e desenvolvimento nos setores agroalimentar e florestal. A Consulai é uma empresa de consultoria que já tem 20 anos a trabalhar nesta área e que tem um trabalho muito forte com os agricultores portugueses e também nos últimos anos tem desenvolvido de facto muitas parcerias nestes setores com outros países da Europa e nomeadamente com França. Se puderem passar o próximo slide. Obrigada. Obrigada. O nosso trabalho nestes projetos a nível internacional, de facto, começou com o programa Horizonte 2020, o programa financeiro de inovação da União Europeia, e que decorreu de 2014 a 2020, e, de facto, com uma série de projetos e com uma série de temas a nível do agroalimentar e do florestal. Os temas principais durante estes anos foram Sustainable Food Security, Rural Renaissance e Food and Natural Resources. A Consolai participou pela primeira vez neste programa como parceira de consórcios em 2017 e teve uma grande atividade em candidaturas durante os anos de 2018, 2019 e 2020. Temos atualmente a decorrer 11 projetos H2020 aprovados. Obrigada. 11 projetos H2020 aprovados, 3 deles coordenados por parceiros franceses, e temos também um projeto do Green Deal também aprovado, que está ainda em fase de redação do Grant Agreement, coordenado pelo INRAE. Grosso modo, estes principais projetos de que falamos, todos os consórcios Horizonte 2020 em que estamos envolvidos têm parceiros franceses, nomeadamente institutos de investigação, mas também explorações agrícolas, empresas agrícolas e também associações do setor. Os 3 principais de que vou falar são, de facto, coordenados por entidades francesas. Um deles é o Way to Connect. É um projeto que portanto, começou em maio de 2019 e entrou no tema RUR 16-2019, Fueling the Potential of Advisors for Innovation. Este projeto é coordenado pela APCA, que é a Instance Nationale des Chambres d'Agriculture francesa, e pretende conectar diferentes consultores agrícolas ou entidades que trabalhem na parte do aconselhamento agrícola para impulsionar a inovação interativa na agricultura e na silvicultura. E, de facto, é um projeto a 5 anos, portanto, como disse, começou em maio de 2019, com 42 organizações, tem 24 parceiros e 18 third parties e de 21 países diferentes. Portanto, temos aqui um consórcio muito representativo do setor a nível europeu. A Consolai, temos aqui o website, portanto, se quiserem saber mais sobre este projeto, podem sempre visitar o nosso website, e a Consolai é co-líder do pacote de trabalho da comunicação e disseminação de resultados do projeto. Depois temos o IPM Works. O IPM foi uma candidatura apresentada no âmbito do SFF 06-2020, Stepping Up Integrated Pest Management, e é uma rede agrícola à escala da União Europeia que pretende demonstrar e promover estratégias de proteção integrada de pragas e doenças na agricultura. De facto, a ideia é que se diminua a utilização de pesticidas e que as explorações agrícolas possam, de facto, ter uma abordagem mais holística à questão das pragas e doenças existentes. O coordenador deste projeto é o INRAE, o Instituto National de Recherche pour l'Agriculture, l'Alimentation et l'Environnement, francês, e temos também o website que poderão visitar se quiserem saber mais sobre este projeto. É um projeto a 4 anos, que teve início em maio de 2020, tem 31 parceiros de 16 países europeus, e a Consolai lidera, mais uma vez, está muito envolvida na parte da comunicação e disseminação de resultados, mas temos também a coordenação de 2 hubs, um a nível da viticultura, com viticultores portugueses, e outro a nível da horticultura, com empresas de horticultura a nível nacional. Depois temos o Intact, é um projeto muito recente que começou agora em junho de 2021. É um projeto que foi apresentado no âmbito do FNR 05-2020, Husbandry for Quality and Sustainability, e é um projeto que pretende desenvolver ferramentas inovadoras para a avaliação e autenticação das qualidades da carne de frango, bovino e produtos lácteos. E é também coordenado pelo INRAE. É um projeto a 5 anos, portanto o website e a própria imagem ou a imagem corporativa, digamos assim, do projeto ainda não foi desenvolvida, portanto estamos ainda a iniciar este desenvolvimento. A Consolai lidera o pacote da comunicação e disseminação e temos 20 parceiros de 10 países europeus. Vai ser um projeto que vai ter uma importância bastante relevante relevante porque, de facto, pretendemos desmistificar um pouco a questão dos produtos de origem animal e estabelecer aqui uma ligação entre a qualidade destes produtos e a forma de exploração agrícola, portanto, a forma como os animais são explorados ou são produzidos, digamos assim, nos diferentes tipos de explorações. Sim, estou mesmo a acabar. E, por último, temos um projeto que foi apresentado no âmbito do Green Deal. É um projeto, como eu referi há pouco, ainda está em desenvolvimento, portanto, o contrato de bolsa, ou Grant Agreement, e é um projeto, o Green Deal foi um programa que existiu entre o Horizonte 2020 e agora o próximo Horizonte Europa, e que está mais ligado à parte das alterações climáticas e do caminho para uma neutralidade climática. Este é um projeto que pretende que as explorações agrícolas atinjam esta neutralidade climática e, portanto, é um tema muito aliciante e nós ficámos muito, muito contentes quando soubemos que tinha sido aprovado. É um projeto também coordenado pelo INRAE há 4 anos, com 33 parceiros de 15 países europeus, e a Consulai lidera o WP de Comunicação e Disseminação, mas tem também um caso de estudo em conjunto com a NutriFarms, que é uma empresa do Grupo Sovena, que, portanto, vai pretender desenvolver esta tipologia de temas no olival nacional. E obrigada pela atenção.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to you too on all these projects, especially the Green Deal project. It was highly competitive,
I know.
so congratulations.
That's why we were so happy when we saw that it was approved.
I noticed that you were in charge of communication and dissemination. And I was wondering if you could tell us a bit about the success factors, what communication and dissemination brings to these projects, and how they can contribute to get the little difference which actually gets you financed.
Mm-hmm. It's true, the Horizon 2020 and the other programs that came afterward, Green Deal and now the Horizon Europe, gives a great importance to the communication and dissemination of results of these projects. And this was something that a couple of years ago was not so relevant in the projects, but now the idea is to have the excellence part and the impact part of the project has the same weight. So we have to build a very good work package of communication and dissemination to get the projects approved. I think Consulai does well, or at least we try to do that, and I think we have been successful. We started from the farmer's side or from the practical side, so we are not so involved in the research side. So we have a very practical approach to how to reach farmers, how to reach the target groups that we define in the project, and I think that's why probably the work packages that we have constructed in these projects have been successful, and usually the impact part of these projects have a high score in the work that we have been doing in the last years. And also I understand that even the research institutes, as for example INRAE, they are giving more and more importance to these packages, and they have a very big network. Besides of course the importance of the research area, they have a very big network of stakeholders in the different sides of the sector and in the value chain. So that's really important to have representatives or in the consortium or in the stakeholders that will be involved in the project. So farmers, food industry, retailers and consumers. For example, the Intact project or the Green Deal project, the client farms, will be very important for the consumers and to understand what consumers think about the quality of the animal products or about the sustainability of the farms. And I think that's one of the answers for this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Dina, for bringing here the company component for this session. And now I give the floor to Professor Véronique Perdereau. She's the Vice President for Europe at the Sorbonne University. S'il vous plaît.
Thank you. So I'm not going to talk as a vice president now, but I'd like to tell you a story, in fact my story, that started I think in 2004 At that time, I had no collaboration with anyone else apart people from my lab, and even not so much. So I was doing good because I became a professor, so I had enough publications. My record was good, but I did not have anything outside my team, and I felt that that was not enough, and I wanted to progress. So I looked at the possibilities, and this morning our minister talked about partenariat Uber-Curien. So I started with Spain. I had a Picasso program in 2004 or 5, and then I had another one in 2006 with Portugal. So could you change the slide, please? No? Oh, I have a clicker. Excellent. So in fact, it was in 2007. And to find the proper partner at that time, it was not easy. When you are in your lab, when we are not traveling at all, because I was the mother of 3, I had no opportunities to find partners. And in fact, it's a bit funny how it worked. It was a PhD student from Coimbra who traveled to Toulouse, a city in the south of France, and met another and became a good friend of another PhD student in Toulouse. And that other PhD student, I hired him as associate professor, so he came to Paris. So when I told him about the program I had with Spain, he said, oh, let's go for a program with Portugal, because I have a good friend there. Now the PhD is completed, he's back home. We will contact him. And that's what we did. And we obtained 6,000 euros for travel expenses. It does not look big, but it's already enough to travel and meet. So I think I went twice to Coimbra. I visited the lab. I discussed with colleagues that never met before. And we realized that we could collaborate because we had complementary competencies. On my side, I'm working on robotics. On my side, I was more on planning and controlling motions. And there were more on data processing, human-machine interface. So that was good. We could put each of us something on the table. And then, with further discussions, also with the Spanish partner, I decided that I should think bigger. And I started preparing a European project. And of course, I invited them. And we were successful in 2008. And this team from Coimbra invited another one from Lisbon. So we started this project, the Handle project. I was the coordinator, and in fact, Ella was working with us at that time. And that was a brand new life, I would say, because at that time I had to coordinate a big team, 9 teams from Europe with big budget during 4 years. And that was very friendly, and it opened, for me, for myself, a lot of new directions. And this project ended in 2013, but I'm still working on this topic, and I still have to do to develop some work. And I'm pretty sure that the ideas that I have today are coming from this project. So just to tell you a few words on this project, this was about dexterity for robots. At the time we had simple grippers, opening and closing, and we wanted to make this kind of human-like hand working properly and handling object in the hand, because anytime we use an object, we are doing some nice gestures. So this is the team that we gathered for this project. So there were people from the north, as you can see, and the Spanish and Portuguese partners that were at the origin of the preparation of the project. The other ones came later. In fact, the genesis of this project was here. And we were very happy at the end because this was, I think, the day before the final demonstration to the European Commission. We had this show on Euronews. So that was a great adventure. And in fact, this was not the end of the story, because in this European project from Coimbra, there was a PhD student. He defended the thesis and then went as a lecturer at Aston University and invited me to be part of his project, and I'm now in this running project. And with those people, in particular Técnico Lisboa, we also collaborated for a master program. This was not just about research, but also this master program with other European partners. It is still running. This is about systems for rehabilitation. I know health is one of your priorities. And there are exchanges, mobilities for students. This program is supported by the EIT, that is the European Institute of Innovation and Technology in health. So there are still strong links between the teams, and I'm pretty sure there will be something coming next.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting the way you told your story of this collaboration between Portugal and France. So I would like to ask you, what do you envisage can be the future of this collaboration? And I understood there is a very strong component of the training part on the masters and the PhDs. So if this will be part of the future of the collaboration between Portugal and France, what do you think?
Well, we never know. As I told you already, I've been invited to be part of some other projects. In total, I think I had 14 European projects altogether. So, as I'm vice president of the university, I'm not willing to coordinate a new project, but I still have good relationships with those colleagues in Coimbra and Lisbon, and I think that when an opportunity appears, they will maybe invite me or ask me to invite some other colleagues from my lab.
Absolutely.
In fact, there is another research project presently running in my lab with them and some other colleagues.
Of course,
So
you will
it should continue.
capitalize on the network you already have and for future collaborations.
Sorry?
You will capitalize on the network that you
that's
already
how,
have.
in fact, that's how it works. Yeah, it's like assembling a puzzle progressively, and yeah, capitalization is good work because
yes, from
it's like
Pessoa,
a ball of
you
snow.
enter, yes.
You continue rolling it. Yeah.
Very well, because from a Pessoa program, you then enter into a new phase of EU program, of EU funding program, and then we'll see what the future will bring in this period, 2021 to 27. Thank you very much.
Keep open to
great
any options.
Un grand merci. And with this, we move to João Borges de Souza. Is a researcher at Laboratório de Sistemas e Tecnologias Subaquáticas, Faculdade de Engenharia da Universidade do Porto, and so is going to make a presentation of his project in the next 7 minutes. Please.
working? Okay, so good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for the kind invitation to be here. It's a pleasure and an honor. And okay, so it was not working. So I'll thank you again for the kind invitation to be here. It's a pleasure and an honor. And before I start, let me just kind of give you sort of an overview of what we do in our lab as a background for what I'll be discussing next. So in our lab at Port University, we've been designing, building, and deploying autonomous underwater surface and air vehicles for networked operations. We've also been developing the software that enables all of these systems to work together as teams. Okay, it would be great if this, okay, sorry. So these are some of our vehicle systems. So we build most of them, but we also acquired a few other ones. These tend to be low cost, modular, long endurance, and most important, they share the software system that allows them to work together as teams. So they are interoperable. In terms of op areas, we've been operating lots of different places in some exotic places, including the Persian Gulf. And we've also been organizing large-scale exercises. We have deployments from shore, from ships, from manned submarines, in cooperation with the Portuguese Navy, and we have over 100 days of operations per year, except last year and in 2021. In 2018, so we had our UAVs did over 4,000 kilometers underwater, and our UAVs did over 200 flights. Now, this provides the background against which I'll describe this project. So I'm the coordinator of this InfraIA project. It's a project about infrastructures. So we have 15 partners from 10 different countries, and I would like to highlight the presence here of Ifremer. So it has been a pleasure to work with them. It's been going very well. And let me give you, if I can, a sort of an overview of what we are up to. First of all, the goals. And goals are to open up key national and regional marine robotics research infrastructures to researchers in Europe and worldwide. I'll say more about this next. And also to establish a world-class marine robotics research infrastructure network. 3 types of activities: networking activities, towards a world-class marine robotics research infrastructure. So this has to do with standards, code of practice, etc. Joint research activities, this is a kind of more classical, that has to do with the idea of making systems more operable and to transition tools and technologies from the lab to the ocean. And finally, transnational access, in which we provide access to research infrastructures through open calls. Okay, so TNA in action. So keep in mind that we provide access for free to institutions from Europe and other places. And this is done through open calls, competitive open calls. So we have applications from academia, research institutes, industry, and government. And what you see here is just a sketch of locations of institutions that had successful applications to our research infrastructure TNA access. In yellow and green, and in blue, you see locations of the partners. To be more precise here, we had over 50 TNA projects. And because we are talking about France, and we are talking about specifically about Ifremer, 2 examples out of those 50. So high-resolution 3D terrain models of cold water coral habitats in the Venice Canyon. So the provider was Ifremer, you see there, their hybrid ROV, and the end user was CSIC from Spain. Another example, hyperspectral imaging, so scientific payload integration and evaluation on board hybrid ROV. Provider Ifremer, end user in this case, a company from Norway, Ecotone. And some achievements. So what you see there is this is not exhaustive, but pictures of some of our toys. So we have small AUVs, big AUVs, autonomous underwater vehicles, ROVs, remotely operated vehicles, surface vessels, test beds. And in terms of DNA, we had access to robots, but also to integrated experiments. In terms of GRA, and the idea was to making systems more operable. We had developments in multi-vehicle systems, human-robot interactions, launch and recovery systems, vision, networked control, systems integration, etc. We also had some high specialized training activities, the POC and Glider School and the Breaking the Surface event. We had large-scale events. We have worldwide cooperation. Marine robotics community is quite small. And we were also working with other research infrastructures and flagship projects.
You have 1 minute, sorry.
Perfect, last slide. So lessons learned in future development. This is quite relevant to what we are discussing here. So trends. The pace of change is accelerating. And ocean robotics is key to future observation and sustainable exploration. Robots extend the footprint of what a ship can do, and we work in the triple helix framework involving academia, industry, and government. But the important thing is that no robot is an island, and we need new models of cooperation and networking. And finally, the power of networking, which is what we've been doing in our network, in our project. Think practical, think big, think sustainable. So address all Atlantic challenges in a coordinated multi-vehicle, multi-continent framework, enable new science on unprecedented spatial and temporal scales. We can do that with the technology that we have. And by doing this, we can basically enable virtuous co-development cycles. And this is pretty much what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this presentation. And it was fairly obvious from your presentation the added value of sharing access to research infrastructure. And it's interesting that also the collaboration now has to be applied to robots as well, not just research teams. So how do you see the future perspectives for this activity? Is your project still ongoing, or?
Yeah, the project is still ongoing and soon, but we are already working on follow-on projects precisely because, let's say, for two main reasons. First of all is that the project really worked very well. So, and the partnership has been excellent. And I forgot to mention, so from Portugal, there's us from Porto University, but we also have our friends from IST here in Lisbon. So this is one of the reasons. So the project has been going really well. And the other thing is, we think that we can really make an impact, especially in what regards Atlantic-wide ocean observation. And this can only be achieved if you cooperate with other key, let's say, or key players in the field, like IFREMER. And at the same time, there's some complementarity, because IFREMER has been basically focused on, of course, operational developments. And in our case, we've also been focused on that, but from the perspective of multi-vehicle operations. So I think there's lots of complementarity there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. And now, exactly, speaking remotely, Ludovic Tilly de l'Université de Poitiers, je passe en français du coup, qui est vice-président délégué à l'Alliance Université Européenne EC2U et au réseau européen. Bonjour.
Bom dia, bonjour, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Très bien.
Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to highlight the cooperation between France and Portugal, and in particular here I will present you two important projects where University of Coimbra and University of Poitiers are strongly cooperating, and as we will see, there is a clear room for future. These two projects are named European Campus of City Universities, EC2U, This is a project that has been selected in the context of the European Universities Initiative, as you will see. And I will also give you some highlights from another very big project entitled Research and Innovation for Cities and Citizens, RI4C2. And again, it is, as you will see, among many partners, a wonderful cooperation, a wonderful success story between University of Coimbra and University of Poitiers. So as I was saying, the EC2U project, European Campus of City University, is an alliance. It's a pilot alliance that has been selected last year in the context of the European Universities Initiative. It's a 3-year Erasmus program project that actually also include research and innovation activities, but is primarily targeted to cooperation in the higher education part of the possible cooperations. This alliance is composed of 7 universities. Poitiers is the French coordinator, and 6 other universities, including Coimbra in Portugal, but also Alexandru Ioan Cuza in Iași in Romania, Friedrich Schiller University in Jena in Germany, University of Pavia in Italy, Salamanca in Spain, and Turku in Finland. Altogether, this alliance of 7 universities, so the EC2U alliance, gathers 162,000 students, about 20,000 staff, including teachers, researchers, and administrative staff. And when we prepared this consortium, we could see that over the past 10 years, the 7 universities among themselves, but also external partners, they basically represent a capacity of more than 600 European projects in all fields, Erasmus, the framework program, and different other types of European projects. When we looked at our capacity to already work together, we identified more than 1,200 joint research articles among the 7 universities from 2 up to 5 universities from the consortium. Again, during the past decade. And altogether, these 7 universities and the municipalities around, they gather 1.6 million citizens. The reason I'm making a focus on the number of citizens, because as you can see from the title, European Campus of City Universities, we put at the very core of this project the link between the academia with the local stakeholders, and this is in particular seen in the number of associated partners to the alliance. And I will just focus on the Poitiers and Coimbra associated partners. As you will see, there is the city of Poitiers, municipality of Poitiers, but also the local region, Nouvelle-Aquitaine, and we have also some student association, namely ESN in Poitiers, and the CNUS, that is a French agency that deals with the welcoming of the students, but also other important activities such as the European student card. And in Coimbra, there is a sort of a mirror to this associated partnership with the municipality of Coimbra, the Pedro Nunes Institute, that is a local, very important institute gathering experts in transfer of knowledge, also some students association, and there is also the region, Centro Regional, with in particular the Coordination and Development Commission. So you see that all the 7 universities, they are really gathering all the local ecosystem, and we will see later on that it has also a strong impact. What you see here is also what is very important to the Alliance, that is to engage in solving global challenges. And for this, we have identified among the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, 3 that we will start work on during the first phase of this Alliance, the pilot phase. And this is the UN SDG on good health and well-being, the number 3. The SDG on quality education, number 4, and the SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities. And this will be addressed, and it has actually already started, with the creation of 3 virtual institutes that gather teachers, researchers, innovators, students, the whole community around each of these SDGs. And in particular, regarding the education side, we are going to open next year in September 22, the very first 3 EC2U joint master programs that are interdisciplinary and bring a completely new way of training the students, not in disciplines, but actually more on a challenge-based approach. And indeed, we will have a joint master on health and well-being, one on quality education with a focus on multilingualism and interculturality, and the third one on sustainable cities and communities. And I should mention that this last one is coordinated by the University of Coimbra.
You have a minute.
Also, we have many other activities. We want to create a pan-European campus that is open and accessible to all the communities. So this will be achieved by creating what we call an EC2U mobile application, but also shared new learning spaces, also joint culture and sport events, including for the students. Next September, we will have the very first EC2U science battles to disseminate science. There will be also many other activities regarding the connecting part of the campus to make people connected with different joint platforms, with the EC2 student card, with open badges and micro-credentials. Well, actually, all these topics are actually very hot on the higher education side in Europe. And also, we will promote this sense of belonging to a single community beyond the alliance by including also the innovation actors with what we call the European talents, with an entrepreneurial academy, also European education connecting lighthouses of European education, and also the European engagement with what we call the EC2 think tanks, the very first think tank that actually are gathering citizens with the researchers, and they discuss together on the hot challenges. And typically what has been already started is discussing on what are the European values, probably also the role of science, especially in the COVID-19 pandemic context, etc. So really we want to connect with the people, not just within academia, but beyond. The last part of my presentation will deal with this additional project, which is called, as I mentioned, Research and Innovation for Cities and Citizens, RI4C2. It is actually a spin-off of EC2U. This is a project that has been selected in an additional call for alliances in the context of the Horizon 2020 Science with and for Society, SWAFS project. It will start this coming September until 24. And again, this is exactly the same consortium with Poitiers as coordinator and Coimbra as a partner among the 7 universities. And here, what we want to achieve is to create a pan-European knowledge ecosystem by gathering around the same table all the local actors of research and innovation, including the SMEs, the startups, the spin-offs, etc., to create value chain for new knowledge creation. And for this, we have created, this slide is a bit busy. I will just tell you that this is the green part on which you need to concentrate. This is the structure of the RR4C2 project. And as we can see, we want to create a joint research and innovation agenda. We want to empower people, and this is the part that is led by Coimbra University, where we want to actually provide new ways of fostering equality and diversity in the careers of the researchers. And we want also to promote new innovation cooperation, new knowledge ecosystems, etc. So, of course, this is very summarized, but there will be a lot of activities during the next 3 years.
Okay.
So this is the end of my presentation, and maybe just to tell you that there is a lot of things already in preparation. Some have been submitted, and we are waiting for the results, but probably we will discuss this in a minute. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you so much for bringing the Erasmus Plus component for this debate. I think it was very interesting to see how do you emphasize the academic role with the local stakeholders. So the academia, the role of the academia at regional level is really, really important. And you emphasize that part with the local stakeholders. So if you could elaborate a little more on this connection and if this is part of the success factors of this collaboration. Thank you.
Well, I would dare to say that it is indeed, I believe, a part of the success factors. Probably one point that needs to be mentioned is the fact that all the 7 universities that are in these two projects, EC2U and RI4C2, are mid-sized universities, basically between 15 and 30,000 students, and they are the only university in a middle-size city. That is usually one of the main education and research innovation location in the region. And therefore, they do have a very strong role in promoting higher education to the citizens, but also as a concentrator of all the talents, including in research and innovation. And of course, a university can only play this role of an engine of the knowledge ecosystem if it has also a very strong component of cooperation with the local policymakers, including the municipalities.
Of course.
So we have indeed placed at the very center of our project and ambition to tighten the link with the municipalities, because they are the very first-hand actor on this link with the university and all the other stakeholders.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ludovic Tilly. So,
thank you.
Hello.
Alors, j'ai le plaisir d'annoncer l'intervenant suivant qui intervient lui aussi à distance. Il s'agit de Raphaël Troncy, donc chercheur à Eurecom à Nice et qui est coordinateur d'un projet Schistera qui s'appelle Simple et dont il va nous parler tout de suite.
Bom dia, good afternoon everybody. Can you see my slides and can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for inviting me, and indeed I will present a bit this simple project and this collaboration we have with INESC ID as the Portuguese partner. So we have here since the beginning of today a number of European instruments that have been used for funding collaborative projects between France and Portugal, and I think it's the first time we will talk here about the Schistera instrument, which is part of Eranet. So this is this European instrument that enables to found European projects, but for which in practice the funding agencies are national. So this is the national fund agencies of each European countries that agree together to found those projects. So indeed, this project is called Simple, and Simple stands for Countering Creative Information Manipulation with Explainable AI. It was founded as part of the last Schistera call on the topic of explainable artificial intelligence. The project has just started. It has started 2 months ago, and it will last 3 years. And just to give you a rough idea, there are 5 partners from UK, from Czech Republic, from Austria, and then Eurecom from France, and INESC ID from Portugal. So this is this project, which is yet about, so not only about fake news, but more about information manipulation. So the project objectives are to have requirements to basically use artificial intelligence to detect misinformation, where there is basically information which is manipulated in order to cause harm. We will aim to use knowledge graph as a basis for solving this problem. We want to come with relevant and good models for detecting information manipulation. And the novel angle of this project is that we want to generate creative and engaging explainability and visualization to show to the end users that he has been faced with information manipulation. And we want even to personalize this response to skills of people and their topic affinity. There are two big use cases in this project, which are topics which undoubtedly lead to a large number of misinformation. This is the COVID-19 pandemic, and this is the general topic of climate change that is in the news since many times and will probably be for an even longer period, but that also trigger a lot of misinformation. So I'm just here emphasizing on the role of the two partners, Portugal and France. For Portugal, it is to help us to have good requirements, and in particular interview fact checkers and journalism students to understand what it is a good response to information manipulation. Is to study psychology and personalization research, and in particular how to measure personality traits, but it's also to build creative response and to design them, which are synthetic, appealing, probably based on templates and compositionals, and to process the Portuguese language, because this is one of the languages we will deal with. While Eurocom will more focus on building knowledge graphs, detecting information manipulation, analyze textual stories, and process French in particular. So this is some examples of many misinformation that may circulate on social media, of course, but also on some outlets. This could be attractive because of the type of headlines which is being put forward. Sometimes this is just plain false and fabricated, and sometimes it's much more subtle and using some propaganda techniques, sometimes just telling one part of the story but not the whole story in order to give a direction to the audience and propaganda message. And then what we expect to have is this sort of visual storytelling where we bring to the user the multiple angles that we could have on the same story and try to I'm showing just some screenshots and mock-ups of why we explain things at particular moments, why those type of coverage triggered that type of emotion, this sort of thing. So maybe this is the most interesting slide here for this roundtable is why are we collaborating with in this case INESC-ID from Portugal? So the origin of the story is that there is a common community at the beginning. Both the core partners of this project and including the Portuguese partner, we're part of the semantic web ontology engineering community. So we are used to see each other in conferences, organize events together before, scientific events such as workshops and so on. This project was truly interdisciplinary. And this was also what was tempting is that the Portuguese partners have many skills, including psychology of explanations, in this case, computational creativity, and of course, could link with relevant research in basic Portuguese natural language processing, for example. So this heterogeneous skill set was really on demand for this sort of project. We aim to do some responsible research and innovation, which means open science, open source development, sharing data sets, and that was echoing a lot as well with the Portuguese partner, which were on the same line. And one, last but not least, we have also as opportunistic, this widening countries policy. So for example, explicitly in the Kistora call, the call was mentioning that to widen participation through Food Europe, Kistora projects are encouraged to include partners from the so-called widening countries, in which Portugal is in this list. So I'm just putting here the call for reference. So it was both an opportunistic demand, but at the same time, the partner was just fulfilling perfectly the type of skill set that we were looking for. And this is why we are really thrilled to work with Lisboa and with INESC-ID in this project, to help detecting better misinformation. I probably have been a bit shorter than planned, but I'm happy to take now any questions.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation of a very, unfortunately, a very important subject nowadays. So misinformation, fake news, etc. I understood that perhaps you chose Portugal because it is part of widening countries, but I wonder if you could be so kind and, well, we still have Rafael, right, online?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah.
Ah, you are here somewhere. Okay. No, you are there, okay, you are, okay. I was not watching you, so I was wondering. So I would like to ask you, so what are the success factors of this collaboration with Portugal? So I think that you picked Portugal because it's part of the widening countries, and that was important for this AIR project. But I wonder what are the success factors of this collaboration on this so important issue nowadays for the society? Thank you.
Yeah. So the primary criteria was not that they are part of a widening country. The primary criteria is that they were offering the right skill set that we needed for this project, of course. But the fact that they were part of the also widening country was, in addition, a good thing for us. So in terms of success factors, well, personally, I didn't yet add a project within SKID, but we were already discussing this before this call, because like I said, we were part of the same community and we were networking already together in past conferences. Now, this partner had already a funded project with the UK partner, which is also part of this project, so he has prior experience in working together, and that was natural for us to bring all skill sets together, because at least each partner has a successful prior collaboration with one other partner, and that was natural to put all those together because, again, this was exactly the set of skills that we were needed. Now, what I think was also very positive in terms of success factors is what we have been able to demonstrate this interdisciplinary. And the fact that Portugal was capable of putting all those skills on the table was really, really convincing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much, Rafael. Thank you, and now we move on to Luís Seca. Luís Seca is a senior research and member of the executive board of directors at INESC Tech, and is going to present us the Interconnect project. Thank you, Luís Seca, please. You start to talk. Yeah.
It's not, it's working. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you once again for the invitation. In the next minutes, I will describe the Interconnect project. That is the largest collaborative project ever coordinated by a Portuguese entity. So we are 50 partners for 37 million funding in a topic that has to do with the development of interoperable solutions for smart homes, smart buildings, and smart grids. Why all this smart, let me say? Well, because in fact, as we are moving to a decarbonized energy system, we must understand that renewable energy has its own characteristic. It's available whenever it is, where it is. And so for us to be able to integrate these large amounts of renewable-based electricity, we need to be able to control the whole system in a completely different way. At the same time, the role of the end user is no longer as it used to be. So people are not passive, people want to be a part of it, people have electric vehicles, they want to understand how they can interact with the system. But the issue is always the same. We need to have everyone and all the equipment talking to each other in this ecosystem. And over the last years, we have had several projects working on smart grids and on energy efficiency. But Interconnect intends to take this to another level by defining a set of interoperable solutions that allow each and every actor of the system to enter and to exit, to change equipment, and everything keeps working as it was supposed to. We have some large-scale pilots that I will discuss in a few moments. And of course, I would outline the fact that we have user-centric energy and non-energy services, because the fact that the customers are now involved also brings opportunities for other services that are not really connected to energy. And I have this very small, seems complex, but it isn't. In fact, what we can understand is that the key for us to operate with a lot of renewable generation is that we explore flexibility coming from end users. What is flexibility? Is my ability to change my behavior in a certain moment given a certain incentive. The incentive can be economical, but it can be environmental. We can have a tremendous number of reasons for us to change our behavior. What we are defining here is the platform that allows for each and every actor, and you have here energy retailers, the power plants, the DSOs, so distribution system operators, transmission system operators, and of course the customers. In the end, everyone wants to connect their devices and wants to pay the less money possible, but social responsibility and environment has become a very important factor. And so what we are working on is on defining this interoperability layer that allows all of this to work seamlessly and without any issues. What are the impacts? On the one hand, the deployment and adoption of IoT standards and platforms. So this is the way for us to move to digitalization. Security is also an issue nowadays. Everyone talks about cybersecurity. And of course, cost-effective and sustainable IoT ecosystems. Energy application services and connected devices and appliances is something that we feel every time we buy anything, it's able to be connected. So it's something that won't stop. The fact that we all have devices at home that are able to be integrated in an office, so how we can put all of this working together. The fact that users must accept, and this is why demonstrators are so important, because we can design very interesting solutions. If there's no adoption from end users, they don't make any sense. So it's important to have, and we have some co-creation, including the end users to be a part of some of these solutions. The marketplace for these new services in the European Union, and of course the main motor, the increase of the use of renewables and energy efficient. Some of the outputs, in fact, will be solutions and business use cases and standardization. So this is a project that intends to have all of this together, working without any major issues to foster this digitalization. We have the 7 demonstrators. I have outlined here the demonstrator in France, although it's somehow pretty much related, as you will see, with the Portuguese demonstrator. We have several French partners, and what's interesting to see here is that they are spread over the whole value chain of the project. So we have from R&D to consultancy to ICT providers and IoT that can be also considered somehow some manufacturers, and also the strong presence of DSOs and retailers with NADs and Engie. The French consortium, let's say, the whole set of these French partner as a whole has a 4 million euro incentive in the project. So you can see it's quite significant, very similar to the Portuguese one. What is their role? So on the one hand, you have partners that are defining, and INCREA is a very good example of what can be user-centric and co-creation for the support of these energy and non-energy services. They are leading the French demonstrator in Toulon. Then you have Sensinov that develops these energy management systems in buildings, where they have this IoT platform that is actually having a strong collaboration with the Portuguese demonstrator. And this is something that I would like to outline, is that sometimes in these projects, they are collaborative because they have different countries, but each country develops their own solution and it's kept within its country. And in this project, it doesn't happen like that. So you have French companies developing solutions that will be demonstrated and tested in Portugal, and you have solutions that are designed in Portugal that will be tested in France. So it's this sort of, let's say, share of knowledge and of solutions that we think it will be of added value, not only for the project, but for the whole country. Trialogue with IoT and interoperability architectures, and Engie and Enedis as system operators. Their presence is important to define the requirements of the system. And for this, it's complementary to Portugal. I'm almost finishing. Portugal is a country with a large amount of renewable energy coming from our hydro and wind. France has a different electrical system, so you have a lot of nuclear, but also they are fostering to increase the share of renewables. The fact that these systems are so different makes that the solutions that we are developing will be able to grow and to be exploited at the European level because they are complementary. So the system requirement from the French operating system is not necessarily the same as we have in Portugal. And so we think this is very important. And that's it. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. I'm very impressed. 50 partners, that's a huge project.
Tough time, yes.
So congratulations. I have maybe two questions. One is, I wondered if there's a cultural component to customer behavior, and if that's one of the dimensions you explore within your project or not. And the other one is more about the success factors of building such a huge consortium. How did you rely on a core team of people and then expand? How did you add the 50 partners to your project?
Yes. Perhaps starting for the second question. It is difficult because these collaborative projects need for everyone to cooperate, and having all these partners cooperating is not easy. For you to see, there are some work packages in this project that are actually bigger than many other H2020 projects. We have work packages with 8 to 10 million euros of funding, so this is something big. I would say that, and this has been an amazing experience for us, but very difficult. We have actually even developed a management tool to support all the interaction between all the partners, because one cannot operate based on Excel worksheets and email. Is completely impossible. It's over 100 emails every day from every partner. So I have a strong team at Inesctec that is really focusing on managing the project. And then we have the technical committee and the steering committee, and everyone keeps articulating. Of course, we have our problems. We are at month 20 now, almost half the project. We had a review meeting a few weeks ago. But yes, it's difficult, but we have managed to interact. But the tools were really important. So the fact that we anticipated this and that we developed the tools to give this support to the operation was absolutely fundamental for us to have the success we have had so far. When you mention the end users and cultural issues, if I understood, that's the main reason why we want to have these demonstrators spread in different countries, because people are actually different. And the way they behave towards this subject is really different, because, and we had this experience, if you say to someone that participating in a flexibility service has a 50% discount of electricity by the end of the year, everyone will say yes. But if you explain that that benefit can be of 20 euros for the whole year, there's a lot of people that say, well, for 20 euros, perhaps I'm not available because I want to use everything I can whenever I can. So it's a difficult question, but the fact is that this ground of having different culture allows us to have a solution that is exploitable EU-wide and not necessarily to one very specific country. That is the main objective of the project.
Thank you very much. And now we move to the last speaker. She is Lia Domingues. She's from the Association des Diplômés Portugais en France. And she's going to present the main conclusions, outcomes from this session, bearing in mind the role of AGRAF in the promotion of these collaborative dynamics. So, Lia, please, the floor is yours for the next, 4 minutes. Thank you very much.
It's okay. Thank you very much. So I'd like to start by thanking the organization for the opportunity to close this session and to congratulate you all for the organization of this event and for all the speakers today, because your projects are great, or even your personal experience, and it's very motivating to see that there are a lot of projects in consortia between both countries. So if I had to take make lessons or to take lessons from here, I will start by the keywords that I mostly heard today, which was networking and added value, making partnerships with partners that you already know, but that will bring something new for your consortia. Also, the feeling that I have is that the language is not really an issue, and that in fact science can be very neutral, and that can be a field where you can discuss and bring together ideas and innovation, which is also very important in all of your projects. And I have to say that I was very happy to see that all of your projects have a big impact, whether in career development or early career researchers, or even in infrastructures or the development of collaboration, or in this last case, the interaction among cities and among companies. And so this is very important. And also what I have to say is that when I hear all of your presentations is that there's also the component research and academia, but also the very important partners that you all have, which are companies, and that can have also put a big impact on your projects. So I have to say that it was really important to hear the word capitalization, not only for the resources, or mostly also, that I have to say, for the human resources, that because all of the consortia are also made of people. So that is great. And the word that I also heard a lot, which was scientific cooperation. So if I have to make a link between all of your projects and actually what our association does, it has a lot to do with networking. So we provide network for our members. We provide also a sort of umbrella where our members can also develop projects that will help them capitalize on their professional career, but also on their personal development. And so this is what I have, is the link, the most important word that I heard today, and that also brings the link with what the association is doing for the Portuguese researchers that are also here, although our members are not only researchers. So
thank you, Lia. I think that we are very short on our time.
It's good, it's no problem. So just to say that as our association makes the link between the Portuguese researchers that are here, but also with the stakeholders, both French and Portuguese. And FCT is one of those, and we are very happy to be able to collaborate with both the Portuguese and French entities.
Thank you so much, Lia. Very useful.
Thank you.
And I think that one of the most important of this session is really network, and that language is not a barrier, even because we all speak European English very well. So I think that it was very interesting, this session. We have to close. Ella?
Merci.
Un grand merci.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation, and to all the speakers for your wonderful projects. Congratulations.
Thank to all the panelists, remote and that are here as well. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone. So it is my pleasure to introduce this session. This session will be about the CMU Portugal partnership, and the title is The Contribution of the CMU Portugal International Partnership for the High-Tech Ecosystem in Portugal.
Thank you, Inês. By the way, my name is Nuno Nunes. I'm one of the co-directors. Inês Lins here with me is the other co-director of the International Partnership. We will have remotely with us José Fonseca de Moura in a few minutes to give you also some words. And with us we have two representatives from the industry partners that we have affiliated with the Carnegie Mellon International Partnership. The partnership has many different ways of helping research in Portugal. One of them is through talent. Actually, we will see in the video that we will show you how this talent has been key in promoting the generation of new startup companies. We have one of them, FeedZai, with people heavily involved with the partnership. OutSystems is another example of a company that benefited a lot from the talent that the partnership developed throughout the years. And so we still do dual degree PhD programs, and we do these research projects in collaboration with industry. And to show you better what type of research we do with the companies in these large-scale projects, we are going to show you a video with examples of the projects. And the video is going to be divided in two sections. And just after me, we will see the first section of that video with examples of the large-scale projects.
Technology is one of today's most challenging sectors, with the world constantly evolving to the beat of new discoveries. To keep the pace, it is crucial to be at the forefront of technological development and be part of an innovation ecosystem that couples cutting-edge research with the know-how of highly innovative companies in the data-driven economy. And this is where CMU Portugal comes in. Throughout the years, the program has supported innovative, collaborative initiatives and has built solid industrial and academic collaborations that are an essential part of the program's achievements. So, let us tell you about what we've been up to lately. In 2019, CMU Portugal launched the most ambitious call in its history. To answer such a competitive call, 12 large-scale collaborative projects were selected, covering areas ranging from data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning to mobility or language technologies. And for the first time, the 12 projects are led by a Portuguese company in close partnership with more than 25 Portuguese institutions, ranging from universities to research labs, hospitals and companies, plus 8 CMU departments in a financial, private and public commitment of almost 25 million euros. Now let's take a closer look at these pioneering projects. AIDA is evolving RAID, which is a flagship end-to-end real-time data management platform developed to collect data across business applications and platforms to provide detailed monitoring of business activity and improve corporate performance. The AIDA project's overarching goal is to conceive a new version of the RAID platform by moving some of the pipeline phases to the edge of the system and taking advantage of 5G. The next version of RAID will enable companies to collect and monitor data in an extremely flexible way, with real-time guarantees, security, and reliability. The prototype will be deployed and demoed by the end of the project in a realistic scenario in the telecommunications services sector. B2Waste Crypto is a project that envisions the use of data science and blockchain technologies to maximize value and contribute to a sustainable waste management strategy at a local level with a global scope. It might be possible through designing the best set of technologies to be used in terms of the quality and quantity of waste generated and also of the materials to be produced, from waste processing under environmental and economic criteria. Another goal to be put in practice is the creation of a token, eventually based on a cryptocurrency to make use of blockchain technologies that rewards individuals' sustainable behavior in returning waste for recycling or reuse, as well as to promote pay-as-you-throw solutions. The Building Hope project proposes to develop a tool to redefine buildings' energy management practices in the context of smart urban environments. The Building Hope platform will be tested in relevant contexts, industrial, offices, and retail buildings. This resulting technology will allow buildings to have a unique type of energy management, characterizing in detail energy services consumption and optimizing the operation across multiple energy systems, among other advantages. Camelot is a project focused on efficient fraud detection in the cloud with award-winning results. Grounded on the real-world use of machine learning to prevent financial fraud, it aims to improve the use of ML in terms of cloud resources, anonymized data, efficient data pipeline processing, and development of fair and explainable models. The Floyd project aims at building a technological stack for offering high-performance network computation services to users of connected vehicles. Floyd will explore the potential of artificial intelligence in multiple technological domains by identifying processes in mobility, autonomous driving, or network operation that follow complex behaviors and thus require or have considerable potential to benefit from an intelligent learning approach. About the Golem project. Imagine that you have no programming expertise, but the ability to create your own app is at your reach. This is what Golem intends to make possible, basically trying to answer questions such as these. What is the next generation of low-code? What is the most natural way for a citizen developer to create fit-to-purpose apps without having to write code? And how can such a visionary development experience be implemented? The experience of being a consumer might also change a lot, thanks to the ideas stated by iFetch. They are trying to develop a software that will allow consumers, constituents, and citizens to access information more naturally, empowering them to make better informed decisions. This will be made possible through a database granted by the company Farfetch regarding product types and attributes, and creating a network of multimodal conversation artificial intelligence agents revolutionizing the luxury fashion industry's
Okay, I think you should stay to watch the second part of the video. Meanwhile, we will have with us José Fonseca de Moura from Pittsburgh, I think, or New York, probably. I think he's already online.
Yes, Nun. So I guess it's my turn now. And I went against the recommendations and did make some slides. So I'd appreciate if they are displayed now. Vasco, can you put the slides up? Well, I guess I can start talking and hopefully the slides will show up. So as Nun says, I'm Jose Moura and I'm a professor at Carnegie Mellon, and I direct the program from the CMU side. And I'm going to address briefly aspects yeah, okay, good. Now the slides are showing. Aspects related to the research and the innovation and those aspects of the program. It's a great story, and it was not necessarily planned or dreamed even a priori, but as the program developed since 2006 through its 3 phases, we kind of moved from start moving the goalposts and start observing and developing these impacts. So in this slide, of course, Nuno already referred to the fact that we have 3 major components. One is education aspects, the other is the talent development, the other is the involvement with companies. And with the involvement with companies, is not as, no, it's involving the researchers and the research institutions and universities, not as development centers of technology, but rather as partnering with the companies to steer the high quality research that the researchers and faculty members, doctoral students, and so forth carry out at their universities to have direct impact because in companies, because the problems worked are jointly defined with these companies. So let me just give a statistic in terms of the talent development. Of course, we had about 260 graduates in the 5 professional master's programs. 160 of these were directly sponsored by companies. That paid not just the costs of their education, but supported them with fellowships while engaged in the program. And most of these graduates then went to work with many of these companies. Besides those professional masters, we have, of course, over 100 doctoral students. All of these is what we call dual degree students, spending time in Portugal and at CMU and receiving degrees from both CMU and Portugal. And these students, of course, through their research activity directly in Portugal, they augmented the numbers of researchers involved, university researchers involved in companies. Besides these, of course, in our activities and projects, there were many other hundreds of doctoral students and master students that were not dual degree, but got engaged in our activities. So to give you an idea of the companies involved over the years, over the 3 phases of the program, this slide shows just 60 of the logos of some of these companies, but to our latest count, it's more than 150 or 160 of such companies. Since 2018, as industry affiliates, at least 16 companies are directly engaged. Some of them, you will hear from them during the panel, like OutSystems and FeedZai, and possibly others that are shown here as industry affiliates for phase 3 of the program. One of the nice outcomes of the program, and again, these are things that you can plan, but you create the conditions for that, is the startups. And I show here the logos of at least 12 of the startups of the program. And on this slide, we have some descriptions of the activities of some of these startups, and 2 of the ones shown here are actually now with the valuation that is over each of them over $1 billion. So these startup companies here, they have created lots of high quality jobs in Portugal. I think that our count, of course, these companies are expanding. Our last count was over 1,000 high quality jobs and maybe $300 million of capital investment gotten in different international VC markets. Now, it's not just the startups, it's also the high quality people, and I'm illustrating here with 5 or 6 of those doctoral students that graduated from the program and that joined companies in Portugal. It became almost a common sense, a common practice that the doctoral students, PhD professionals would join companies, either because they participated in projects with them, the companies saw the advantage of recruiting them, or because they were so interested in actually, rather than joining necessarily universities, joining the companies. I just show here a number of projects that over the years we have supported, 77 of them. And just to show you in phase 2, about 12 of the large projects that were launched in phase 2. Of course, there were still maybe 10 or 12 projects from phase 1 that continued in phase 2. The ones launched in phase 2 involved $14 million and 46 companies and so forth. And this slide shows the ecosystem of companies and universities and departments or colleges at CMU. And one of the projects somewhere here, I can't see exactly where, but maybe this project was VR to market, involved, for example, Hospital de Gaia, Petra Techs, Biodevices, the University of Aveiro, Institute of Telecommunications, Inestec, and the Heinz College at CMU. Another one, Hyrax, somewhere there, involves the College of Engineering, involves Wavecom, Geolink, Hinscam, Inestec, NovID, Faculdade de Ciências, and the Institute of Telecommunications. And I could go over many of the others, and you will see that sometimes the same company appearing in different projects would create great synergisms, or the same research institution or the same college at CMU involved creating these synergisms. This is a similar slide now for phase 3. We just launched 12 very large projects, all led by companies. 4 of those companies are directly industrial affiliates of the program, and you will hear at least from 2 of them, OutSystems and Fidzai, that again are on the panel that follows. And we are proud of these very large projects. And besides all these, there was another activity that we developed, which was called the INRES. The INRES was for very early startup companies, supporting them both with some local training in Portugal and then local training at CMU. And these, I think that if you count, it's about 12 of them shown in this slide in the 3 editions of the program. And the numbers there are for early 2016 or 2017. And we helped them develop their skills to sell their products to customers, to sell their products to venture capitalists, and they were successful immediately in raising capital. And I think that this is my last slide. I thank you for listening. I think that we have a very good story to tell, fostering these collaborations between companies, universities, research institutions, breaking the ceiling of the ivory tower, and getting our graduates, masters, professional masters, and doctoral students engaged, and then become either entrepreneurs themselves or joining entrepreneur companies, or joining established and large companies. Thank you. Nuno, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, José, for making the summary of the program in the last years. And now, without further ado, I will start introducing the members of the panel, and then Inês will start the panel discussion. With me, I have João Abreu from OutSystems at my right. João is responsible for innovation and academic relations programs at OutSystems, and in the past he's played multiple roles in research and development in OutSystems, and he holds a PhD in computer science from the University of Leicester. I think this is also an example of how this partnership is different. We have here with us several companies. Actually, we have 4 so-called unicorn companies with us, representatives from 4 so-called unicorn companies. 2 of them are emerged directly from the program, although one is incorporated in Berlin. and they all have highly qualified people in positions in their companies. I also have with me online Luís Carvalho from Farfetch, which is another unicorn company, as you know. Is Scientific Vice President of Technology at Farfetch and helps shape the group's technology and innovation strategy, leading efforts across enterprise architecture, data governance, platform technologies, and research. To my left, next to Inês, I have Pedro Bizarro, who was also, I remember when the program started, a faculty member at the University of Coimbra, and now is co-founder and chief science officer of FeedsEye, another unicorn company, which has most of its engineering like OutSystems based in Portugal, employing hundreds of people in our country, highly qualified jobs. And his background draws from academia and research, and he's turned his technical expertise into entrepreneurship success, which has helped found FeedsEye, which is an industry-leading AI platform to fight fraud. Pedro has been an official member of the Forbes Technology Council, a visiting professor at Carnegie Mellon, a Fulbright Fellow, and has worked with CERN. And he holds also a PhD in computer science from the University of Wisconsin-Madison. Then finally, I have remotely Sofia Nunes, who is not a computer scientist. She's a psychologist. I still remember when I was promoting the program in HCI in Madeira, and I found this brilliant girl which had a lot of urge to pursue a career in technology, but she's trained as a clinical psychology. And the area of research that I'm also part of is very interdisciplinary, so it brings computer science with design and psychology, and here is a good example. And because she is a psychologist, she co-founded Mambu, which is another unicorn company, actually became the first unicorn of 2021, if I'm not mistaken, despite being based in Berlin, in Germany, which also shows how, funding these initiatives in Portugal also benefits other countries in Europe, not just Portugal. And she's been instrumental in building Mambu's unique company culture, and she uses her passion for people and experience design to create inspiring environment where people thrive to work to their full potential. And so these are our 4 guests, and now Inês will start the panel. Inês.
So thank you. I will start introducing OutSystems and Farfetch, who are the first 2 companies that will participate right now. So OutSystems and Farfetch, and actually José Fonseca de Moura has talked about this, are since the beginning of the 3rd phase of the program in 2018, 2 of the CMU Portugal 16 affiliated partners. And these 2 companies are clearly committed to actively contribute to the advanced education and research programs of the partnership and to increase their competitiveness by investing in research and development, in advanced training of human resources, and in building a highly skilled workforce dedicated to innovation activities. So they are also both promoters of 2 of the 12 new large-scale collaborative projects, so 2 projects that we have shown or have seen or are going to see in the video. And I will start by introducing OutSystems. So I will talk a bit more about Farfetch and OutSystems, and then I will give the word to João to talk about the work of OutSystems. So regarding Farfetch, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Farfetch is the leading global platform for the luxury fashion industry. The company's mission is to be the global platform for luxury fashion, connecting creators, curators, and consumers. Founded in 2007 by José Neves for the love of fashion and launched in 2008, Farfetch began as an e-commerce marketplace for luxury boutiques around the world. Today, the Farfetch marketplace connects customers in over 190 countries and territories with items from more than 50 countries and over 1,300 of the world's best brands, boutiques and department stores, delivering a truly unique shopping experience and access to the most extensive selection of luxury on a single platform. So I will continue with OutSystems, that is quite different but also quite successful. OutSystems is a modern application platform that enables organizations of all sizes to tackle any kind of critical application, from legacy, modernization, and workplace innovation to customer experience transformation. Using OutSystems, customers can build applications fast, build them right, and build them for the future. Top engineers at OutSystems work through every aspect of the platform to help organizations build enterprise-grade apps and transform their business faster. OutSystems combines the power of minimal coding with advanced mobile capabilities, enabling visual development of entire application portfolios that easily integrate with existing systems. OutSystems was founded in 2001 in Lisbon and is currently headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts, in the United States, and has offices in 11 countries. I will now connect OutSystems with the CMU Portugal partnership. So OutSystems leads the Golem project in collaboration with Inesc ID, FCT9 and CMU. The project expects to enable everyone to create enterprise applications with no code through artificial intelligence and a rich set of language abstractions. Golem is aiming to automate programming and revolutionize the software development experience, ultimately allowing citizens or non-expert business professionals to develop their own apps. The project will advance the state-of-the-art AI applied to code, program synthesis, and automated programming techniques. So, João, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So, I don't know, do you want me to, I think you've kind of said it all. So OutSystems was created 20 years ago, and what we do is we help other companies become digital. As Inês said, we have a platform that allows other companies to create their applications much faster and with less skills than traditional technologies. And this is a big challenge. So doing this is a big challenge. So we have 500 engineers right now working on top of OutSystems, improving this platform. So just even though the platform has already great results, to improve the platform and to address the needs of the market, you need 500 people. So this is just to give you an idea of the dimension. And doing this, which is to be better than traditional coding technologies, is a big challenge. There's a lot of uncertainty, and that's why we do research. So for us, doing research is about trying to explore paths of product evolution that we do not know will work or how to make them work. And one of the ways we do that is by working with universities. So we've worked with several universities in Portugal. We've worked with Nova, with Inesc ID, with Inesc Tech, we've worked with Minho, we've worked with UBI. We're working with Carnegie Mellon. Just to give you an idea of the impact that this has, more than 70 students have done their MSc thesis at OutSystems on projects that were proposed by us. So that's 70 students have done their MScs at OutSystems. And Golem was indeed a big challenge that we wanted to tackle, which we probably wouldn't have done without the support of CMU and this program. So what we're doing with Golem is trying to figure out how in the future anyone can create applications without having any programming skills, without knowing about databases, without knowing about coding at all, and still be able to do professional applications, and this is the big challenge. And we don't know how to do this. So we need to explore before we even think about putting this kind of stuff in the product. And so we challenged Nova, which is one of our oldest partners who works in the language technologies, and we've challenged Inesc ID to work with us on program synthesis. and we're basically learning if this can be done and how this can be done. And we already have a lot of results. We're at the end of the first year. And so the point is, without this, we probably wouldn't be doing this at the moment. So we wouldn't be exploring this kind of technologies, and we wouldn't be exploring it in such depth. So I don't know if you guys want to ask questions. This is my summary.
Okay, thank you, João. I'm actually, before passing on to Luís, I wanted to ask a question because I think many people perhaps in the audience would like to know how come we can create companies evaluated more than $1 billion like OutSystems, Feedzai, Farfetch, and Mambu. Who are your competitors, and what is limiting your growth right now in terms of business?
Yeah, so it's an interesting question because what OutSystems set out to do 20 years ago was something that the market didn't really understand the value of until like 4 or 5 years ago. So until 4 or 5 years ago, OutSystems was having to pitch the technology. So people didn't understand the value. Like 4 years ago, the low-code word came into the market, and everyone knows what low-code is, and now we don't have to sell it. We just have to grow the product as fast as you can. So one of the big challenges we have right now is hiring top quality engineers, top quality designers, and so on. And we're growing a lot. To meet the needs of our market, we need to grow more. Our competitors are a few companies you might have heard of, like Microsoft, like Salesforce. So these are big guys. We are a small company compared to them. The reason we are successful is because we're stubborn. Okay, we started a long time ago, so our technology is very complex. It's very hard to imitate. You cannot just build something similar in 1 year and have the same results. And we are knowledge leaders in what we're doing. So we are really in a good position to keep on growing and fight with these big guys and keep being a huge success.
Thank you, João. So I'll pass on to now to Farfetch and asking more or less the same question. I think it's interesting that we have here two companies whose competitors are names that probably everybody heard about, like Microsoft. I don't know what you're going to say, Luís, but I guess probably Amazon or another unicorn company in Europe I guess from Italy. But please.
First, I want to thank the organization for the invite to be here. And also a small correction, I'm not scientific vice president out of respect to my peers from the scientific fields. It's senior, and I'm more on the engineering side, but globally also overseeing research. Jumping straight to the question on competitors, it is a very, very, very hard question to answer. We have two layers at the company. One that you could probably talk about as being the luxury side, where some of our competitors will be the My3s of the world. Probably you could consider Net-a-Porter. We don't like to compare ourselves with Amazon. We stay on a more niche space in the fashion side. We stay on the luxury space, where Amazon actually tries to occupy a bit more on the other side of the spectrum. But we also have a very strong technical arm within Farfetch, right? What we call F-Tech, which is actually our group's technology side. And when we talk about competition there, it actually goes on the other direction. Our competitions are the Netflix and Spotify of the world, where we compete for top tier talent wherever they are globally. So we are playing two games. One on the business side, building the platform to serve our customers, but also attracting the talent that nowadays, and with the experience we all went through with COVID, it sits anywhere in the world. Even with us having offices in São Paulo, in London, multiple tech offices in Portugal, New Delhi, Shanghai, Shenzhen, or actually not Shenzhen, Beijing, it's still a very, very, very hard fight nowadays, right, to find that talent. And I would actually say that That's where our main challenge lies, finding the top tier talent, because that will enable everything else. And also, kind of connecting with the conference here, that's where partnerships, which are foundational to our approach on how we build our platform, our technical approach to our business challenges. Partnerships are incredibly important, either through established business partners, but also through programs like the CMU one and our partnerships with Nova and EST, which enable us to tap into a different type of talent, also top-tier talent, but talent that is accustomed to the scientific side and taking their time and to iterate through the problems without being obsessed with a specific business requirement. And I think we want to protect, and we should protect these two kind of sides of that equation. I don't know if that answered the question.
Yes,
it is really
Luis.
broad, and we could do a full conference about that.
Can you talk a little bit more about the importance of the CMU partnership and the project you are leading, the iFetch?
Yeah, of course. So the way we approach research at Farfetch is based on three pillars. I already touched on one of those, partnerships. Another of those pillars is being customer obsessed. So everything we do is about the things we deliver, the experiences we deliver to our customers. So even research is based on real life scenarios that we want to tackle, even if those real life scenarios, we only foresee them to exist in 5 to 10 years. And what we could call the third pillar is tech must serve an objective. So kind of tying with the previous one, everything that we investigate, even if it's on the long term, must have something of value to the customers, to our partners, and to, even if it's just technical, to scale our platform, for example. So, and partnerships like the CMU one, and again, like we talked with Nova and EST on iFetch, are exactly an amazing fit for these three pillars. What we're doing with iFetch is we're tackling a huge challenge that is to enable a really global online and offline experience for our partners. And for those of you that are not aware, Farfetch actually has the ability to reach out customers through the online, either through our website, our marketplace. We actually develop the websites for multiple partners. So if you actually go to Harrods, which you actually are using the Farfetch platform behind it, you're using our logistics, you're using our e-commerce capabilities. If you go in China, if you're using WeChat, or if you're buying Tmall, you're actually using also the Farfetch platform. So we have this ability to reach multiple channels online, but we also have physical stores through Browns, which is part of the Farfetch group. We have access to test our technology in physical spaces. And we just launched a new store in London that enabled us to test a lot of technology we've been building for the last 5 years, from connected mirrors to actually learning about the experience of the customer online and bringing that as data points for the staff to know what the customer wants and treat them as a VIP. So you can actually go into a store and feel as a VIP, even if it's the first time you're going there. And iFetch enables us to enhance that experience by collecting all of these data points and creating, through multimodal chats, as it was presented on the video. And I don't think I can do a better presentation than the video did. It will actually enable that in real life scenarios. So everyone working on this initiative and having the access to the talent that we otherwise would not have will enable us to build this faster. And actually, as João said before, from OutSystems, we probably would not be building it today because we have so many other things to be working on. So this partnership will help us accelerate these ideas and these concepts and bring them into reality.
Thank you, Luis.
Okay, let me then present our next two speakers and the companies they've co-founded and work for still. On my left, I have Feedzai. Feedzai is a company that does AI for fraud detection. I actually remember meeting Paulo and Pedro many years ago in Pittsburgh. when Paulo was directing the Master in Software Engineering. And I guess Pedro will explain to you how the company evolved and started focusing on the fraud detection market and became a global company. The other person that I have with me is Sofia. Like I said, both of these companies work for the financial sector. Unlike Farfetch, Mambu is emerged from a service design project. I still remember the 5 students back then, only 3 of them founded the company, coming back to us and telling us, we want to do our research in Africa. And they came with a proposition of whether they were going to do it in Mozambique, in Angola, or I think in Cape Verde. And I told them, you need to study your geography better, because I think these are very different countries. They ended up going to Mozambique, and they got inspired to build a microfinancing service as a platform, which is what is now known as Mambu. Unfortunately, it was not based in Portugal, despite all of my efforts, but I'm very glad they were so successful. But I will start with Pedro. Can you tell us a little bit about the story of Fidzai, and from a small startup to now one of the most valued companies we have in Portugal in the high-tech industry, and also how you're benefiting from the program?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It's hard to look back and really identify what caused our success, but one nice thing about the CMU Portugal program is that it touched us in so many different ways. So I'm pretty sure it contributed a lot to our early success. So we started by during the Masters of Software Engineering, where when you first met us, we were in a program that they said was teaching the teacher. So we were also being trained as software engineer professors at CMU. And that was actually fundamental. We ended up doing a company in mission critical systems where software engineering is very important. So by then we were learning about software estimation, team dynamics, risk management, all those sorts of things that ended up being very useful. We already have lots of experience, so we were both in the software engineering group at University of Coimbra, but that really reinforced even more. So one thing of the CMU Portugal was knowledge. It's very important. The one was connections and collaboration. So it was also an opportunity to engage with, of course, CMU and their researchers, and also with the other partners in Portugal. For example, one of the early partners was Novabase, and we started collaborating with them. Back then we were just, what, five, 6 people back then, but it was one of our first early clients, and we got to them via the CMU Portugal, and then they became investors of Fidzai, so it was also very important. We also benefit a lot from talent and students. So some of our early employees and still existing employees, senior VP of product and so on, and others were in dual degree programs with CMU. Amazing professionals, really important talent that we were able to bring from the program. Of course, there was also reputation. CMU is a top name worldwide. There is no other university in terms of software engineering knowledge and AI that is able to combine both at that level. And we also benefit with that reputation a lot. And I think something that was also fundamental, and I want to thank to Professor Fonseca de Moura, is especially the ambition. I think the ambition of the program was and is really outstanding. There was nothing like that before at that scale. And thinking with that level of ambition, I think it was really eye-opening, and we felt that, okay, from here we can really get to the world. There is no obstacles, there is no excuse. So I think that is also a driving force, is that there is really no excuse. Just get going, collaborate with whoever you need to collaborate, but get going, and the sky is the limit. And finally, we also benefit from this amazing industry and academy collaboration. It was the backbone of the program back in 2007, and it still is today. And I think it really brings a lot of benefit to Portugal, to the companies, and to the universities. I think there's a really good benefit. It's a win-win situation for both sides.
I just realized that I did something wrong with the script, but it doesn't matter. Sophia, can you tell a little bit the story of Mambo and what you think has been successful for Mambo as a startup from the Carnegie Mellon Portugal program? And by the way, the importance of design.
Sure. As you very well said, so that moment, I think 12 years ago, when I, for the first time, heard about the program, to this day, I say it changed my life, and it literally did. So at that point, I was just yet another psychologist, clinical psychologist in Portugal, with almost zero perspectives of finding job in the next, I don't know, 12 months. And at that point, when I heard about the program, it just, my eyes sparkled, and I immediately had to take action. I remember just leaving that session with this eagerness, this urge to just try to find out as much as possible. I think I contacted Professor Nuno immediately, asked everything I had to do to get the scholarship and to get into the program. And indeed was the best thing I've done until today. It was, to me personally, what it brought was really a shift on my mindset, just opening up to new perspectives, to the possibilities, just being part of the program, sharing it with so many other talented and brilliant people in other industries. It was something that I had never imagined, and it was just an open up of possibilities to me. And I believe the same happened in a different level with my two other co-founders. So with Eugene coming from a computer science background and Freddie more on the business side, but I believe to them it was also about, first of all, seeing the potential of working in these multidisciplinary teams, but also they were part of a course on entrepreneurship, and I believe that's what sparkled in them, the seed, and planted the seed to start something, which we didn't know at that point what it was. And over time, as we kept working on more projects together, we saw that there was also a good synergy between us, the three of us, and eventually the two other people who were part of the final project. And it was while working in this project, and yet this is another thing that was so directly part of what Mambo is right now, because that was the origin of everything. When we went to Mozambique and did our research for 6 weeks and came up with these ideas, and eventually went back to test some of them, and came back with the idea for Mambo, what was going to be Mambo. It was a little bit crazy at the moment. It felt crazy, but it also felt right somehow. And we were so grateful that we had this opportunity, because none of us were from a financial background, and just being able to be immersed in that reality and seeing the challenges, seeing the need and the opportunity for what was going to be Mambo was just something that would never have happened if it weren't for the CMU program. So for that, I believe forever we will be grateful to it.
Okay, perhaps we can now go back in a more free way to our speakers, asking them one of the questions we have here, and if someone wants to ask a question, I think that's allowed. At least our minister, if he wants to ask a question, he should be allowed. But my question to you is, do you find it easy to work with universities in Portugal? What do you think should be done to improve this university company collaboration?
Well, I find it easy in the sense that both the companies and universities want to collaborate. So the will is there, and we feel that the problems that we have are well addressed by the knowledge that the universities bring to the table. If there's something that we can improve, and I always say this, is more funding to the universities. More funding to the universities always. I think universities are the future. It's where we train our next generation of brilliant minds. So I'm always a supporter of more funding to the universities and more flexibility in the way that they manage their funds. Sometimes I feel that they are managing a lot of red tape to if they have a surprise in a project, like if a student doesn't arrive on time and if they need to hire another student, the process is a little bit convoluted or heavy in terms of changes to personnel and costs and things like that. And the more simple we can make that for professors and researchers at universities, the more freedom and trust we have on them, I think the better.
Picking up on that, Pedro, I remember the other day we were talking about, and you were saying that you would rather fund blue sky research, give total freedom to the PIs from the university, rather than ask them to, write these very detailed proposals with the roadmap. Can you explain to our audience, because this is a general science forum, why this is so important in our field?
Yes, so if you really want to do research, it's really hard to put on paper that I'm going to do this on year 1 and that on year 2 and that on year 3 and that on year 4 and the outcomes are this. It's really hard, right? If you can do that, it's probably not research, right? So you probably know the general direction that you want to go and you have a sense of what great looks like, but it's really hard to say what achievements you're going to get there, or sometimes even the steps. Even at FIDSI, so many times, and I'm leading the research department, so many times I go through a place and then I have to come back and go through another place and come back. A project doesn't quite work this way. I feel like it's climbing a mountain. And okay, it's not really this way. It's maybe this way. No, not this way. Maybe this way. Always trying to find an angle, an attack angle, as I say, to climb that mountain. And I think we should trust more the PIs at universities and give them bigger grants, more ears, and trust based on past reputation, and potentially increase the grant size as reputation and results keep coming from other smaller grants over time, but really have a more model of freedom for the PIs at universities to hire more or less students, PhDs or masters, longer or shorter term, because I think they need that flexibility. Their environment is very fluid with students coming and going. So we need to have a funding that allows that fluidity of human resources and that really trusts the researcher, at least for a few years. Let's see what happens. And maybe after that we can build on that reputation and we'll wait for follow-up grants. But I think it should be more based on that initial trust and expecting that the results will come instead of being so heavy on sometimes, at least on my perspective, on paperwork and smaller details.
João, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, so I agree with what Pedro said. So we have great people in the universities, and we've worked with lots of great people in several universities. Some of the challenges we have is flexibility, as Pedro was saying. So if you're working on government-funded programs, it doesn't make sense to have a 3-year plan. I mean, it does make sense to have a 3-year plan. It doesn't make sense to believe that you're going to stick to the plan. So maybe in the first year you will, after that you won't, or else it wouldn't be research. One of the other big challenges we've had, and this has happened in the past, was when we tried to outsource some of the research to universities, and what happened is that the people in the universities did not have the human resources to tackle the research at the moment we needed to do the research. So there's not only a lack of funding, so I'm not talking about the amounts, but allowing the universities to have a body of researchers that can tackle industry problems on short notice would be something amazing. And what happens is that the university either has a PhD student or a postdoc, and the guy is either finishing the PhD and then he's going to leave. But if we ask them to do research at that moment, maybe he will help us, or else they don't have people to work with us, because the other people are the professors and they also have to teach. So there's a big lack of research power in the universities to work with us. And sometimes we do have the money to spend, and the university does not have the human resources to work with us. So yeah, but having said that, as a company, our first priority is to choose the right people to work with. And luckily, we've been doing that in the past, and so it's always gone well. The other thing I would suggest is try to find a way to promote researchers who work with industry. I still find that researchers are very, very pressed to publish papers, which is fine, but I'm not sure if they're valued for doing work with university, with industry. And it would be really great if they did, because they would do more of that.
Okay, thank you, João. I don't know, Luís, Sophia, if you want to comment on this, or else on another topic, which is the importance of interdisciplinarity in helping the companies achieve the results, because all of these companies need different skills. They not only need computer science, they also need, and I'm looking at Farfetch and Mambu, I know that you need also other expertise to integrate into your company. I don't know, Sophia, you seem to...
Sophia, if you want to go first.
Yeah, please.
Sure. I guess with Mambu, it's in the DNA already, right? We started as a multidisciplinary team, computer science, again, business and psychology, and we just got merged in the program of human-computer interaction. So that was there from the very get-go. And then, of course, we focused, still to this day, it's a high focus on the engineering team and the more the technical side of the company, given our nature. But we obviously invested a lot on the other areas too. So obviously on the commercial, on finance, and people with, even within these global functions, if you wish, just having different backgrounds. We find it very, very useful to have that diversity, even when you are within the same team and within the same broad part of the organization, to have different perspectives, different backgrounds, different nationalities even. That has been fundamental to the way we've grew and how we discuss ideas, how we evolve and innovate.
So I can touch on both briefly, both points. So going back on the relationships with universities, especially on these projects, and I'll talk on personal experience. So and I think I'll build on what João and Pedro already mentioned. In terms of what I said before, it's still true. So there are initiatives that we would have not be working on if it wasn't for these types of partnerships. But also the reality is I have more paperwork to do on partnerships with universities than I have to do internally. And internally, we are also, for example, and this is real examples, my research team is working on blockchains and 3D technology. And we can adjust the roadmap faster. And I think that touches a bit on what João mentioned before. And also, it has trickled down to conversations I've been present in with multiple universities that we tried to get some initiatives moving forward where the need, touching on the budget side, the need to actually figure out exactly where the budget goes and when exactly it goes and who will get it was the primary talking point. And instead of us trying to address a real challenge in terms of the technology, we wanted to validate, to test, to experiment, and what that could bring in terms of future value. That was kind of the secondary conversation, because we spent 2 hours discussing who would get the budget, because it would need to be perfectly justified under a specific plan. So just wanted to share that on the personal experience. On the second question, at Farfetch, we actually get to have from inception technologists, supply chain experts, marketeers, stylists on the same meetings discussing different projects. So I think that kind of covers the multifaceted side of the problems we need to achieve. But just specifically on technology, we also have from product designs and product managers to data governance specialists to data science to database experts. We have people that are expert in geodistributing systems across different regions, including regions with more difficulties in getting data across the borders. So we have these requirements that makes multidisciplinary teams not just a reality, but a fundamental need. And I think companies that understand that actually succeed. And it's not just about technology, right? Our people team, our HR department, which we call the people team, are critical and vital for a lot of the things we do in terms of growing the company, right? Our conversations with marketing are critical to the way we evolve the technology. Our conversations with our colleagues that are photographers that are taking videos and photo shoots in our multiple offices, they are critical to the success of our technology. So I think everyone here would easily agree that it is a pillar of success to understand not just diversity in terms of the technology aspects of positions and roles, but also in terms of cultural significance of understanding other cultures, because being global actually means being local. And our success in China is because we have a team in China that understands that culture, and also then applies the specific role structure with product design and engineering and testing and infrastructure and stylists and all of that. So I think it's key.
Thank you, Luis. I have another question for all of you. So one of the things that you all have mentioned is the interest of these partnerships in terms of talent. And so João was saying that there are not many people doing research, or that it could be better to have more researchers at university. Many times the students go to the companies. So, but also you complain that you need more talent. So there is some tension here in one sense, because of course we want our students to work afterwards. Sometimes you want them to get the PhD, the master and the PhD. On the other hand, they have a lot of pressure from the companies, but I realize that you also give value to the knowledge they get. So sometimes they get not that early, so they take some more time to study, and at the end they make a difference because of that. So what are your thoughts about this?
I can start. I think we need to look at these things in time scales much larger than we typically look, because I think the way we get to success is to create positive feedback loops. The universities promote entrepreneurship supports universities somehow. For example, just today we are signing a grant with the University of Coimbra, our alma mater. And I think it's through this long vision of collaboration between academia and the companies that we can produce these feedback loops of, with great funding, you can attract talent at universities, both professors and students, you can retain them. With that talent, you can foster new companies, which are probably going to be involved with the universities again and create more knowledge and more problems for the universities to solve, and so on and so on. So I think there's a feedback loop here that we need to actively think, how can we design something that lasts 20 years, that is ever growing slowly, year after year, decade after decade, and think for our goals for 2030, 2040, and so on.
Yeah, so I think we, as Pedro was saying, we need to be an ecosystem, the universities and the industry. And maybe in the past, the companies were not as research intensive as they are right now. Companies such as Fidzai and OutSystems definitely value research and people with high skills. So I don't think that's a problem anymore, and we shouldn't see these two sides as a competition. They're not two sides, they are the same side. I did research at university, now I'm working in the industry. I don't feel like I've gave up academia. Maybe I'll go back. Maybe there should be ways for people to be on both sides, doing both things, because they are complementary. So, I mean, I don't know what exactly the exact model is for this to work, but we're getting there, and we need to make it work as an ecosystem.
Luis and Sofia, do you want to add something? Or José, of course.
Well, I guess I can go now. So if I understood the question, it's about the relationship with academia and actually the access to the talent that we so desperately need in corporations, in companies, and from startups to scale-ups. And again, I'll subscribe what Pedro said. I think we need that feedback loop. Probably it's longer than 20 years. Probably it's a multi-generational one. But we need to also see it from a kind of a career path perspective. Right? We get access to this talent that comes out of universities or comes out of these programs, and they're really top talent, right? Also, when I mention access to talent, I mention top talent, because let's not confuse quantity with quality. So we have access to that talent, and they start working on the initiatives, and they are very excited, but then they start to open up to the entire globe, right? We're on a global economy, and they start to look at, and I'm going to be specific about Portugal, they start to look outside of Portugal, and they start to compare not just the technical challenges, but every other variables, from salaries to taxes to compensations to quality of living, and we actually win in some in Portugal, where we lose in many others. So I think even for the audience here, it's something to consider, that even if companies, like it was said before, and I will not repeat what my peers mentioned, once we tackle those, we also need to retain the talent. And that would be my kind of proposal for the group, to think a bit more. And as a country, how we can build on the relationships with universities and corporations, and then keep that talent.
Thank you, Luis. Any more thoughts, or maybe Nuno has some other questions?
Maybe I could make a comment. So one thing I would like to highlight is that I'm a very optimistic person, and sometimes even when I'm talking about better things, I don't feel that I'm complaining. If I look back 10 years ago, what we had 10 years ago and what we have now, there's no comparison. I remember when we started, I think the most valuable startup at the time, with an exit that was sold to other companies, was something like 140 million or something like that, like 12 years ago. And I remember starting FeedSci and thinking, oh, that's amazing, 140 million, that's fantastic. Nowadays, there's literally dozens and dozens of companies in Portugal that they don't even make the news because they are only 140 or 50, right? The change in the ecosystem is really gigantic. The number of startup hubs and data science courses, it's really changed a lot. I remember when I was trying to hire the very first data scientist in Portugal, there was no one in LinkedIn. I searched, there was not a single person in Portugal with a data science title, because I was trying to hire that person for FeedSci, and I realized, oh, there's no one. I placed a filter in Portugal, there was not a single person. So can you imagine that? This was in 2012. There was not a single person in Portugal with the title of data scientist. And now we have, what, 4, 5, 10 master's degrees in data science in Portugal, literally hundreds upon hundreds of data scientists in many different companies. I think the change is really amazing. And if anything, I hope, and I think we can continue this trend and aim for even bigger outcomes in the next 10 years.
Okay, thank you, Pedro. Any more questions? Is there anyone in the audience? Yes, we have, our minister wants to ask a question. I don't know if... Okay.
The key question as launched this morning, and particularly the way this conference was planned, is to foster ideas for the phase we are entering in Portugal and in Europe worldwide. This next generation EU,
or overall the recovery plan. Certainly, we are facing times of a very large increased competition for human resources, because the recovery is not only in Portugal, it's throughout Europe, it's throughout the United States. And first and foremost, this will launch two key questions. Which type of programs, systems, technologies can you put together to further grow, to accelerate growth? And we are talking about a multiplier of 10 times at least in the 5 years to come. And certainly, how can we also keep attracting talent in a context which will be worthwhile, very hard to compete for talent in the years to come, not only in Iberian Peninsula, but in Europe worldwide. So ideas that you have for, say, mobilizing agendas for the recovery plan.
I have some ideas. So I think, as I was saying, I think we need to have really ambitious goals. One area that is very key these days is responsible AI, is the future of AI. We already have systems making decisions in hospitals, in courts of law, job offers, and I'm one of the companies working in those systems, and I know that those systems are not perfect. So, but they are going to affect our lives more and more. So I think we need to have an ambitious agenda to work in this area, just like we have an ambitious agenda in terms of green energy and protecting the environment. We need to put that man on the moon, person on the moon kind of ambitious goal and make Portugal one key player in an area like this. It's a way of attracting talent. It's a very hot area these days because the problem is very large, it's not solved, it's very complex. It has a gigantic impact, it's across the industry. You can use this knowledge in this area in hospitals, in self-driving cars, in payment processing, in fashion, right? In job applications. It's very across the board. It's very innovative. It's where the talent is these days, and has tremendous applicability. And it's at the same time a small enough niche that we can do it, right? It's on one hand large enough with impact and small enough that we can do it. And it's because it's starting, I think, not necessarily this, but something like this, that is ambitious, that has high impact, that is important for society and for the economy. And then, of course, plan long-term for something like this. Maybe we start with 4 years, but we should be aiming for 20.
I don't know who else wants to comment, perhaps João?
Yeah, so I think what Pedro is saying makes a lot of sense. So we need to focus on relatively specific areas, not only to invest our money right, but to attract people. So if you're in New Zealand and you see Portugal as the leader in responsible AI, that's the place you want to go to. So people come here because if they're paid well and if they believe what we are doing is like the top. This is the place to be in terms of one specific area. And speaking from the point of view of OutSystems, the idea of investing in the digitalization, which you already are, so at least as an area, makes a lot of sense. So making Portugal a leader, I would love to make Portugal a knowledge leader in software development, which is an area that's reasonably specific. It's very hard to work on, and Europe already has a lot of minds working on this. So making Portugal like the place to be if you want to develop new software development technologies, I would love for us to get there. And of course, OutSystems would play a big role in that, but other companies are also working in the digitalization in other ways. So that's an area I think could make sense to invest in. And let me just add something. We OutSystems are hiring a lot of people from the outside, and it's not just because they are well paid, it's because they believe in what we're doing. So OutSystems is already being seen as a thought leader, and is not only in software development, but also as a product company. So as a product company that has good product development processes and so on, OutSystems is becoming recognized as a world leader in all of that. And that's what allows us to bring people in, being good at what we do.
I don't know if...
So I can add something.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Luis.
Yeah, there's a bit of lag between the conversations, so sorry for that. So I think there are two main points. One, how can we make Portugal kind of attractive, the cool factor, let's say, in technology, and I think that's what João and Pedro talked about. I would add the sustainability angle. Just to give an example, and again, machine learning can have a huge impact here. You know, there are billions of dollars of waste in returns of packages around the globe. For example, you know, if someone can develop technology for that, there was an initiative 10 years ago that I heard someone say the first person to solve sizing and fitting in the fashion world will be a multi-billion-dollar, will be a multi-billion-dollar millionaire or whatever the word is. No one has addressed that yet. You know, dozens of companies, so maybe someone in Portugal can do it. But there is actually a biggest challenge for me, which is probably related with the retention policy, retaining people in Portugal. Because there's a big difference between companies or Portuguese companies investing in technologies that are sexy and cool, and the returns of that investment actually stay in Portugal. Because if I hire someone from Berlin or I hire someone from Japan, I'm sending the money there in terms of taxes and so on. So we need to find ways, and I've been in some conversations in the past with unfortunately few results, especially here in the north, where there are no specific policies for people that want to move to Portugal, for example, and are over 40 and have families, or over 30 and have families. How can they move in the context of having still to support the kids, their partners? How does that work? How are we supporting that network? Because top tier talent doesn't appear at 20. That's very rare. They appear at 40 and 50 years old. How can we bring them? I don't see any policies to support that. Also, we have to explain the amount of taxes they leave at the table after they stay here for a few months, right? They have some benefits initially, but then have stayed at the table. I think it was someone from OutSystems that said it. We have the poorest, richest people in the world. And I think that needs to be addressed. If we want to bring talent from San Francisco that stays here, that pay taxes here, we need to address that.
Sofia, what would it make to have Mambo open an office in Portugal?
It's been farther from happening. It might happen soon, or at least have a stronger presence in Portugal. But I think I really align with most of what has been said. It's really about, and we talk about multidisciplinary teams, right? I think it's about seeing, again, the government as this big team who can align incentives and think about this issue of how to attract people, which now, again, the war for talent is global, and especially with COVID, as we also mentioned before, it's going to be harder and harder to attract people to Portugal and to some other countries. So how do we have good enough incentives to allow people to make that move and to do that, as Luis was saying, with a family, and still be able to support their family and bring that talent here. I think it's really just about combining our minds and just seeing how to design that experience, if you want to talk in that way, and how to attract people. And I always go back to Dan Pink and the three elements of motivation, right? It's purpose, autonomy, and mastery. So then if you align those three in your company, if you give people purpose, allow them to have a career path where they can gain mastery and develop on their skills, and give them autonomy to reach those goals, I think that's the key element then in the company to sustain that. But we need that ecosystem to be aligned.
Thank you, Sophie. I think our time is almost up. I just wanted to say to the audience that we have here with us 4 companies that are valued over $1 billion. That's why they are called unicorn companies. There is another one affiliated with the project, with the program, which is Talkdesk. And I wanted to tell you that if you think that what these people were saying here is not true, that we cannot build a leading research center in Portugal in responsible AI, I can tell you that there are companies like this in Europe, only 40-something. So Portugal has almost 10% of these high-tech companies building on ICT technology, and they are all here, or at least they have a lot of presence here. So I think if there is something we can do, now that we lost the qualifying for the European Championship yesterday, if there is something we can certainly do in Portugal that is not just football, is probably build a world-class research center in responsible AI. So without I think we have the video to close, but I would like to ask Inês and José to say a few words before we close. And thank you again, all our speakers, for being here. And there was another one here that I didn't see, which is Paulo Marques sitting there in the audience.
So it's my turn to thank all the speakers and the audience as well, and we hope to be here next year with more results, but especially I liked, well, all the comments. Sophia's point of view is it's different because we are most of us are engineers, so it's always good to see more interdisciplinary teams. And one thing is that we should think big, like Pedro was saying, and think not for next weekend or next year, but for decades. That's what we should aim for and for the future of our kids. Thank you.
José, do you want
I
to close
just
the
want
panel?
to thank you also, everyone. And it was a pleasure to hear what you have to say. I think that we will review your comments and try to extract some action items, and maybe we'll come knocking at your door to help address some of them. Thank you very much.
We can pass the video, the second part of the video.
Commerce. Let's turn our eyes to health issues. This is a proposal made by the Intelligent Care Project. Multimorbidity is an issue that brings many concerns to healthcare services, namely with high uses and costs. So what if we could use data science in order to early signal and characterize patients with multimorbidities using electronic health records, as well as identifying personalized clinical pathways for each cluster based on granular evidence and developing tools for monitoring, predicting hospital interactions, and empower patients. All this may be achieved through the creation of advanced analytical algorithms. The Maya project has the demanding goal of taking online support of international customers to the next level by using innovative machine learning techniques towards a multilingual, fully context-aware solution for conversational AI. Maya will focus on improving the development of multilingual chats by empowering customer service professionals with advanced AI technology that will allow them to chat in 30 languages with native quality. Forest wildfires are one of the main issues of the 21st century due to climate change. So the Safe Forest project is dedicated to protecting forests by creating robots that will grant surveillance and maintenance of these vast areas. The semi-autonomous robot system will be designed to clean vegetation in rough and sloppy areas, creating opportunities for controlling fire propagation and to prevent the possibility of larger forest fire events. The project will also encompass the design of an advanced mapping and characterization system of the terrain and its detailed vegetation cover. By doing so, the idea is to drastically reduce the costs associated with the maintenance of private or public forests, namely near houses, as well as the protection of wide corridors used as fuel breaks and corridors near critical infrastructures such as roads, railways, telecommunication lines, antennas, and electric utility lines to control and reduce the propagation of large forest fires. Artificial intelligence may be giving medicine a helping hand in the near future. The TEMI project is working on a shared database that will help physicians on disease diagnosis. In other words, TEMI will develop a set of tools to support medical decision based on AI algorithms that will explain to both clinicians and scientists the diagnosis of a specific disease and its causes, focusing on cervical cancer, lung diseases, and eye diseases. The system will explain the information visually through images or text by presenting it through a concept or sentence that makes sense to the user. The WOW project is determined to create an electronic skin patch with biomonitoring sensors that will be able to collect and classify physiological and behavioral data, including heart and muscle activities, respiration rate, body temperature, blood oxygen, among others. This will have a huge impact for everyone involved in the healthcare service. For patients, this option is a guarantee of comfort, since users will be able to be untethered from machines and may stay at home instead of having to visit the hospital. For the healthcare system, this solution will have an influence on the reduction of costs related to treatments and hospitalizations, as well as allowing an invaluable centralized data collection. As we can see, the future is bright and right around the corner, and Carnegie Mellon Portugal is proud to be part of it.
there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on, we're moving on. I know times are
Muito boa tarde, bem-vindos à segunda sessão plenária do Encontro Ciência 2021, intitulada A Ciência, o Futuro do Emprego e a Coesão Territorial. A sessão, que conta com tradução simultânea em francês, inglês e português, será moderada por José Paulo Esperança, vice-presidente da Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia. A sessão inclui um debate com Paulo Marques, diretor de Tecnologia e cofundador da FIDSAI, Manuel Carvalho da Silva, coordenador do Laboratório Colaborativo Colabor, Olivier Crozet, diretor pedagógico da École 42, e Pierre Dubuc, diretor executivo da empresa Open Classrooms, que se junta a nós por videoconferência, e Alexis Boudard, diretor dos programas regionais de emprego da empresa Open Classrooms. Passo a palavra então ao vice-presidente da Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia.
Boa tarde a todos. É um prazer estar aqui nesta sessão. Gostaria de começar por cumprimentar o Sr. Ministro, Manuel Leitor, e de dar as boas-vindas ao nosso painel, que vai abordar um tema de grande relevância, inserido no tema mais genérico da nossa conferência sobre a ciência que faz o amanhã e transforma a economia. Hoje vamos ter uma intervenção, um conjunto de intervenções sobre a educação e sobre o impacto que a ciência pode ter nessa transformação com todos os desafios que nós temos. Temos um painel de grandes peritos, infelizmente é um painel que não tem um equilíbrio de género, na medida em que, naturalmente, seria uma visão também muito importante para nós, mas temos um conjunto de peritos a quem eu vou de imediato dar a palavra, e eu gostaria de pedir para termos uma primeira intervenção relativamente breve, com intervenções que podem ter ou não suporte em termos de PowerPoint, isso pode ser variável, e iria começar por seguir a ordem que está prevista no nosso programa, com o que os comissários da nossa conferência definiram, e iria desde já dar a palavra ao Paulo Marques, do CTO da FIDSAI, que é uma empresa que recentemente se tornou muito mediática pela valorização muito elevada que obteve e que nos vai apresentar a sua experiência. Vou só dar uma breve nota. So my suggestion is that we have a brief intervention, an initial intervention, and then we could debate some issues among us and with the public. It's okay? So please, Paulo Marques.
Eu tenho alguns slides.
The slides will be projected.
Ok. Muito obrigado, boa tarde. Pediram-me para falar um bocadinho sobre o papel da ciência e da ciência no futuro do emprego e também da coesão territorial. E eu pensei em falar um pouco sobre isto no contexto de uma tese que acredito. Eu fui durante muitos anos professor na Universidade de Coimbra, e algo que costumava dizer aos meus alunos é que muitas vezes o problema não é o conhecimento. Muitas vezes o conhecimento e os livros que usamos e o conhecimento que criamos é o mesmo que se cria nas melhores universidades do mundo. O que muitas vezes importa é o que conseguimos fazer com esse conhecimento. E nós perguntávamos muitas vezes porque é que a coisa não acontecia da mesma forma. Como é que em Portugal, muitas vezes até sendo mais pequeno, o que permitiria uma certa agilidade, nós não conseguimos criar empresas de maior valor. E para combater isso, uma das coisas que decidimos ver e testar, este foi um protocolo que assinámos hoje, foi até que ponto é que o problema não se prendia tanto com o conhecimento em si, mas sim com a forma como o transmitimos. Porquê? Se uma pessoa olhar um bocadinho para a história das empresas de elevado crescimento, se uma pessoa olhar, por exemplo, para uma Apple e olhar para o que aconteceu com o Steve Jobs e o Wozniak, quando eles criaram a Apple, eles acreditavam que iam fazer
algo maior e começaram numa garagem e com muito esforço acabaram por montar a empresa que vemos hoje. Ou mesmo indo mais atrás, se olharem para como começou o voo e como começou a aviação, os irmãos Wright construíram um avião literalmente numa garagem. E quantas pessoas, quantos jovens em Portugal é que já construíram um avião numa garagem? Não são muitos. Ou então, até mesmo se olharem para a SpaceX, e eu trabalhei na Agência Espacial Europeia durante algum tempo, é incrível o progresso que eles conseguiram fazer em tão pouco tempo. E há uma história engraçada da biografia do Elon Musk, em que ele conta que tentou ir à Rússia comprar um foguete velho e, na verdade, até gozaram com ele. E ele ficou tão irritado com aquilo que agarrou num livro de rocket design e achou que podia fazê-lo. E, novamente, agarrou em 2 a 3 pessoas e lutando, a partir do nada, conseguiu construir algo. Na verdade, a nossa história da FIDSAI é um bocadinho a mesma história. Nós, quando começámos, eu lembro-me de estarmos a 31 de dezembro de 2008 a escrever uma proposta de financiamento, que foi quando criámos a empresa, não havia nada, havia 0 linhas de código, havia 0 empregados, era um blank slate. Mas já nessa proposta, nós escrevíamos que era uma Born International Company, porque nós queríamos conquistar o mercado mundial. Então, qual é a nossa tese? A nossa tese é que, muitas vezes, isto não tem a ver com o conhecimento puro e duro, isto tem a ver com exemplos e com inspiração. E muitas vezes, na forma como nós ensinamos, na forma como todo o nosso sistema educativo está montado, por vezes falta um bocadinho essa inspiração e esse acreditar. Sendo isto uma tese, o que nós decidimos agora recentemente fazer na FIDSAI é testar esta tese. Então o que é que decidimos fazer? Decidimos fazer um projeto com a Universidade de Coimbra, que foi assinado hoje, em que nos comprometemos, ao longo dos próximos 3 anos, financiar a Universidade em 450 mil euros. É quase €500 mil. E as premissas deste financiamento são radicalmente diferentes do que costuma acontecer. O que nós vamos fazer não vamos colocar qualquer restrição à forma como o dinheiro é gasto, ou seja, não é um projeto super estruturado, com milestones, com determinados intervenientes, etc. Isto é quase como um donativo. A única coisa que vamos aferir e que pedimos é que o dinheiro seja gasto usando um sistema operativo, usando um conjunto de princípios basilares que nós acreditamos que, se forem aplicados, têm efeitos transformadores na Universidade de Coimbra, eventualmente em Coimbra como cidade, e se forem aplicados a nível de Portugal, acreditamos também que têm um efeito transformador. Quais é que são esses princípios? Primeiro, qualquer atividade que seja realizada ou proposta são atividades que têm de inspirar as pessoas no futuro e têm de acreditar num futuro melhor em que elas são capazes. Eu, da minha vida pessoal, posso-vos dar um exemplo. Eu, no 2º ano da universidade, estava a ir à boleia para a Bélgica, num caminhão-tiro. No 3º ano da universidade, estava a trabalhar no Centro de Computação Paralela de Edimburgo, que tinha o maior computador paralelo da Europa na altura. E o facto de eu, um miúdo, poder estar em Edimburgo a mexer num supercomputador, num Cray, na altura, isso permitiu-me sonhar e permitiu-me acreditar que era possível fazer mais. De modo que qualquer atividade que nós vamos realizar em parceria tem de ser atividades que permitam a jovens estudantes, a professores ou investigadores projetarem-se num futuro no qual queiram estar, sem desculpas, sem problemas, sem não é possível fazer. O segundo princípio é que qualquer atividade que tenha de ser ou que seja feita deve promover estándares elevados e excelência. Há um ditado muito conhecido que diz que nós somos a média das 5 pessoas que nos rodeiam. Se todos nós formos mais exigentes connosco, se todos nós formos mais exigentes com as pessoas que nos rodeiam, se nós promovermos esse tipo de cultura, coisas boas acontecem. Reparem, se nós queremos ser competitivos a nível mundial e fazer produtos para o mercado mundial a competir com as melhores empresas no mundo, só há um caminho. E o caminho é a excelência, é fazer um produto que bate os concorrentes no mercado. O terceiro princípio é tirar as pessoas da sua zona de conforto. Novamente, se nós olharmos para a história, as grandes revoluções científicas, assim como as grandes revoluções tecnológicas, veio de pessoas que saíram da sua zona de conforto e que fizeram um caminho menos caminhado, um caminho diferente. Eu lembro-me de ler a biografia da Madame Curie, eu estava no primeiro ano do ciclo, e é incrível que a única coisa que ela tinha era um barracão, mas ela acreditava que podia fazer aquilo num barracão. E, na verdade, fê-lo. E ganhou 2 prémios Nobel à custa disso. O quarto princípio é o princípio de give back. Porquê? Muitas vezes nós fazemos atividades, mas elas morrem em si, não têm efeitos amplificadores. De modo, algo que muitas vezes falha é quando nós pensamos numa atividade, devemos pensá-la com efeitos amplificadores. Deixem-me dar-vos um exemplo. Imaginem que, e esta é uma das atividades que estamos a pensar, nós damos um prémio monetário a um professor, a um conjunto de professores que muda radicalmente o currículo das suas cadeiras e usa novos métodos pedagógicos inovadores, que de alguma forma são muito mais adequados aos tempos que correm. Nós queremos fazer isto, mas usando o princípio de give back, isso quer dizer que não é apenas recompensar o passado daquele professor, é também como é que este professor vai ajudar os colegas a promover estes standards e estas alterações. E se nós fizermos sucessivamente isto, se criarmos mecanismos de realimentação positiva, de amplificação, conseguimos criar algo que é muito maior do que a soma das partes. Porquê é que devemos de fazer isto e porquê é que, na verdade, é também esta a história da FIDSAI? A primeira razão é que uma das coisas que nós nos orgulhamos foi ter criado uma empresa de produto para o mercado mundial baseada estritamente falando em conhecimento avançado, em machine learning. Sem vergonhas, sem problemas, tendo simplesmente ambição. E é realmente incrível ver que, em menos de 10 anos, uma pessoa passa de não ter nada para ter algo que é líder e que bate os concorrentes no mercado mundial. A segunda razão é que, se nós agirmos desta forma e tivermos este tipo de padrões e este tipo de comportamentos, nós estamos a tornar o mundo melhor. Estamos a tornar os nossos grupos melhores, as nossas universidades melhores, as nossas cidades melhores, o nosso país melhor e o mundo melhor. E isto deve ser algo que nos deve motivar a todos para continuar a lutar e continuar a progredir. O terceiro ponto é este princípio de give back. Algo que me orgulha bastante, e isto é uma imagem de Coimbra, é que nós estamos a criar valor a partir de Coimbra, a partir de Portugal, para o mundo. E, na verdade, todo o investimento que foi feito na FIDSAI foi sempre feito a partir da Casa-Mãe, em Portugal. Todo o nosso centro de engenharia e todo o nosso centro de produto é feito a partir de cá, e isto cria valor na sociedade. E, na verdade, eu até acredito que, se houver realimentação do ecossistema, que já começa a haver com estes profissionais que veem que é possível e aprendem e fazem e contribuem para isto, temos novamente efeitos amplificadores a nível do país. Com isto, eu terminava dizendo, há uma citação famosa em que é atribuída a Bill Gates, embora não tenha sido Bill Gates a dizê-la, que a maior parte das pessoas sobreestima o que consegue fazer no ano e subestima o que consegue fazer em 10. E isto é muito verdade. Nós montámos isto como um programa plurianual, porque sabemos que se financiássemos isto apenas uma vez, um ano, olhávamos para trás e não sobrava nada. Nós acreditamos que, se insistirmos, Se aplicarmos este tipo de princípios consistentemente, coisas boas acontecerão, não só na FIDESAI e para a FIDESAI, como para a Universidade de Coimbra, para Coimbra e para o país. E pronto, era um bocadinho isto que tinha para vos contar.
Obrigado. Obrigado por esta apresentação inspiradora e, sobretudo, pelo exemplo da FIDESAI, que efetivamente pode ajudar muitas empresas, no fundo, também a fazer esta ponte com o problema do ensino, o problema da escola e, sobretudo, o problema da formação das pessoas para o futuro. Eu iria agora dar a palavra ao Manuel Carvalho da Silva, coordenador da Colabor, e que tem um longo percurso de experiência sobre o trabalho e sobre as relações de trabalho e, naturalmente, agradecer mais uma vez a apresentação. Por favor.
Boa tarde. Quero cumprimentar o nosso moderador e os companheiros de painel. Uma saudação especial ao Sr. Ministro pela sua presença aqui, mas acima de tudo pelo seu trabalho empenhado neste Ministério tão importante. E queria dizer, eu procurei identificar um conjunto de tópicos que vou rapidamente tentar transmitir, portanto, debaixo do tema que é proposto, a ciência, o futuro do emprego. O futuro do emprego implica falar do futuro do trabalho, não é? E a coesão territorial. Permitam-me dizer que o Colabor, o Laboratório Colaborativo para o Trabalho, o Emprego, as Tecnologias e a Proteção Social, quando foi constituído, logo no início do surgimento dos laboratórios colaborativos, e os seus associados são 3 grandes grupos empresariais, a SONAI, a Motengil e a Delta, 2 grandes instituições da economia social, a Santa Casa da Misericórdia e a CNIS, e 3 centros de investigação, universidades, o ISCTE, o Centro de Estudos Sociais da Universidade de Coimbra e, por arrastamento, outras instituições de Coimbra, e o IDF da Faculdade de Direito. E agora também a Câmara Municipal de Lisboa. Para entenderem o que eu aqui quero dizer, digo-vos que houve um compromisso de partida, que é o país pode e deve criar mais emprego e pode e deve qualificar mais o emprego. Aqui há uns meses, um dos peritos internacionais que acompanha a nossa atividade, perante o quadro de atividades em que estamos, neste momento, por exemplo, temos investigação em desenvolvimento sobre trabalho remoto, sobre plataformas digitais, sobre a economia da descarbonização, em particular sobre o setor automóvel, sobre metodologias de avaliação dos impactos das tecnologias, com a preocupação de que essa avaliação seja feita sempre a montante e a jusante, porque não pode ser só a jusante, mas simultaneamente temos investigação, estamos a fazer trabalho sobre os lares de idosos, não apenas por causa do impacto das mortes, da pandemia, mas também do ponto de vista da estrutura e da capacitação dos lares, ou sobre a criação de simuladores na área da segurança social e outras. E um perito perguntava, mas o que é que tem a ver estarem na observação do trabalho remoto e do digital ou da área da economia da descarbonização com o estudo das questões sociais? Isto leva-nos a um tópico que aqui quero deixar como fundamental. É que é mesmo necessário uma articulação profunda entre, na investigação, no estudo de propostas para políticas públicas, no desenvolvimento da atividade científica. É preciso olhar de forma articulada o trabalho, o emprego e a proteção social, e agora, com a pandemia, isto tornou-se ainda mais evidente. E posto isto, eu direi que o futuro De que é feito o futuro? O futuro é feito muito de continuidades, de transformações e de novo, daquilo a que eu chamarei o absolutamente novo. E o esforço a ser feito pela investigação, pelas diversas áreas da ciência, debruça-se, como é evidente, no abrir caminhos, mas permitam-me deixar uma observação. As continuidades também precisam de investigação. E os processos de transformação precisam muito de investigação. Portanto, o enfoque colocado só no que é novo, ou a tendência às vezes para se resvalar para uma ideia de que tudo vai ser novo, é perigosa, assim como o determinismo na observação das tecnologias também é perigoso. Portanto, todos nós sabemos em que mundo estamos, o que é hoje a digitalização, a robotização, a inteligência artificial, o que se projeta, a importância de tudo isso, mas as tecnologias não são o único fator de mudança, elas são transversais, mas não determinam em absoluto a direção da mudança. Há escolhas políticas e municiar e confrontar os poderes para que as escolhas sejam bem feitas também é uma tarefa fortíssima. Há um outro aspecto também sempre a considerar, é que os países não estão em condições, em pé de igualdade, no encarar dos desafios. As suas condições são, não é, do ponto de vista económico, mas em muitos planos, desde o cultural a outros, são diferenciadas. E posto isto, deixo então a ideia: nós precisamos de cenários prospectivos o melhor sustentados possível, e a escolha dos indicadores, das variáveis com que muitas vezes se trabalham é logo um exercício difícil, porque o mainstreaming tem uma pressão concreta e numa sociedade mediatizada até dá jeito que se tomem certas variáveis para depois o resultado ter impacto rápido na sociedade. Portanto, há múltiplas precauções a ter em diversas áreas da ciência. Isto que eu estou a dizer não se aplica a todas, como é evidente. Mas nós precisamos, então, de cenários prospectivos o melhor sustentados possível e respostas para o presente. E o presente é contínuo. E o futuro é feito disso. Desse prospectivo e da resposta ao contínuo. E posto isto, e dando por adquirido que a pandemia colocou muito em evidência o lugar central do trabalho e a importância de muito emprego que às vezes desvalorizamos para que haja normalidade no funcionamento da sociedade, eu deixo-vos algumas interrogações que até podem servir para a nossa troca de impressões. O que será o trabalho no futuro? E falar de trabalho no futuro é diferente de falar de trabalho do futuro, pelo enfoque que se coloca na coisa. Ou seja, o trabalho no futuro tem muito de continuidade, e ainda esta semana eu escrevia que a trabalhadora da empresa industrial, utilizando os instrumentos de hoje ou outros mais tecnológicos, fará parte do trabalho do futuro tanto quanto o nómada digital, ou quanto o cirurgião que utilizará a inteligência artificial. Os trabalhadores agrícolas e grande parte dos atuais trabalhadores de serviços são e serão contemporâneos dos que trabalham para plataformas de transporte, de comida, de alojamento, utilizando capacidades do digital, nem por isso melhor pagos, antes pelo contrário. E os trabalhadores da indústria trabalharão com mais robôs, tudo indica que sim. Todavia, em muitos casos, essa passagem, por exemplo, na indústria, não significa que todos os trabalhadores que aí vão estar vão ter exigências de mais qualificação. Muitas das exigências vão ser de especialização e, portanto, é preciso cuidados na abordagem destas coisas. E, perante isto, eu deixo a interrogação: o que será o trabalho no futuro? Quais os instrumentos de trabalho? Eu pertenço a uma geração que já passou por 3, 4 tipos de instrumentos de trabalho diferentes, e os instrumentos de trabalho são muito importantes para se analisar o trabalho, mas não há absolutismos neles. A questão que eu colocava, que as tecnologias são aí, mas são apenas uma parte dos fatores que originam mudanças. Se tiver tempo depois falarei disso, mas há hoje um conjunto de outros fatores, até do ponto de vista das dinâmicas geopolíticas e geoestratégicas, que têm tanta influência nas opções que os países tomam ou podem tomar, ou nas condições para a criação de emprego, para a qualificação de emprego, diferenciadas conforme o posicionamento dos países, e estas dinâmicas de mudança de estratégia à escala global, né? Como eu dizia, da geopolítica e da geoestratégica são enormes. Como vai moldar-se o nosso estilo de vida? Muitas vezes perguntam-me, o que é que tu achas sobre profissões de futuro? Uma das tendências que eu tenho é pensar como é que nós vamos viver, vamos continuar, o que é que vamos ter no nosso estilo de vida, porque isso vai determinar muito o que será o trabalho. Como vai aguentar-se o direito de trabalho e como evoluirão? Este aspecto é muito importante, está aí na ordem do dia as tensões entre trabalhadores por conta de outrem e trabalhadores independentes. Como encaramos o trabalho quanto às formas da sua organização, mas também da sua prestação? Por exemplo, na discussão de trabalho remoto há um enfoque nos efeitos do ponto de vista da organização do trabalho e uma secundarização dos outros aspectos da prestação, e isso é perigosíssimo, porque uma coisa é o foco da discussão estar no ser humano, outra coisa é estar na máquina para a resolução de um mesmo problema. Pode ser um processo de reestruturação de uma empresa ou a criação de uma nova atividade. E posto isto, eu direi que o impacto do investimento em ciência, investigação e desenvolvimento num país depende em grande medida da sua estrutura socioeconómica. E por isso, a observação que eu fiz no início, tenhamos sempre presente a interligação e articulação profunda entre trabalho, emprego e proteção social. Ou melhor, e num contexto deste eu direi, então, é preciso analisar simultaneamente, quando nas diversas áreas de investigação que mexem com isto, vermos a matriz da economia e do desenvolvimento do país, as reestruturações, readaptações, criação de novos setores, onde estão alguns que já aqui referimos. Sim, senhor, é preciso ver isso. É preciso que a economia não seja vista apenas como negócio. Por exemplo, nos novos investimentos, estou-me a lembrar, por exemplo, do hidrogénio. Bem, pode ser sempre um negócio com renda significativa, mas é totalmente distinto para o país se o processo se desenvolver colocando nas cadeias de valor a nossa posição de forma a ficar em ganhos internos para populações e para o país no seu global, ou o processo ser concebido para produzir eletricidade, energia verde para exportação. Repito, o negócio pode ser rentável num ou noutro caso, mas é totalmente distinto se for por uma via, se for por outra. Portanto, o nosso país necessita muito de setores económicos de elevada intensidade tecnológica, com relevância para as áreas industriais. Há universidades que têm feito com empresas bons trabalhos neste plano, ainda agora era feito um. Implementem-se todas, acho que é preciso avançar, e só por esta via se pode conquistar um reposicionamento do que imperiosamente necessitamos de alteração das nossas posições nas cadeias de valor. E, portanto, temos todos a noção de que a persistência em setores de baixa intensidade tecnológica é inimigo. Eu já acho que este é um dos maiores obstáculos que, por exemplo, um Ministro da Ciência e do Ensino Superior deve encontrar quando está a fazer as suas reflexões. É que as propostas precisam de condições no terreno para terem aderência, e se isto não se alterar, não há. Mas atenção, porque, e já me alonguei, queria terminar, é preciso, simultaneamente, uma aposta num Estado social de direito democrático com uma estrutura moderna e uma administração pública capacitada. E a administração pública, como campo de desenvolvimento de trabalho de investigação, de ciência em várias subáreas, é um campo excepcional, e, portanto, com desafios para entidades diversas, mas também no seu interior. E nós sabemos quão depauperada está a administração pública e quanto importante é isso. Já agora, um dos aspectos importantes para quem quer fazer investigação bem sustentada é o problema da disponibilização de dados. Essa também é uma questão que não pode deixar de estar presente quando abordamos um destes temas. Eu vou terminar com referências muito rápidas, com alguns questionamentos incómodos e observações só sobre o que se exige, na formação e na questão territorial. E os questionamentos, que às vezes são incómodos, o primeiro é este. A utilização de tecnologias permite reduzir a quantidade de trabalho que os produtos incorporam. Não é verdade? Isso é bom. E eu muitas vezes interrogo-me, então, por que razão se apresenta essa possibilidade como um problema e até com perspectivas apocalípticas? Porquê? Segundo, por que razão não se analisa com profundidade a distância entre as potencialidades abstratas da aplicação de uma tecnologia, e eu gosto muito de discutir com engenheiros esta questão, e depois os custos e as vantagens da sua efetiva aplicação, porque há uma distância enorme entre a constatação de possibilidades e o que depois se vai aplicar. E isto, hoje, pelo meio, implica uma análise profunda do que são os impactos sociais, do que são os impactos ambientais, etc. As tecnologias, eu já fiz referência a um outro aspecto da formação. Só em relação à formação, acho que há aí desafios grandes a nível das universidades, a nível dos politécnicos, de centros de formação profissional, questões a colocar a nível do ensino secundário, se houver espaço podemos falar sobre isso. E termino mesmo com a observação também, não posso deixar de falar nisto, sobre o emprego na ciência. Não podemos estar a falar do futuro do emprego e não falar do emprego na ciência. É preciso lembrar isso. Eu acho que o Sr. Ministro tem feito esforço para dar sinais de que a precariedade não é caminho, mas o programa de estímulo ao emprego científico, que valoriza o trabalho conferindo alguns direitos sociais, não conseguiu e não consegue, se não houver outras medidas, e algumas que são complementares, são de outras áreas, não consegue mudar o paradigma. E, portanto, é um desafio muito complexo. Nós sabemos que uma significativa parte dos nossos investigadores, em particular os mais jovens, só fazem investigação porque a família faz o papel de suporte de providência para aguentar, entre outras coisas, as intermitências remuneratórias. E, portanto, sabemos que coabita na investigação uma paixão pela ciência com um desânimo, por vezes, duro, face às condições de trabalho subjacentes. E a última nota é, então, sobre a coesão territorial, deixando muito rapidamente a ideia de que a simples distribuição de empregos qualificados no território não basta para assegurar coesão territorial. Em primeiro lugar, porque é imprescindível considerar todo o emprego. emprego qualificado no meio de emprego pouco qualificado e de desvalorização do trabalho não vinga. Pode haver bons exemplos, e às vezes há, pontuais, sim senhor, são de pegar, mas não tenhamos a ilusão que isso se torna normalidade. Depois, porque o emprego qualificado depende do contexto em que se insere, e os contextos territoriais fora da área metropolitana de Lisboa estão quase todos em dificuldades demográficas e económicas. Um exemplo disso são, como todos sabemos, as cidades médias. Daí a importância, e aí também quero saudar o esforço do Ministério na valorização dos politécnicos e de universidades, que são uma capilaridade positiva do ponto de vista da coesão territorial das últimas décadas, mas que precisa, do meu ponto de vista, de revitalização e de complementariedades que obrigam a muito trabalho. É neste contexto que os laboratórios colaborativos, quando se vê o mapa, também podem dar algum contributo, mas eu dizia, mas igualmente polos qualificados de formação profissional, e já agora termos em conta, em relação ao emprego, uma coisa, uma das revoluções a fazer é a concepção de um Instituto de Emprego e Formação Profissional do futuro. Porque as qualificações, a diversidade, a necessidade de articulação, como eu dizia, entre o que é absolutamente novo, o que está em transformação, o que é continuidade, com mudanças, implica concepções novas sobre como lidar com o emprego. São estas algumas das imensas notas que tenho para aqui e que queria partilhar convosco. Muito obrigado.
Obrigado pela partilha destas reflexões, embora nem sempre muito otimistas relativamente aos grandes desafios que efetivamente o trabalho enfrenta no futuro e que resultam. E naturalmente há também uma dimensão muito interessante que é de facto a do papel do Escolab também neste aspecto específico que é também muito inspirador nesta matéria. E eu agora iria dar a palavra ao Olivier Crozet, de acordo com o programa, according to the program, if you will be next to speak, and we have the privilege of counting on the experience of the School 42, the Born to Code. Olivier Crozet is the head of pedagogy at this school and this very fascinating experiment. I have some indication. The presentation can be in French, and if somebody in the audience has difficulties, there is the possibility of having translation into Portuguese and following the speech. I would expect most people to also be able to follow in French, so please go ahead. And I also take the opportunity to thank the collaboration of the French friends who came to participate in this conference, and of course, France is the guest country this year, and it is the first time that we have this condition in the middle of the pandemic and the difficulty to travel. So, once again, my thanks also for that.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais donc parler en français. Je suis très honoré d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui. Je remercie tous nos auditeurs et également tous les membres du panel avec nous ici. Je vais vous parler d'une expérimentation pédagogique et technologique qui s'appelle 42. Je suis Olivier Crozet, je suis le directeur pédagogique de 42. Et 42 est une école d'informatique qui a été créée en 2013 à Paris, à l'initiative de l'un des grands acteurs télécoms français, qui faisait finalement face à une problématique, un manque de professionnels du numérique. Il cherchait à recruter dans ses équipes et il n'y arrivait pas. Et il avait en plus de ça, au sein de ses équipes, il avait remarqué que certaines personnes qui pouvaient être complètement en dehors du système scolaire traditionnel pouvaient tout à fait avoir les qualités et les compétences qu'il recherchait pour pouvoir faire partie de ses équipes. C'est comme ça qu'il a donc décidé de créer 42 pour combler finalement ce manque de professionnels du numérique qui était présent en France en 2013, qui est toujours présent en France et qui est même d'ailleurs, d'après la Commission européenne, présent partout en Europe encore pour un bon bout de temps. Et donc, il a décidé de créer cette école avec deux principes forts à la base. Le premier, c'est donc une école sur le domaine de l'éducation supérieure à partir de 18 ans, mais surtout une école qui était complètement gratuite pour les étudiants. Il a fait ce choix-là parce que justement, il voulait s'abstenir de tout le background social des candidats. Puisqu'on avait eu des exemples que des gens qui avaient pu décrocher du système scolaire pouvaient tout à fait se retrouver comme employables après une formation dans le domaine du numérique, il a décidé de complètement se débarrasser de tout ce passé social. Il a aussi cherché à se débarrasser de la partie scolaire. Selon lui, selon nous l'équipe pédagogique de 42, on considère que avoir le bac en France n'est pas un révélateur des capacités à être formé au numérique et des capacités à exercer par la suite un emploi dans le numérique. On a donc finalement simplement décidé que n'importe qui, après 18 ans, pouvait postuler. Alors 42, c'est une école de code, c'est une école où on va apprendre à créer des logiciels, où on va apprendre à programmer, et on va surtout y appliquer une pédagogie qui fait un petit peu la renommée de l'école, qu'on appelle le peer learning. Cette pédagogie est particulière, elle est 100% pratique, elle est 100% projet, et elle a absolument aucun prof et aucun cours. On a les étudiants qui, dès le départ, vont être face à des challenges informatiques, des projets informatiques qu'ils vont devoir résoudre. Et pour pouvoir faire ça, finalement, on va absolument leur donner aucune recette, aucune indication, aucun contenu, aucun savoir ne va être transféré de notre part vers nos étudiants. Comment est-ce qu'ils vont s'en sortir? Tout simplement en commençant évidemment par aller chercher sur Internet. La phrase numéro 1, c'est « Google est ton ami ». La phrase numéro 2, généralement, c'est « si tu ne sais pas, tu demandes à ton voisin de gauche. S'il ne sait pas, tu demandes à ton voisin de droite ». On cherche à avoir des étudiants qui, finalement, vont expérimenter, vont tâtonner, vont faire du essai-erreur, assez proche, finalement, de la démarche scientifique. Et ces étudiants, à un moment, fatalement, vont être bloqués. Et donc, c'est pour ça que notre modèle s'appelle du peer learning. Ils vont devoir collaborer. Ils vont devoir discuter entre eux, s'expliquer comment ils ont compris le challenge qu'on leur donne, comment est-ce qu'ils pensent pouvoir le résoudre, où est-ce qu'ils sont bloqués. Et puis finalement, au cours du débat, on cherche à créer ici de l'intelligence collective et avoir des enfants, des jeunes, des étudiants, pardon, qui vont finalement, ensemble, arriver à trouver des solutions que personne n'avait apportées au départ, qu'individuellement, ils n'avaient pas été capables de trouver. Ensuite, ils vont aller vérifier si l'hypothèse qu'ils ont trouvée ensemble va pouvoir les amener vers la solution. Et ainsi de suite, ils vont recommencer ce processus jusqu'à ce que le projet soit enfin terminé. Une fois le projet terminé, là encore, tout le côté collaboration et pair à pair va pouvoir encore prendre forme avec toute la partie évaluation, qui là aussi, on fait des peer évaluations. Chaque étudiant va être évalué par 5 autres de ses camarades. Chaque étudiant est à tour évalué par ses camarades et à tour évaluateur, donc aussi dans ce rôle de devoir donner un avis sur le code de ses autres camarades. Une fois que le projet est terminé, soit l'évaluation va donner un échec, et dans ce cas-là, le projet devra être recommencé, soit l'évaluation donne un bon résultat, le projet est validé, et ça va permettre de débloquer le ou les projets suivants à l'intérieur du cursus. L'ensemble du cursus est finalement une chaîne qui va même se ramifier à la fin, une chaîne de projets successifs qui vont être faits au fur et à mesure que les étudiants progressent et développent leurs compétences techniques. Tout ça est incorporé dans une très forte gamification. À l'intérieur du cursus, les étudiants progressent exactement comme dans un jeu vidéo. Ils ont des points d'expérience, il y a des quêtes, il y a des badges, il y a des maisons comme dans Harry Potter. On a tout cet univers du jeu vidéo finalement qui est très présent dans le cursus et qui va servir à deux choses. D'une part, une partie de nos étudiants sont des geeks, sont des fans de technologie et pour certains de jeux vidéo, donc c'est quelque chose qui va faire partie de leur motivation. Et aussi, on cherche, au travers de cette gamification, à légitimer l'approche essai-erreur et leur dire finalement que se tromper, c'est normal, ça fait partie du processus d'apprentissage. On veut enlever toute la stigmatisation de l'échec. Si vous allez acheter un jeu vidéo dans un magasin, vous savez forcément que le premier niveau, vous allez peut-être le réussir du premier coup. Le deuxième niveau, vous allez vous planter 3 fois, 4 fois, il faudra le recommencer. Le 10e niveau, il faudra développer tout un tas de stratégies pour arriver à résoudre ce niveau-là et battre le monstre final qui est à la fin du 10e niveau. Et donc, c'est normal pour quelqu'un qui est en train de jouer de se tromper, de recommencer, de refaire tous ces niveaux-là. Et donc, les projets vont être abordés exactement de cette même façon. Notre modèle pédagogique a voulu initialement, historiquement, se calquer sur ce qui se passait en entreprise. En entreprise, généralement, on a d'autant plus dans le domaine du numérique, on a des gens qui sont confrontés à des nouveaux problèmes parce que les technologies évoluent vraiment très vite et donc il faut pouvoir s'adapter constamment. On a reproduit à l'intérieur du cursus, à l'intérieur de l'école, cette situation d'être devant un nouveau problème pour lequel on n'a pas la solution et où on n'a pas un prof en entreprise qui va nous dire voilà comment il faut faire et quelle est la recette à appliquer pour pouvoir résoudre le problème. Donc on a recréé ce système-là. C'est quelque chose qui va s'inspirer fortement d'un certain nombre de pédagogies qui sont assez connues du siècle précédent. Je pense à Célestin Freinet, Maria Montessori ou encore Jean Piaget, qui ont, je dirais, tous plus ou moins réfléchir sur cette approche socio-constructiviste de l'apprentissage. L'idée pour nous est que le cerveau n'est pas un vase qui va être rempli de l'extérieur par un sachant, mais qui va bien être une construction personnelle et que chaque individu va arriver à construire finalement sa propre connaissance, son propre savoir-faire au travers des interactions sociales qu'il va avoir avec les autres. Alors, le résultat de tout ça, c'est quoi? C'est bien évidemment des étudiants qui vont avoir des compétences technologiques, puisque les projets vont aller crescendo, ils vont être de plus en plus compliqués, de plus en plus difficiles, de plus en plus longs, ils vont se rapprocher de vrais projets d'entreprise, c'est l'objectif ici, c'est l'emploi. Mais nos étudiants vont aussi développer tout un tas de compétences transversales, qu'on appelle les soft skills. Et ces soft skills, ça va être la capacité à résoudre des problèmes pour lesquels on n'a pas les solutions. Ça va être la capacité d'auto-apprentissage, le self-learning, le lifelong learning, cher au processus de Bologne. C'est finalement une agilité intellectuelle qui, pour nous, est absolument indispensable parce que dans 5 ans, dans 10 ans, de quoi le numérique sera fait? J'en sais rien. Donc, qu'est-ce que je dois mettre comme contenu aujourd'hui dans mon cursus à 42? Je ne le sais pas. Donc, je prépare mes étudiants à je ne sais pas quel futur, donc j'essaie de leur donner toutes les armes qui leur permettront de s'adapter à ce futur-là. Et même, je l'espère pour certains, de pouvoir être les pionniers et de faire partie des gens qui vont aller créer les nouvelles voies, les nouveaux projets, les nouveaux produits, les nouvelles technologies au niveau de ce futur. En termes d'employabilité, alors c'est peut-être un petit peu biaisé parce qu'il y a énormément de demandes sur le marché puisque l'informatique n'est pas un secteur de niche, mais au contraire quelque chose qui aujourd'hui est présent dans tous les secteurs de l'économie, y compris l'agriculture, y compris la médecine, etc. Et tous ces secteurs-là ont besoin d'assurer leur transformation numérique et donc il y a énormément de besoins. Donc il y a une facilité en termes d'emploi, soyons clairs. Il n'y a vraiment aucune difficulté pour trouver un emploi. On a même de la difficulté à conserver les étudiants pour compléter le cursus de 42. On a dû aménager une façon, je dirais, flexible de fin de cursus pour les étudiants, justement parce que l'appel du marché est vraiment très très fort. Et peut-être, je voulais juste rajouter un point sur l'aspect cohésion, peut-être, alors surtout sociale, qui me semblait intéressante. Au travers de notre processus de sélection, qui est un petit peu long et qui cherche à détecter les talents pour le numérique, finalement. On ne va pas du tout se baser sur les résultats scolaires précédents. On va essayer de ne pas du tout se baser non plus sur la situation sociale des gens. Et ça va finalement nous permettre d'avoir une population qui est vraiment très hétérogène. Parfois, on nous a qualifiés d'école de la seconde chance, mais en fait, non. On a autant de personnes qui n'ont pas le bac que de personnes qui ont déjà un diplôme dans le supérieur. Et ça permet vraiment une très forte mixité au sein de notre population. On cherche à accentuer et avoir une meilleure mixité en ce qui concerne la parité homme-femme. Aujourd'hui, on en est encore un petit peu loin parce qu'il reste toujours difficile d'attirer les femmes au niveau du numérique et de façon plus générale, je pense, sur les métiers scientifiques. Mais on progresse, on essaie d'avancer et en tout cas, après maintenant 8 ans d'existence, je peux vous confirmer que cette mixité, en tout cas au moins sociale, dans une population est quelque chose qui est vraiment un atout fort au niveau d'une population et au niveau de l'éducation et des compétences qu'on veut donner à nos étudiants. 42 aujourd'hui est présent dans 25 pays et 36 campus. On a ouvert un campus à Lisbonne il y a un petit peu moins d'1 an. Et je pense que j'ai à peu près fini ma présentation.
Thank you very much for presenting an experiment that really looks at new challenges and new for the work of the future in a very novel way as well. So we have now Pierre Dubuc, the CEO of who is going to also tell us about this, and then we'll have a video afterwards, right? Obrigado.
Temos uma video do Pierre Dubuc. Podemos começar com a video.
Hi, my name is Pierre Dubuc, the co-founder and CEO of Open Classrooms. I'm really happy and honored to have been invited to this national meeting with science and technology in Portugal. Allow me to thank the Portuguese organizing authorities and the French embassy for giving me the opportunity to address the crucial topic of how technology can be used to foster employment and territorial cohesion. Portugal and France maintain active exchanges and strong scientific cooperation. The tech market, the tech sector is booming in Portugal, and that also represents a platform for the Portuguese-speaking world. Open Classrooms now has students in more than 100 different countries across the world. We're a mission-driven company, a B Corp certified company, and our mission is to make education accessible. Especially, we became a fully online college with degree awarding powers. So we train on 50 different degree programs leading to jobs in high demand. So we want to train you to get a job, to increase your employability. The end goal is for young people and school dropouts to find a job, for job seekers to get back on the job market, or for employees and working adults to get a promotion, to get a mobility in their company or outside of the company. We believe that education is a basic human right. All people should be able to access an education that leads to the advancement of their careers and their earning power. This mission informs absolutely everything we do as a company. For the last few years, inclusive access to employment and territorial cohesion have been two of our main development axes. Ambitious partnerships with Pôle emploi, the National Employment Agency, several large French regions, ministries, companies of all sizes, more than 1,500 employers. The development of apprenticeship as an effective training model to increase employability and integration in the labor market. We Europeans stand at a turning point now, facing three overlapping challenges, one in environmental, another social, and the last is technological. The COVID crisis has significantly upended the situation as those challenges have amplified, but has also increased people's awareness of how science and technology can address them together. Training also has a fundamental part to play to come out of the economic and social crisis. This crisis has also caused former cultural barriers to weaken, in the professional and training worlds. Remote work and training have become realities and actual solutions. Whether public or private, all stakeholders are now reflecting on how to include them in the model to make the most of their advantages, geographical and temporal flexibility, adaptability of the format, etc. Ours is a key period, as 1 billion people need to be reskilled by 2030 throughout the world. Someone who enters the labor market today will have about 10 different careers, 10 different jobs. New jobs have a life cycle of about 5 to 7 years. We already need to adapt and develop short education and training programs for today's jobs. The training system must become more flexible in order to train for today's new jobs, but also to identify tomorrow's ones already. Open Classrooms has developed an innovative competency-based pedagogy to measure the impact of our actions. We have implemented KPIs based on the integration to the labor market. Our objective is to place more than 10,000 people in the job market by the end of this year. By the end of 2025, we want to reach 1 million people placed in the workforce. We have set an external independent impact committee that assesses how well we're aligned to our mission, how well we reach our mission, societal and social goals. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure to share those thoughts with you. Goodbye.
Bonsoir à tous. Merci beaucoup aux autorités portugaises et aussi à l'ambassade de France pour l'invitation à cette rencontre de la science et de la technologie au Portugal. Je vais compléter assez brièvement le propos introductif de notre CEO Pierre Dubuc avec quelques idées. Pierre Dubuc présente Open Classrooms comme une entreprise à mission. Et la mission d'Open Classroom, c'est rendre l'éducation accessible à tous. Et vous avez entendu le nombre de personnes que l'on souhaite insérer dans l'emploi en 2021. Et puis à terme, en 2025, c'est un défi absolument majeur. C'est un défi qui croise aussi les interventions précédentes. Et donc, par rapport à l'accès à l'éducation, à la formation professionnelle, je voulais développer ce que peut apporter la formation en ligne à ce droit à la formation et le rendre accessible à tous. Le premier volet qu'on peut évoquer, c'est vraiment l'accessibilité pédagogique. Alors là, il y a une forte parenté avec ce qu'indiquait Olivier Crouzet. Open Classrooms a développé une pédagogie par projet. Une pédagogie qui permet finalement un accès au plus grand nombre à la formation professionnelle et notamment à ce qu'on appelle les métiers en tension, donc les métiers du numérique, les métiers de la data et puis aussi les compétences support, les ressources humaines, le commerce, le management, la gestion de projet, la pédagogie, qui sont autant de métiers qui sont en tension sur le marché de l'emploi dans le monde, en Europe, au Portugal comme en France. Et donc la pédagogie par projet, ça permet vraiment de rendre l'accès à la formation le plus égalitaire possible, puisque on n'est pas obligé d'avoir des diplômes en entrant en formation. Il va falloir réaliser des projets au fur et à mesure pour accéder à un certain nombre de compétences. L'accessibilité pédagogique aussi chez Open Classrooms, elle est basée sur un système de mentorat. Donc on est une communauté de plusieurs milliers de mentors et chaque apprenant chez Open Classrooms est accompagné par un mentor qui est un expert professionnel du domaine dans lequel on forme et finalement ce mentor va avoir pour but d'accompagner l'apprentissage de chacun de nos stagiaires à titre individuel. Donc finalement, le numérique et la formation en ligne permet aussi une certaine forme d'individualisation, une certaine forme de face-à-face pédagogique. L'accessibilité pédagogique également, c'est la possibilité de donner à des personnes, quel que soit leur territoire, quel que soit leur parcours, d'accéder à des niveaux de diplôme supérieurs. Donc en France, le baccalauréat reste une étape importante, mais pour acquérir un niveau Bac+2, Bac+3, Bac+5, Master, il n'est pas forcément nécessaire d'avoir ces prérequis académiques pour s'engager dans un parcours de formation professionnelle et accéder à une certification en ligne. Accessibilité pédagogique, accessibilité géographique également. Et le thème de la table ronde est construit autour de la cohésion territoriale. Et la formation en ligne, finalement, permet de donner accès à des cursus de formation, quel que soit l'endroit d'un territoire, à partir du moment où on dispose, bien sûr, d'une connexion Internet suffisante. Donc, en partenariat avec les autorités nationales en France, mais aussi les conseils régionaux, on a pu développer des programmes de formation en ligne qui vont donner accès à des formations de qualité à n'importe quel endroit du territoire, que ce soit des quartiers politiques de la ville, que ce soit des zones rurales, pourtant parfois éloignées des centres urbains, des grandes écoles ou des universités. L'accessibilité, c'est aussi l'accessibilité temporelle, où le système qui a été mis en place par Open Classroom, c'est un système assez original, puisque ça permet réellement de se former tout au long de la vie. On va avoir des publics très jeunes, on va parfois aussi avoir des publics plus âgés qui viennent chercher des formations pour se reconvertir. Il n'y a pas de barrière à l'entrée par rapport à ces questions d'âge. C'est un process qui permet de se reconvertir. Et l'accessibilité temporelle, c'est aussi le fait que la formation en ligne, ça permet finalement d'entrer dans un parcours de formation à n'importe quel moment de l'année, alors que dans les systèmes traditionnels, il faut parfois attendre la rentrée. Là, on peut entrer dans un parcours de formation à n'importe quel moment de l'année. Et puis enfin, l'accessibilité, c'est aussi le financement de la formation. Et on a réussi à élaborer des partenariats avec la puissance publique et aussi avec les entreprises à travers différents systèmes. Un système qui est celui de l'apprentissage, qui se développe de plus en plus en France, alors qu'en France, l'apprentissage était moins développé qu'ailleurs en Europe. On peut penser à l'Allemagne, par exemple. Aujourd'hui, c'est de plus en plus développé. Et donc, grâce à l'apprentissage, les employeurs, la puissance publique vont pouvoir financer des parcours de formation en alternance. Et également, grâce au partenariat qu'on développe avec les régions, avec Pôle emploi au niveau national, on arrive à financer des programmes de formation et à rendre cette formation accessible à des publics demandeurs d'emploi, des publics plus fragiles. Et enfin, la dernière idée à vous soumettre, à partager par rapport à la formation en ligne, c'est vraiment la diversité d'accès à la formation pour tout type de public, les personnes qui pensaient que la formation n'était pas forcément faite pour elles, les personnes qui pouvaient être moins engagées dans un système d'éducation traditionnel, les femmes, comme l'indiquait Olivier, qui sont parfois sous-représentées dans les domaines numériques, peuvent accéder à la formation grâce à ce type de système et par rapport à cette pédagogie. Pour conclure, quand on parle cohésion territoriale, je pense souvent à la phrase d'un auteur portugais qui est Miguel Torga, l'universel, c'est le local, moins les murs. Et donc, la formation en ligne, ce type de pédagogie, ça permet vraiment de casser des silos, entre des publics parfois éloignés de la formation et puis un accès à la formation de qualité. Merci beaucoup.
Muito obrigado. É uma experiência muito interessante. Eu gostaria, talvez, agora de colocar uma questão geral sobre este tema da coesão territorial, que é uma das questões fundamentais e que já foi parcialmente abordada, mas eu acho que seria talvez útil nós aprofundarmos um pouco este aspecto. De facto, os desafios do emprego do futuro vão agravar ou vão permitir resolver os problemas da coesão territorial? A experiência do Covid e da pandemia ensinaram-nos que há muitas coisas que podem ser feitas à distância, e uma das perguntas que eu gostaria de perguntar na experiência da Escola 42 é sobre a necessidade ou não de proximidade física entre os alunos. Quando eles trabalham em grupo, é importante estarem perto uns dos outros, e relativamente aos mentores, também se esse problema também se coloca. Portanto, podemos ter um mentor à distância, penso que sim, relativamente aos alunos, ou pelo contrário, a proximidade física é importante. É um aspecto que penso que é importante, porque em algumas comunidades não existe experiência e conhecimento local, e de facto este modelo poderá vir a aproximá-lo. E naturalmente julgo que é uma questão que poderia talvez ser pertinente para todos os membros do painel e relativamente a esta capacidade de enfrentar o problema das desigualdades das limitações, digamos, das regiões mais desfavorecidas e com menos população e com menos compétences técnicas. Como é que isso pode ser enfrentado?
Alors, je pense que je peux effectivement peut-être déjà répondre par rapport à 42 et cet aspect cohésion sociale. On a aujourd'hui besoin d'avoir des personnes qui sont physiquement sur place pour pouvoir travailler au moins sur la première phase du cursus. On a un tronc commun et on demande à nos étudiants d'être présents physiquement au même endroit. Ça a été compliqué avec le Covid. Pour pouvoir commencer à échanger et en fait pour pouvoir apprendre à collaborer. Peut-être que dans, je ne sais pas, dans 15 ans, dans 20 ans, on aura des étudiants qui, après avoir effectué au moins le parcours minimum obligatoire à l'école, seront en situation déjà de savoir collaborer. Aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas le cas. Et donc, nos étudiants ont besoin de faire cet apprentissage-là et on pense qu'il ne peut pas être fait pour l'instant directement à distance. Et même l'apprentissage, travailler à distance, c'est aussi un apprentissage qui, de mon point de vue, a bien très vite montré ses limites pendant le Covid, malgré toutes les tentatives de chacun des professeurs dans le primaire comme, comme au lycée, qui ont eu beaucoup de mal à faire venir leurs étudiants et à les faire travailler de cette façon-là à distance. Donc je pense qu'il y a au moins cette phase d'un besoin d'apprentissage en proximité. Et je pense que de mon point de vue, ce n'est pas lié au numérique, c'est quelque chose qui devrait faire partie finalement de la formation de tous les citoyens et qui devrait être pris beaucoup plus au début. Dès l'école primaire, on devrait avoir cet aspect collaboratif qui est beaucoup plus important dans la formation des gens de mon point de vue. Et on l'a vu avec le Covid, premier confinement il y a un peu plus d'un an. On avait des étudiants qui étaient déjà assez expérimentés, qui étaient plus matures, qui ont su très facilement s'adapter à cette situation et continuer leur cursus presque comme si de rien n'était. Alors qu'à côté, toute la partie support technologique avait été mise en place très rapidement de notre côté pour pouvoir assurer la continuité du cursus. Mais on avait une moitié d'étudiants qui n'étaient pas encore prêts pour ça, qui manquaient de maturité, qui étaient peut-être plus jeunes aussi, en moyenne d'âge, et qui n'avaient pas été prêts pour ça. Et on pense qu'il faut donc passer par cette phase d'apprentissage. Mais il ne faut pas s'en débarrasser non plus. En deuxième partie du cursus, on va favoriser le travail à distance, on va favoriser ces interactions sociales et cette collaboration d'un campus à un autre, par exemple. On va essayer de faire des soutenances. On est en train de commencer à organiser des soutenances entre différents campus aujourd'hui pour tout un tas de raisons, mais y compris le fait que dans les métiers du numérique, nos étudiants seront de toute façon aujourd'hui confrontés à cette situation de devoir collaborer et travailler à distance avec des gens qu'ils n'ont pas forcément en face d'eux. Donc on a besoin de les confronter. Mais dans l'immédiat, quand ils entrent généralement sur le cursus, ils ne sont pas du tout encore prêts pour ça.
Pour compléter la réponse par rapport au mentorat, à la formation en ligne, nous, ce qui va être très important dans le modèle pédagogique qu'on a construit, c'est vraiment ce lien individuel entre l'apprenant et un mentor. C'est vraiment une forme de compagnonnage. Donc finalement, chaque apprenant peut s'appuyer pour progresser dans sa formation sur un mentor qui est un expert du domaine. Et ça, c'est une forme de relation pédagogique qui est assez précieuse parce que quand on pense formation en ligne, on peut penser classe virtuelle, on peut penser être seul devant une plateforme, mais au contraire, il y a des compétences qui vont s'acquérir par le partage au sein d'une communauté, par le partage avec son mentor. Donc ça, c'est une dimension qui est assez importante. Le deuxième volet, c'est sûr que la pandémie du Covid a fait tomber beaucoup de barrières. Nous avons contribué en France à une initiative qu'on a développée aussi à l'international de continuité pédagogique pour permettre en fait à des écoles, à des organismes de formation d'accéder aux ressources en ligne d'Open Classrooms. On a eu plus de 2000 demandes et finalement des écoles traditionnelles, des systèmes traditionnels qui avaient peu développé l'accès à des ressources pédagogiques ont pu bénéficier en accès libre de ces ressources, ont pu également se former puisque former en ligne, c'est des apprentissages qui sont différents de l'apprentissage en présentiel. C'est une autre manière de collaborer, c'est une autre manière d'enseigner, c'est une autre manière d'évaluer les compétences. Donc on est ressorti assez grandi de ce partage d'expérience et ça a donné naissance aussi à de l'hybridation en matière de formation où parfois on peut venir aujourd'hui augmenter l'offre de formation d'un système éducatif, d'écoles plus traditionnelles pour venir compléter les cours, pour venir apporter des ressources pédagogiques qui sont parfois nouvelles, puisque on en parle beaucoup pendant cette table ronde. On parle des emplois du futur, mais aussi des emplois d'aujourd'hui, des compétences qui sont nécessaires. Et ça a un vrai coût d'investir dans une ressource pédagogique de qualité qui permet de se former aux compétences d'aujourd'hui. Donc c'est vraiment ces deux témoignages, à la fois la capacité qu'on peut avoir aujourd'hui à individualiser, la possibilité d'hybrider de la formation et aussi la possibilité d'accéder à des territoires, je pense particulièrement pour la France, des régions d'outre-mer dans lesquelles, par exemple, la formation n'est parfois pas disponible parce que la filière pédagogique n'y est pas développée.
Eu julgo que esta questão seria bastante interessante também da vossa experiência e no caso da FIDESAI, se, digamos, as competências, têm encontrado as competências com que se defronta, porque a FIDESAI de alguma forma já faz uma oferta quase do emprego do futuro e também se este modelo poderia resolver, enfim, seria interessante vermos se têm dificuldades em encontrar as competências de profissionais qualificados.
Eu acho que os efeitos globalmente vão ser um pouco residuais, ou seja, eu não estou assim tão otimista que o facto das pessoas estarem um bocadinho mais a trabalhar remotamente vai contribuir de forma significativa para a coesão territorial. Por vários motivos. O primeiro motivo é que, em geral, as pessoas são um bocadinho animais de hábitos, não é? De modo, se uma pessoa está habituada a um centro urbano, que tem um conjunto de amigos e a sua vida de alguma forma implantada, embora numa primeira fase até sonhe em poder ir para outro local e viver no campo, entre aspas, o que nós temos visto é que até tem havido um conjunto de pessoas que efetivamente se desloca e, passado algum tempo, está desejosa de voltar ao seu, digamos assim, centro mais comum. Uma coisa é certa, o tipo de trabalho, o tipo de escritórios e a forma como as pessoas trabalham vai se modificar. Nós temos visto que, hoje em dia, as pessoas à partida não querem voltar a estar 5 dias por semana num escritório, em que vão todos os dias ao escritório e encontram todas essas pessoas. Ou seja, é um modelo mais híbrido que vai ocorrer, mas esta questão do contacto pessoal e o facto de haver um conjunto de amigos e colegas que se encontram periodicamente vai continuar a acontecer nestes locais. Um outro aspecto interessante é que todos os produtos que hoje em dia são, em geral, desenvolvidos são um trabalho colaborativo, é um trabalho de equipa e nenhuma única pessoa consegue criar o produto como um todo. E isto implica que, se uma pessoa vê a dinâmica de formação das equipas, estas equipas passam por vários estágios. Tem um estágio de forming, storming, norming, até chegarem ao estado de performing quando chegam. E, normalmente, o que acontece é que os estágios iniciais, se não existe um contacto mais presencial, são muito mais difíceis de conseguir. Então, o que é que tipicamente nós vemos? Nós vemos equipas que estão num estágio performing, em que as pessoas já se conhecem bastante bem, todos eles sabem quais são os papéis deles dentro das equipas, não têm qualquer tipo de problema de estar remotamente ou presencialmente, porque as ferramentas ajudam nesse processo. Novas equipas que se estão a formar ou novos elementos que são introduzidos nas equipas têm muito mais dificuldade em conseguir isso. Daí eu ser um bocadinho mais cético ao facto de um mecanismo de trabalho mais distribuído vai contribuir em Portugal para uma coesão territorial maior. Eu acho que tal não vai acontecer.
Eu já fiz algumas referências que têm a ver com o tema, mas o que é que se observa, o que é que eu tenho conseguido observar diretamente e por trabalhos de equipas que estão comigo, por contactos com empresas, desde logo, portanto, esta utilização, desde logo há que considerar uma questão básica. Nós ainda estamos e vamos estar, e não sabemos por quanto tempo, numa situação de exceção, não estamos numa situação de normalidade. E as medidas de exceção não podem ser tomadas como a base do novo normal, sob pena de cometermos erros crassos. E posto isto, por exemplo, logo a seguir, logo no primeiro confinamento, eu conheci até duas grandes empresas onde se manifestaram reações diametralmente opostas em relação às posições entre trabalhadores permanentes e trabalhadores em teletrabalho. Já agora, clarifique-se também uma coisa são tecnologias, outra coisa são utilização de instrumentos de trabalho. E há que não confundir as situações. Mas o que é que nós observamos? Eu julgo que, por exemplo, na sociedade portuguesa e não só, começa a haver um consenso grande de que as precariedades laborais são um cancro na sociedade. E a pandemia mostrou isso. O nosso primeiro-ministro tem feito essa referência. Espero que haja evolução na análise das coisas, mas há que encarar o problema. E agora, nas discussões mais imediatas sobre a utilização de trabalho remoto, e portanto, desde logo do teletrabalho também, observa-se que os dualismos que surgiram para justificar as precariedades laborais, o que é que aconteceu ao longo de anos? Foram-se descobrindo, por formas que não tenho tempo agora de estar aqui a analisar, novas formas, novos enquadramentos e novas categorias de trabalhadores em função do desrespeito daquilo que era a legislação instituída e que normalizava o funcionamento da sociedade. E criaram-se estatutos novos nestes planos, como eu dizia, de categorias, de enquadramentos, etc. E não se foi à origem do problema. E foram-se gerando dualismos que colocam, então, nas universidades também é visível, e na investigação imenso, pessoas que fazem as mesmas tarefas e que são retribuídos em condições diametralmente opostas. Mas esse é apenas um dos aspectos do dualismo. O que é que se vê, porque eu já me estou a desviar, na questão do trabalho remoto, teletrabalho? Sinais perigosos de desenvolvimento destes dualismos. Ou seja, do acentuar destes dualismos. Eu conheço um grande grupo empresarial, não vou dizer aqui o nome, mas é um dos maiores no norte do país e mais exportador, que nesta fase vive uma tensão significativa entre os trabalhadores permanentes, que são quase todos, a maior parte, qualificados, e os que estão em trabalho remoto, os que estão em teletrabalho. E a tendência é para desvalorizar os que estão em teletrabalho. Não é o oposto. Portanto, deixo apenas esta referência, porque isto dava para ligarmos outras coisas. Depois, ao nível das formações, há aí múltiplos problemas, mas há aqui um outro aspecto já referido. As quebras nas culturas organizacionais das empresas provocadas pela ausência física dos trabalhadores, em alguns grupos empresariais, já estão a gerar dores de cabeça grandes. E na administração pública tem receio sobre algumas das coisas que estão a acontecer. Depois, em relação ao território, pelo menos dizer mais alguma coisa sobre o território e sobre a formação. O território, eu acho que é preciso reforço da urbanidade e da economia em todos os territórios, a começar pelos urbanos. O futuro do trabalho, a sua qualificação e a sua valorização vai, no fim de contas, para o bem e para o mal, a par do que acontecer à qualificação do país. Portanto, tem que se ligar a qualificação das pessoas à qualificação do país, a evoluções. E há um problema muito objetivo que nós temos que encarar. Nós temos, ao longo de um período já bastante longo, 100 mil imigrantes por ano. E portanto, isto é um depauperamento do país muito, muito grande. E essa saída e a não existência de políticas de imigração estruturadas, de políticas públicas, nacionais, estruturadas para a imigração, porque não há, geram condições para o acentuar de problemas grandes de desqualificação. Permitam-me só dizer que este fenómeno, eu não sei como é que está neste momento a situação do Alto Minho, mas há relativamente pouco tempo, estou-me a lembrar, há um ano e meio, talvez, nós tínhamos no Alto Minho um incremento significativo de atividades industriais. Aliás, há ali um espaço importante de discussão, de reflexão, até pelas potencialidades que tem a articulação entre o Alto Minho e a Galiza. E estávamos a ter um incremento de atividade industrial, de atividades diversas, mas não estávamos a conseguir estancar a emigração. E, portanto, isso leva-nos a outras discussões complexas. Porque para podermos fazer formação qualitativa, temos de ter tudo isto em conta. Eu julgo que eu disse o fundamental. Eu costumo dizer, pode ser vício de percurso de vida, não é? Mas nós todos nos preocupamos com radicalismos na sociedade, com o avanço de concepções xenófobas, racistas, fascistas até. E eu muitas vezes digo, metade dos problemas resolviam-se se houvesse uma maior valorização do trabalho e do emprego. E continuo a pensar que é por aí. E, portanto, nós também temos que proteger a sociedade. Não é indiferente para a sociedade o sistema de proteção social que concebemos. E vamos ter de trabalhar muito nesse plano.
Muito obrigado. Eu julgo que estamos a chegar ao fim do nosso tempo e, portanto, queria agradecer ao painel por estas pistas muito importantes em termos de um tema que é, de facto, muito importante, que é a evolução do trabalho e a contribuição também para a resolução das desigualdades e, especificamente, para a coesão territorial, que é, de facto, um grande desafio. E, naturalmente, há um grande esforço que tem que ser feito nessa matéria e o reforço da formação e das competências geral pode contribuir muito para isso. Obrigado a todos. Nós já temos connosco a Sra. Ministra e vamos passar para a fase seguinte. Obrigado.
Vamos agora iniciar o encerramento desta segunda sessão do Ciência 2021 com uma mensagem em vídeo da Ministra da Coesão Territorial, Ana Abrunhosa.
Boa tarde. Começo por cumprimentar a Sra. Ministra Ana Mendes Godinho, Ministra do Trabalho, Solidariedade e Segurança Social, Sra. Presidente da Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, Helena Pereira, e permitam-me também um cumprimento a todos os oradores, Paulo Marques, Manuel Carvalho da Silva e Olivier Crozet. Primeira palavra é de lamento por não estar aí convosco hoje. mas também de agradecimento pelo convite que me foi feito pelo Sr. Ministro da Ciência e Ensino Superior, Manuel Leitor, a quem dou os parabéns por esta iniciativa sempre refrescante, sempre atual. E hoje, mais do que nunca, vale a pena refletir sobre a ciência, o futuro do emprego e a coesão territorial. E devo também dizer que são precisamente estes ministérios, o Ministério do Trabalho, Solidariedade e Segurança Social, o Ministério da Ciência, entre outros, os grandes parceiros da coesão territorial, porque sem ciência, sem pessoas qualificadas, nós não podemos investir nestes territórios ou melhorar a qualidade das atividades económicas que estes territórios têm e, portanto, não conseguimos fixar pessoas, atrair pessoas, não conseguimos criar riqueza. E nos tempos de incerteza que hoje vivemos, atrevo mesmo a dizer que é talvez o período de maiores incertezas sem precedentes que esta pandemia lançou e que suspendeu o nosso modo de vida. Há algumas certezas que vamos ganhando. E uma delas é quanto ao papel fundamental que a ciência desempenha em todas as áreas, mas na criação de emprego, na formação de pessoas, que é tão vital no nosso país, uma vez que temos uma parte importante dos nossos adultos sem formação e até uma parte dos nossos jovens adultos a necessitar também de formação e, portanto, num momento em que precisamos tanto de formação, de criação de emprego qualificado para criar riqueza e para, através disso, desenvolvermos económica e socialmente as nossas regiões e o nosso país, e num momento em que é tão importante que sejamos inovadores em todas as instituições em que trabalhamos e em que se exige a tudo o que fazemos e a tudo o que produzimos, exige-se inovação. Resumindo, coesão e ciência territorial são absolutamente dois lados da mesma moeda, e se tivesse que lhe acrescentar mais um lado, era talento, trabalho qualificado. Só assim se compreende, e estes tempos também foram especialmente aliciantes, e só assim é que se compreende que em menos de um ano, quando confrontados com uma pandemia, a ciência tenha sabido dar várias respostas a vários desafios, desde a testagem à proteção e, sobretudo, nas questões da vacinação. Desafios fundamentais não só para retomar a vida em circunstâncias que não são as normais, mas para a própria sobrevivência da espécie humana. Portanto, não temos hoje dúvidas, o cidadão comum hoje não tem dúvidas quanto à importância da ciência e da evolução do conhecimento no nosso cotidiano, tal como ninguém hoje duvida que são poderosos os instrumentos para aproximar as oportunidades entre as diferentes regiões e dessa forma limitar e atenuar as assimetrias existentes. No mundo atual, numa sociedade que é do conhecimento, numa sociedade que se quer cada vez mais baseada na ciência, há muito que o trabalho e o emprego deixou de ser entendido apenas como um meio de subsistência. Hoje, uma atividade profissional tem que ser gratificante, tem que ser bem remunerada e tem que ser digna. E, portanto, o sucesso profissional depende, antes de mais, como há bocadinho já referi, de qualificações avançadas, capazes de garantir o acesso a oportunidades em posições diferenciadas. Sim, para conseguir um bom emprego, é vital que as pessoas, que os indivíduos desenvolvam as suas capacidades e aptidões, mas obviamente é também necessário que a própria sociedade evolua no sentido de reconhecer essas qualificações, no sentido de criar condições dignas, no sentido de criar condições de estabilidade no desenvolvimento das carreiras pelos profissionais qualificados. Há uma óbvia e estreita relação entre a oferta de emprego qualificado e a coesão territorial. A massificação da atividade profissional em determinadas faixas do nosso território tornou-se incomportável sob diferentes aspectos. A qualidade de vida fora do ambiente laboral está seriamente comprometida e há um custo social demasiado elevado a integrar os mais que saturados agregados dos grandes centros urbanos. Se pretendemos atenuar o efeito da concentração populacional, temos de democratizar as oportunidades de emprego, desde logo garantindo a disponibilidade das condições que captem o interesse dos candidatos. Muitas das vezes em Portugal ouvimos demasiadas vezes as empresas a dizer que não encontram trabalho, que não encontram pessoas, mas também demasiadas vezes as pessoas que são qualificadas nos transmitem a precariedade das condições de trabalho e remunerações demasiado baixas para as qualificações que detêm. Nos últimos anos temos também assistido a uma significativa diversificação das atividades profissionais em regiões que outrora eram consideradas como regiões pouco atrativas e demograficamente fragilizadas. A instalação de núcleos de base científica e tecnológica em diversos setores são disso exemplo, como também é o papel fundamental no desenvolvimento desses territórios, sobretudo dos territórios do interior. São casos como o cluster digital do Fundão, o polo de inovação em ciências biomédicas na Covilhã e em Castelo Branco, o Centro de Novas Culturas, Atividades Agrícolas e Produtos Naturais em Elvas, ou a inovação tecnológica na agricultura, transição energética e valorização do património cultural em Évora e Porto Alegre, apenas para citar alguns, e tenho a certeza de que muitos dos que nos estão a ouvir desconhecem estas realidades. Portanto, convido-vos a conhecê-las bem. Estas atividades e estes clusters promovem novos patamares de conhecimento científico, relações de simbiose entre a investigação, a co-criação do conhecimento, a transferência de conhecimento, a inovação, o que eleva a dinâmica de colaboração entre a academia, as empresas e a comunidade. Continuamos determinados em implementar estratégias de dinamização que permitam a expansão desta realidade a todo o território nacional, sobretudo aos nossos territórios do interior, consolidando o impacto dos centros já existentes e garantindo condições para a criação de outros. É precisamente através da geração de conhecimento, da transferência desse conhecimento e tecnologia, ou da co-criação de conhecimento e da incorporação desse conhecimento e dessa tecnologia, gerando inovação em diferentes atividades, que reside a chave para a criação de emprego qualificado, capaz de reter e de atrair jovens altamente capacitados, qualificados e que, segundo todas as evidências, representam um dos principais eixos para o desenvolvimento económico e social das nossas regiões, dos nossos países. É amplamente reconhecido em Portugal é amplamente reconhecido que Portugal tem sabido promover um crescimento muito interessante e progressivo da sua realidade científica. De acordo com os dados mais recentes da Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, existem em Portugal 309 unidades de investigação e desenvolvimento com classificação de bom, muito bom ou excelente. São indicadores muito meritórios e, de facto, promotores de mais e melhor emprego. Tal como assinalamos a existência de 40 laboratórios associados e 35 laboratórios colaborativos em Portugal, estando estes últimos, os laboratórios colaborativos, muito vocacionados para a interação com o tecido empresarial em áreas estratégicas como a saúde, a energia, a transformação digital, o agroalimentar, muitas outras áreas. 7 destes laboratórios colaborativos têm a sua sede no interior do nosso país e outros 2 têm polos no interior. São, como se vê, laboratórios que se estenderam pelo país em vez de ficarem confinados aos principais núcleos urbanos. Estas unidades de investigação têm níveis de excelência competitivos em diferentes contextos territoriais, globalizando e disseminando a atividade científica e permitindo a implementação de novos núcleos de afirmação e de desenvolvimento baseados, sustentados em conhecimento, em ciência, em tecnologia. São também essenciais para captar recursos humanos altamente qualificados em áreas como a transição digital, ecológica, ciências agrárias e alimentares, os sistemas digitais, as ciências da vida e da saúde, as ciências exatas e da engenharia, as ciências naturais e do ambiente, ou as ciências sociais, artes e humanidades, também muito importantes. Daí a forte aposta que fazemos nestes laboratórios colaborativos, que a nível nacional têm um financiamento de 58 milhões de euros e agregam 576 pessoas. Só em territórios do interior o financiamento é de 13 milhões de euros, mantendo 143 pessoas. E desejamos que estes números aumentem e continuem a aumentar no próximo quadro comunitário. Os apoios que não se ficam por aqui. Os sistemas de incentivos, ou seja, os apoios às empresas no que respeita às atividades de investigação e desenvolvimento em colaboração entre a academia e as empresas, já aprovaram quase 2.500 projetos no âmbito do Portugal 2020, correspondentes a um investimento de mais de 2.000 milhões de euros, com um fundo superior a 1.200 milhões de euros. Isto é muito importante, porque tradicionalmente as empresas e a academia no passado tinham dificuldade em colaborar, em fazer co-criação. No atual quadro comunitário, estes números só nos podem deixar muito satisfeitos e querer que no próximo quadro comunitário estes números continuem a aumentar, pois continuaremos a dedicar a esta área uma prioridade elevada. Só no interior destes projetos de ID em copromoção, estamos a falar de 200 projetos, com investimento de 77 milhões de euros e um fundo de mais de 50 milhões de euros. E, portanto, estamos a falar aqui de algo que no passado não tínhamos, que era projetos de ID no interior e muito menos projetos de ID entre a academia e as empresas. Da mesma forma, e no que toca a uma formação próxima do mercado, a uma formação que muitas das vezes motiva jovens que não têm apetência para determinados cursos, nós criamos os cursos técnicos superiores profissionais e temos, no âmbito do atual quadro comunitário, uma grande aposta nas respectivas infraestruturas educativas e nos respectivos cursos. Até ao momento temos aprovadas 182 candidaturas correspondentes a um investimento de praticamente 160 milhões de euros e um apoio de quase 130 milhões de euros no atual quadro comunitário. Estes investimentos garantiram a formação de 24.400 pessoas. Só no interior temos 44 candidaturas aprovadas, com investimento de quase 35 milhões de euros e um apoio de mais de 28 milhões de euros, responsáveis pela formação de 5.400 pessoas. Estes números, peço desculpa por estar a falar deles, mas eles refletem a importância que o país, mas sobretudo, neste caso, que os politécnicos têm tido numa formação de jovens adultos ou na formação ao longo da vida, mas em grande proximidade com as empresas. São investimentos que se destinam a criar novas centralidades de conhecimento, que conduzem a novos patamares de desenvolvimento científico e, por esta via, a novos patamares de desenvolvimento económico e social, impulsionando dinâmicas com efeitos estruturantes nas regiões em que estão implementados, funcionando como verdadeiros núcleos de dinamização e de valorização dos territórios, das pessoas e das atividades. E esta, caros amigos, é a certeza que temos. Apesar das inúmeras dúvidas quanto ao presente e ao futuro, a ciência é a força motriz de um país e das suas regiões. Através dela, dinamizaremos e dinamizamos a atividade económica, aumentamos a capacidade produtiva e os níveis de produtividade, de industrialização e de internacionalização da nossa economia, contribuindo para captar e fixar pessoas. A ciência é, por isso, a chave para tornar Portugal um país efetivamente mais coeso. Muito obrigada.
Chamo a Ministra do Trabalho, Segurança Social e Solidariedade, Ana Mendes Godinho.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Antes de mais, com muita pena não ter assistido a este dia e às reflexões que aqui foram sendo produzidas, mas confesso que no meio da loucura em que vivemos todos nos últimos tempos, e os últimos tempos já começam a ser grandes tempos, a minha vida modificou-se e não consegui estar aqui a assistir com muita pena. Mas começaria exatamente por aqui, pela forma como a nossa vida mudou no último ano e como nos baralhou a todos e como de repente nos abanou a todos também como sociedade e nos obrigou a ver também o nosso cotidiano de uma forma diferente do ponto de vista cada vez mais do posicionamento, de como nos queremos posicionar como sociedade. Para mim é evidente um dos exemplos de uma enorme capacidade de desconstrução da relação, nomeadamente aqui num caso concreto, entre o Ministério do Trabalho e o ensino superior, foi a forma como, num momento dramático em que era preciso muito rapidamente implementar um sistema preventivo de realização de testes junto dos trabalhadores dos lares e do setor social, de repente era preciso montar um programa rápido, regular, que permitisse detectar situações de uma forma preventiva e não havia testes suficientes no mercado para o fazer. E de repente o ensino superior colocou-se completamente ao serviço da comunidade, reinventou também aqui a sua forma de lidar com o setor, neste caso com o setor social, e passou a ser o nosso grande parceiro que permitiu lançarmos um programa de testagem, um programa massivo de testagem preventiva nos trabalhadores dos lares, que neste momento já faz mais de um ano, em que foi possível realizar ao longo deste ano cerca de 500 mil testes a trabalhadores nos lares, o que na prática terá permitido evitar cerca de 950 surtos em situações em que foi detectado preventivamente casos positivos. Isto mostra, de facto, uma reinvenção também total na nossa forma como trabalhamos e articulamos entre nós, mas também como, de repente, a ciência se virou completamente de uma forma muito pragmática para servir a comunidade e conseguir, neste caso em concreto, ajudar a prevenir surtos em lares de uma forma tão significativa e tão massiva. Mas isto mostra como também nos soubemos reinventar de uma forma muito rápida, muito descomplicada, colocando-nos claramente aqui ao serviço de objetivos comuns e implementando no terreno, depois de uma forma completamente em tempo recorde. Eu lembro-me que este programa conseguimos implementá-lo em certa altura num mês, desde a capacitação dos centros para fazerem os testes, à sua acreditação, também pelo Instituto Ricardo Jorge, portanto, tudo a reinventarmos muito rapidamente quando tínhamos uma missão comum e com o objetivo de uma grande urgência e uma grande pressão. Mas também, e ficou evidente durante este ano, como também, de repente, esta aceleração e esta mudança mudou também completamente aquela perspectiva do que imaginávamos que seria o futuro do trabalho daqui a alguns anos. E que mostrou que, afinal, este futuro do trabalho está muito presente e ameaça, de facto, estar cada vez mais nas nossas vidas de uma forma completamente, diria, imprevista em termos de tempo. De repente, o teletrabalho, que era uma realidade que poucos usavam, com pouco significado, em Portugal, de repente, transformou-se massivamente numa forma de trabalho regular, como uma forma, aliás, de prevenção da propagação da pandemia, mas também com a readaptação também de modelos de trabalho, da utilização massiva de tecnologia para que as pessoas conseguissem estar em teletrabalho e a mudar também, de repente, toda a forma da nossa organização, até dentro das organizações. Basta pensar, por exemplo, a própria conciliação da vida pessoal e familiar e profissional se transformou e se revolucionou com a própria alteração dos métodos de trabalho e dos horários de trabalho. Mas isto mostra também que esta aceleração nos obriga também a acelerarmos aquela que deve ser a nossa agenda também de preparar este futuro do trabalho que se transformou no nosso presente. Nós procuramos, ao longo deste último ano de intensidade, eu já me esqueço que é um ano, penso que já são vários séculos que passaram por cima de mim no último ano, mas claramente também aqui procuramos que a pandemia não nos anestesiasse do ponto de vista das respostas estruturais que nós temos que fazer. E procuramos trabalhar os dois níveis durante este ano. Por um lado, as respostas de emergência, respostas claramente para suster os efeitos imediatos da pandemia, seja a nível do apoio à manutenção dos postos de trabalho, procurando aqui atravessar uma fase difícil de um túnel, procurando ter aqui uma perspectiva de uma travessia conjunta de um túnel, esperando que coletivamente passemos este momento de incerteza, que para as próprias empresas é um momento de indefinição e, portanto, era preciso encontrar aqui mecanismos alternativos para assumirmos o risco conjunto coletivo para manter postos de trabalho. Portanto, grande preocupação manter postos de trabalho, por outro lado também responder às situações que ficaram evidentemente mais desprotegidas em função da pandemia, mas que também nos têm que levar a agir e prevenir para que isto não volte a ficar tão em risco. Basta pensar, por exemplo, que a maior parte das novas situações de pessoas que ficaram desempregadas são situações ou de jovens ou de situações de contratos temporários ou a termo, no fundo, muito associadas à precariedade. Mas, portanto, mostra bem como nós temos que, desta pandemia, também retirar aquelas que devem ser as consequências do ponto de vista social das nossas prioridades. Portanto, grande preocupação, desde logo a resposta de emergência à pandemia, preocupação simultânea estrutural. Foi a par da necessidade de colocar no terreno estas várias dimensões de medidas de apoio, só para termos um parênteses. 1 em cada 4 pessoas em Portugal estiveram abrangidas por medidas excepcionais de apoio, seja de apoio ao emprego, seja das medidas extraordinárias, o que mostra bem o que foi este exercício e o que tem sido esta dimensão de exigência do Estado Social para responder a um momento em que o mercado falha e, portanto, em que é o Estado Social aqui a substituir-se na resposta nas várias dimensões, mas, ao mesmo tempo, procurarmos colocar na agenda, contrariando a premência, muitas vezes, do consumo imediato das respostas de emergência, procuramos colocar na agenda a discussão sobre o livro verde do futuro do trabalho, precisamente para, durante a pandemia, estarmos a obrigar-nos a todos, como sociedade, a identificarmos exatamente aquilo que nós queremos do futuro do trabalho, para que não seja o futuro do trabalho a tomar conta de nós, pelo contrário, sejamos nós a liderar esta agenda e identificar as nossas prioridades de intervenção. E, desde logo, nós lançámos o livro verde do futuro do trabalho há cerca de um mês para a consulta pública. A consulta pública terminou na passada semana, com muitos contributos. Aliás, tenho que agradecer todos os contributos que nos fizeram chegar, que mostra que é um tema que, de facto, toca-nos a todos e estamos todos também cada vez mais com esta vontade de agir sobre ele, mas desde logo neste trabalho que procuramos levar a cabo durante este último ano, procuramos identificar quais são as nossas grandes áreas de intervenção e aquilo que nós devemos fazer para fazer do futuro do trabalho aquilo que nós, como sociedade, identificamos como crítico. E, desde logo, dividiria aqui em 2 grandes áreas. Aquilo que identificámos como prioritário, desde logo, foi uma agenda para o trabalho digno, ou seja, o futuro do trabalho tem que ser também aproveitarmos esta oportunidade para construirmos uma agenda do trabalho digno nas várias dimensões, seja na dimensão dos sistemas de proteção social, que ficou evidente durante esta pandemia, e não foi um caso em Portugal, foi transversal, a quantidade de situações atípicas e que estão fora do sistema completamente desprotegidas e que vivem em mundos paralelos, e a essa altura temos 2 mundos do trabalho, o mundo do trabalho que está abrangido por sistemas de proteção coletiva, por regras, etc. E depois temos um outro mundo paralelo que inclui uma miríade de situações, desde situações de contratos de informalidade, ou de trabalho não declarado, ou de situações precárias que ficam a descoberto do próprio sistema quando acontecem situações deste estilo e que depois também mostram que são as pessoas que ficam em situação de maior vulnerabilidade também do ponto de vista sanitário e do ponto de vista, nomeadamente, de alojamento e de habitação, que tem depois todas as consequências associadas. E, portanto, desde logo, aproveitar este momento, esta oportunidade para colocar na agenda a agenda do trabalho digno, para que sejamos nós também a identificar as áreas críticas daquilo que tem que ser mudado. Porque este também penso que é uma evidência desta pandemia. Há muitas situações que têm que ser mudadas, há transformações que é preciso fazer e este é o momento para assumirmos também isto nas nossas mãos. Portanto, dimensão agenda de trabalho digno, nas suas várias dimensões, desde a questão dos sistemas de proteção social inclusivos que garantam que são para todos e não são só para algum tipo de mercado mais regulado ou mais tradicional, portanto, devendo aqui também abranger as novas formas de trabalho e formas ditas atípicas de trabalho que muitas vezes escapam ao sistema. Por outro lado, uma agenda de combate à precariedade como uma forma de garantirmos que promovemos relações de trabalho sustentáveis para o próprio equilíbrio das relações de trabalho e garantir que o próprio mercado de trabalho é um mercado de trabalho que acolhe os jovens e consegue dar aqui uma perspectiva de futuro e depois também nas várias dimensões da organização do tempo de trabalho, na conciliação da vida pessoal, familiar e profissional e também nas questões da segurança e saúde no trabalho. Segunda grande dimensão, isto sempre olhando para o futuro do trabalho, com esta horizonte, com este cenário de horizonte, apontado, aliás, em vários estudos, nomeadamente ao CDE, em que diz que daqui a poucos anos 20 a 30% dos trabalhos que hoje temos se ficarão completamente obsoletos, ou que 50 a 70% das profissões que hoje temos serão alvo de alterações profundas e significativas que nós próprios, com as competências que hoje temos, não conseguimos responder. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, depois também com a perspectiva de que muitos postos de trabalho poderão desaparecer, fala-se em 85 milhões de postos de trabalho que poderão desaparecer associados a profissões mais tradicionais, mas, ao mesmo tempo, também 97 milhões de postos de trabalho apresentados como surgirão em torno das novas áreas emergentes, nomeadamente na área digital e na área ambiental. E o que é crítico para isto, diria, neste momento que vivemos, é uma aposta massiva nas qualificações. Esta tem que ser a nossa prioridade total. Foi, aliás, por isso que colocámos todo o nosso empenho e dedicação em torno da Cimeira Social do Porto e em torno do Plano de Ação do Pilar Europeu dos Direitos Sociais. Porquê? Porque assumimos claramente que no momento que vivemos, neste momento também de incerteza na Europa, é crítico colocar no centro da recuperação e no centro da dupla transição digital e ambiental exatamente aquelas que devem ser as nossas prioridades do ponto de vista da dimensão social, seja em termos de emprego, e aí aqui com o objetivo, por um lado, com o trabalho digno e valorizado, seja na dimensão das qualificações. Basta dizer que no Plano de Ação do Pilar Europeu dos Direitos Sociais nós assumimos todos, e quando digo assumimos todos, assumiu toda a Europa, os parceiros sociais, a sociedade civil, os Estados-membros e as instituições europeias, assumimos que até 2030 temos 60% da nossa força de trabalho, dos nossos trabalhadores, 60% dos trabalhadores por ano a terem ações de formação, reconversão, upskilling, reskilling, o que mostra bem o que nós temos que pedalar para conseguir chegar a este objetivo que está bastante distante da nossa realidade que hoje temos, mas que é crítico exatamente para termos esta capacidade de responder a estes grandes desafios de transformação do mundo do trabalho, destas novas competências que é preciso garantirmos. Terminaria só dizendo que a nossa preocupação em colocar também no centro da agenda da presidência portuguesa a dimensão social foi sempre também com esta preocupação de assumir que na base desta recuperação está essencialmente a dimensão social, naturalmente com as consequências que isto tem de assumir que está um bocadinho na espinha dorsal da recuperação. Significa assumir também a canalização de investimento e de instrumentos financeiros para que esta qualificação massiva de trabalhadores aconteça e que faça a diferença. Também o fizemos, aliás, no âmbito do Plano de Recuperação e Resiliência, penso que já poderão ter falado sobre as áreas que estão previstas no PRR quanto a esta dimensão, mas assumida aqui a parte das qualificações como crítica no PRR, como a alavanca que possa aqui fazer diferença em termos por um lado, de valorização das pessoas, de valorização do trabalho e de competitividade das próprias organizações. Eu diria que, claramente, as qualificações, no momento que vivemos, são o game changer que pode mudar aqui a forma como nós olhamos para o mundo do trabalho, nas várias dimensões, desde logo porque um trabalhador que tem estas qualificações é, desde logo, um trabalhador que se transforma em indispensável e é um trabalhador muito mais valorizado. E as qualificações são aqui o instrumento determinante, por um lado, para garantir igualdade de oportunidades. Se queremos, de facto, combater ciclos geracionais de pobreza, é através das qualificações que o poderemos fazer. É também determinante para combater combater a pobreza, nomeadamente este é outro dos objetivos que inscrevemos na Cimeira Social do Porto como um dos grandes objetivos da Europa, combater e reduzir a pobreza, reduzir 20 milhões de pessoas em situação de risco de pobreza ou exclusão e, concretamente, também nas crianças, para garantir que garantimos aqui uma perspectiva de futuro também para as crianças. E, por outro lado, também como fator crítico para ganhar competitividade e inovação. A pandemia, terminando mesmo, evidenciou muitas das fragilidades que temos muitas das vulnerabilidades que temos, não só do ponto de vista da organização da sociedade, mas também em termos do mercado de trabalho. E este é o momento para também assumirmos estas prioridades e tomarmos conta deste futuro do trabalho naquilo que deve ser a nossa agenda como sociedade, que ganhou uma legitimidade acrescida completamente diferente em função do momento que vivemos. Penso que hoje, entre nós, ninguém aceitará que se perpetuem situações, por exemplo, de precariedade ou trabalho temporário durante décadas nos nossos jovens. Quer dizer, não há jovem nenhum que se consiga autonomizar, consiga ter o seu projeto de vida, se nós não conseguirmos, de facto, assumir esta necessidade de termos um mercado de trabalho cada vez mais que valoriza realmente e integra os jovens e lhes dá uma perspectiva também de futuro. Portanto, acho que como sociedade passamos a ter também uma legitimidade acrescida para colocar esta agenda do trabalho digno e as qualificações na base da recuperação e desta dupla transição digital e ambiental que vivemos. Os tempos são de imensa aceleração para todos nós. Eu, aliás, vou falando assim acelerada porque confesso que já tenho que consumir o tempo nas várias dimensões da intervenção de que todos temos que fazer face no momento que vivemos. São tempos de transformação, são tempos de uma enorme mudança para também garantirmos que este momento é um momento de viragem do ponto de vista da afirmação de um mercado de trabalho mais justo e mais inclusivo nas suas variadas dimensões. E, mais uma vez, a ciência aqui é o nosso parceiro determinante para que isso aconteça. Tivemos um exemplo de um projeto extraordinário que aconteceu durante a pandemia, em plena pandemia, que foi lançado em conjunto com o Ministério do Trabalho, com o Ministério da Ciência e também com a Economia, em que o que fizemos foi construir um compromisso a 3, e quando eu digo a 3, neste caso, era entre quem dava a formação, as qualificações, entre o trabalhador e, neste caso, empresas tecnológicas, um compromisso tripartido em que, à partida, cada uma das partes assumia a parte do ensino superior e o Ministério do Trabalho assumiam a capacitação dos trabalhadores com as competências necessárias que as empresas tecnológicas identificaram e, em troca, as empresas tecnológicas assumiram um compromisso de contratação destes jovens que tiveram esta formação, exatamente logo com a garantia de um contrato de trabalho estável e logo com uma entrada no mercado de trabalho muito acima do salário mínimo nacional. É isto que nós precisamos cada vez mais, é esta capacidade de compromisso tripartido entre todos para garantir que estas qualificações são também determinantes para este compromisso social que garanta cada vez mais este mercado de trabalho mais justo e mais inclusivo, que naturalmente tem, como todos vimos, o efeito direto de promover uma sociedade mais inclusiva, mais justa e mais coesa, num momento em que, onde quer que estejamos, podemos estar a trabalhar para o mundo. E essa é a grande oportunidade que Portugal tem neste momento, que é a partir daqui podemos estar a trabalhar para o mundo todo com a melhor qualidade de vida que possamos ter. E este é um fator decisivo também aqui na atração de talento e, portanto, conto também com todos vós para esta capacidade de atrairmos talento para Portugal, de fixarmos e retermos talento para Portugal, acima de tudo baseado numa agenda de trabalho digno e inclusivo. Muito obrigada a todos.
Agradeço à Ministra do Trabalho, Solidariedade e Segurança Social. Damos assim por encerrada esta sessão e chamamos a maior atenção para a continuação dos trabalhos do Encontro Ciência 2021, amanhã, pelas 9 horas. Agradecemos a vossa presença e participação no Ciência 2021. Até amanhã.